The news that the soul-controlling sect had been slaughtered quickly spread throughout the infinite mining area. More importantly, even if you destroyed the sect, no one would know who you were, but you chose to leave your name behind. Wasn't this attracting hatred? Were you afraid that others wouldn't know that you were from the human race? The old turtle also said, "Why did you take the initiative to expose your identity?" Han Fei said indifferently, "From now on, the sea realm should have a place for the human race. There has to be a beginning for the rise of the human race. The infinite mining area is not bad. Let's start from here." The old turtle said, "I think you're crazy. Your human race is still far away from being a strong power." Han Fei said, "After I conquer the infinite mining area, the gap won't be big." The old turtle felt that Han Fei seemed to be a little crazy, but he didn't know that Han Fei was actually cutting off all means of retreat. He had already made up his mind to prove Tao in 800 years in order to fight the so-called ominous. Now, he needed as many enemies as possible. Other people had the time to cultivate slowly and put great Tao locks on themselves slowly, but he couldn't. His Tao bone hadn't been formed, and his star core hadn't been compressed. He was still far from the perfected star transformation realm. Therefore, he needed enemies to help him. On the 7th day after Han Fei's sneak attack on the soul-controlling sect's camp, this news completely spread throughout the infinite mining area. And the soul-controlling sect was also ruthless. They issued a hunting order in the 100 Alliance City. Anyone who knew the location of the human butcher would be rewarded with a mid-quality godly weapon. Anyone who could kill the human butcher would be rewarded with 250,000 kilometer refined stars. Anyone who destroyed the 7-kill army would be given an additional 1,000 low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, 10 level 6 minerals, 10,000 sets of ultra-quality godly weapons, and 10,000 soul accumulation pearls. When the soul-controlling sect released this bounty, almost the entire infinite mining area was in an uproar. This was an extremely generous amount of resources. With this amount of resources, one could completely arm an army of 10,000 sea establishers. Furthermore, there were 100 refined stars. Perhaps it could help a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator directly advance to the perfected star transformation realm. Human race? The human butcher who caused a storm of blood outside the infinite mining area recently? A handsome young man frowned in confusion. Next to him, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse asked in confusion, "My lord, could it be one of the other commanders?" The man shook his head. "Our city of wanderers doesn't have enough combat power in the chaotic wasteland. Duanqingxi and the others can't come here. Even if they do, they will definitely inform me. Besides, although there are humans in the city of wanderers, and even the Master of Silence is a human, it's not enough to form a powerful 7-kill army." Master Long Wu. Someone cut through the sky and rushed back from the 100 Alliance City. He was also a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. After landing, the person hurriedly said, "Master Long Wu, I've already investigated the 7-kill army in the 100 Alliance City. First of all, I can confirm that not all members of the 7-kill army are human, but at least half of them are human. According to the information sent back by the soul-controlling sect, there are about 20,000 human sea establishers in the 7-kill army, and dozens of human sky openers. They don't seem to be from our city. By the way, this 7-kill army is very fierce. They only appeared outside the infinite mining area in recent years. In the past few years, they have swept through 39 pirate teams. According to the survivors, that human butcher is very strong, so strong that he killed 8 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses alone. This is the only thing that has been investigated and confirmed. Also, there's news that the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe being wiped out seems to be related to this human butcher. The bloodthirsty banner fish tribe was completely wiped out? The old man nodded. Yes, they were all wiped out. But there is no direct evidence pointing to this human butcher, but the 2 leaders of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe quickly returned and then disappeared. Then human butcher appeared, so he is suspected to be the murderer of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe. Long Wu's pupils were constricted slightly. I know this bloodthirsty banner fish tribe. The strongest one seems to have 3 great Dao locks. Because this race is not likable and doesn't have many strong masters, they can't enter the infinite mining area. However, among their leaders, there should be 3 or even 4 who have great Dao locks. If that human butcher can really wipe out the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe, it's not surprising that he can successfully launch a sneak attack on the soul-controlling sect. But what is his purpose? Master Long Wu, let's put his purpose aside for now. In the entire infinite mining area, only our city of wanderers has human cultivators. We have already become the first suspect. Long Wu's face sank. Don't panic yet. The major factions know very well what the city of wanderers has done and how many people we have. Besides, although we have humans here, there aren't many of them. Most of them are in the city of wanderers, so we can explain. Let's wait and see. Since this person has entered the infinite mining area in the name of the 7-kill army, he must have some plans. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to be so high profile. By the way, has there been any news of this 7-kill army in the past few days? No news at all. This human butcher must have recalled all his army into his origin star. With his strength, if he wants to hide, I'm afraid no one can find him. Long Wu nodded and said, Old 8, return to the city of wanderers in person. Since this person dares to claim to be a human, even if he has nothing to do with our city, there may be someone in our city who knows something about him. While countless people in the infinite mining area were looking for Han Fei. In a deserted area in the northern mining area, Han Fei was running wildly. Han Fei slowed down a little, and a lizard-like mine demon jumped over from the void. Han Fei punched out and sent the mine demon flying, but in such an instantaneous pause, another 7 or 8 lizard mine demons burst out. More importantly, one of their hands was as long as a spear, with high explosive power and speed. If it weren't for Han Fei's fast speed, agility, and extremely strong physique, he would have been stabbed to death. Han Fei shouted, Old Yuan. Are the mine demons in the northern mining area so powerful? Their maximum speed is even faster than mine. Is there a suitable place for training soldiers here? The old turtle said, Don't worry. You're fine, aren't you? We used to call this kind of mine demon flash lizard. As you can see, their strength is only at the late stage of the star transformation realm. What's annoying is that they are always jumping. Their instant jumping and flashing speed is so fast that even perfected star transformation realm cultivators will have a headache. But fortunately, their combat power is not very strong. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You call this not strong? Only 7 or 8 of them can stop a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. If there are 100 of them, they can chase and kill a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, okay? The old turtle said, actually, there weren't so many of them in the past. Back then, there weren't many flash lizards. At most, there were 5 or 6 of them together. It's not like now, where dozens or hundreds of them jump over together at any time. It seems that cultivators nowadays haven't explored the infinite mining area enough. As a result, the number of mine demons like the flash lizards has soared. However, their spears are top-notch refining materials. A spear is equivalent to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Han Fei rolled his eyes again. It's just a low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, and it still needs to be refined. More importantly, I don't lack weapons at all. Almost each of the sea establishers in the 7-kill army has had a set of ultra-quality divine weapons, and I also have more than 3,000 mid-quality and low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, which are enough for the 7-kill army. The old turtle said, save it for now. Your human race will need a lot of weapons in the future. You'd better go now. There are so many flash lizards. I think we're about to reach the mine demon stream. Once we reach the mine demon stream, you will be free. Han Fei ran away quickly. He believed the old turtle's words and went to the northern mining area to find the mine demon stream. However, along the way, it was fine at first with only some level 2 mine demons, which later became level 3 ones. But he could tolerate all that. But once he went deeper into the path the old turtle mentioned, Han Fei encountered this flash lizard. No matter how good his footwork was, he had been stabbed tens of thousands of times along the way. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been stabbed to death. After sprinting for half a day, the flash lizard suddenly disappeared. Han Fei took a long breath. Good Lord, I've encountered at least 100,000 flash lizards. Were there so many of them in the Age of the Gods? Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. When he was in the scattered star sea, he thought that there were many sky-opening realm creatures there, but now it seemed that there were also many of them in the sea realm. He had thought that it was impossible for the sea realm to have a place like the scattered star sea, but now it seemed that this place was even more dangerous than the scattered star sea. Most of the people in the scattered star sea were at the early stage of the sky-opening realm. Good Lord, these flash lizards were all at the late stage of the star transformation realm and could even compete with the peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. No wonder none of the 300 or so factions in the infinite mining area were willing to come to the northern mining area. If it weren't for the old turtle's words, Han Fei wouldn't have come himself. Just when Han Fei felt that he had left the flash lizard area, he suddenly twisted his body and set up a time deceleration barrier around him. Then, the infinity water flew out of his hand and was about to turn into a god sealing spear. But before the infinity water turned into a god sealing spear, a spear mark appeared in front of his eyes. Rumble. The infinity water was penetrated, and a shocking shockwave swept across a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. A spear intent passed through the time barrier and landed on him. Han Fei's face changed slightly. He was about to catch the spear with his bare hands when the spear flew back. Not far away from him, a figure jumped over from the sky. It was a lizard man, whose entire body emitted an amber light. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Lizard Demon. Introduction: in the infinite mining area, some flash lizard mine demons were demonized due to a special opportunity. This creature can be said to be born naturally and can use the power of the heavenly Tao within a certain range. As a level 6 mine demon, the lizard demons have extremely strong defense power and are extremely difficult to kill. The only disadvantage is that they are simple-minded and relatively stupid. Level: greater than 109. Quality: level 6 mine demon. Realm: perfected star transformation realm. Battle techniques: Spear of Truth, Spear of Barrier Breaking, Light Explosion. Jump: ultimate jump stab. Collectible: Spear of Truth, level 6 mineral, heaven and earth pattern. Absorbable. Note: a level 6 mine demon can't be penetrated by ordinary power. You have to attack its vital parts to win. A level 6 mine demon? When he came to the infinite mining area, Han Fei had already realized that the level of the mine demons represented the level of their mineral. With a token made of level 6 mineral, one could establish a sect in the infinite mining area. How could the mine demons he had encountered before be so strong? In Han Fei's impression, there were level 2 and level 3 low-level mine demons everywhere. Now that a level 6 mine demon suddenly appeared, he had to be vigilant. The lizard demon had just thrown a spear over when it jumped over and dodged the spear. Its combat skills were as smooth as flowing water. The instant explosive power made Han Fei feel as if he had encountered a divine attack like the Star Fist technique. Han Fei glanced at the pierced time barrier and thought that the northern mining area was indeed dangerous. He even felt that it was ridiculous that a training ground would appear here. At this moment, the lizard demon didn't seem to be very smart. It looked at Han Fei as if it had seen delicious food. At this moment, it jumped out again. However, Han Fei discovered that, unlike the flash lizards, this thing's instantaneous speed had reached the speed of light explosion. This was because at that moment, there was a light explosion. Han Fei's eyes and soul lost track of the lizard demon at the same time. Clang! His heart skipped a beat. Even though Han Fei reacted, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the lizard demon's spear. Bang! Han Fei was blown thousands of kilometers away, and a nail-sized bloody hole was left on his chest. However, it was only an external wound and didn't go deep into his internal organs. But even so, it was enough to shock Han Fei. With his current physique, even a powerhouse who had proved Tao wouldn't dare say that he was definitely stronger than him. However, this lizard demon who had just reached the perfected star transformation realm had broken his defense. No, it's his combat skill, barrier-breaking spear. Han Fei was shocked. With the speed of light explosion and the barrier breaking technique, if it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed in one shot. This made him realize that although he was extremely powerful and his body refinement level was extremely high, he still couldn't block such a spear. And this was only a level 6 mine demon. If it was a level 7 or even level 8 mine demon, would it be possible to threaten his life? Would there be a level 9 mine demon in this infinite mining area? This made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. He had to find a way to temper his Tao bones, or he wouldn't be able to keep up with his enemy in speed. If he really met such an abnormal and unreasonable fighting method, he would be at a Disadvantage. At the moment he was sent flying, Han Fei realized his current goal and direction. With a flip of his hand, he set up a timed deceleration barrier around him. As he expected, before his body stopped retreating, the lizard demon had rushed over again. Steal, steal, steal. Han Fei stole the lizard demon's speed and spear of barrier breaking in an instant. Losing the two combat skills in an instant, the lizard demon was stunned. It brushed past Han Fei and fell into the void 10,000 kilometers away. Han Fei stabbed out the barrier-breaking spear, trying to penetrate the lizard demon's own body with its own attack. Bang! However, the situation that the lizard demon fell into pieces Han Fei expected didn't appear. What surprised him happened. This violent barrier-breaking strike only shattered some of the minerals on the lizard demon's shoulder, but it didn't affect its combat power much. Hiss! Such a strong physique? Han Fei was a little stunned. Although the mine demon was a mineral creature, wasn't its body too hard? The barrier-breaking spear, that could even break through his defense, only shattered a small part of its body. Didn't this mean that the body hardness of a level 6 mine demon was almost comparable to his? In order to verify his guess, Han Fei drew his saber from the void, and the infinity water turned into a dazzling saber beam that instantly slashed at the lizard demon. Clang! The attack of a high-quality godly weapon aroused overlapping waves, one after another. When he unleashed his full strength, he thought he could at least cut open the body of the lizard demon. However, Han Fei saw some strange patterns light up on the lizard demon's body, and then it withstood his attack head-on. Apart from a large number of minerals on its body being shattered, its body was not completely cut open. Shoot! What are those patterns? However, this wasn't what shocked Han Fei the most. What shocked him was that the lizard demon shook its head without having its consciousness stolen by the void-stealing technique. How is that possible? Han Fei was shocked. Even a monarch couldn't be so unscathed. Besides, he didn't feel any backlash. Was his stealing method wrong? I steal. It wasn't until the lizard demon jumped towards Han Fei again that he gave up the idea of stealing its consciousness. Han Fei immediately summoned the old turtle. Although the demon purification pod explained it, Han Fei still knew too little about the mine demons in the infinite mining area. As soon as the old turtle came out, he shivered and said, "A lizard demon?" Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, what is this?" "It's just in the perfected star transformation realm, but its physique is so strong that even I couldn't cut its body open. Also, his speed has reached the speed of light explosion." The old turtle looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Wait, are you fighting a lizard demon head-on?" Han Fei asked. "Yes?" The old turtle said, "Mineral demons are essentially the embodiment of minerals. They don't have high intelligence, but their combat power is terrifying. The higher the level of a mine demon, the stronger its body will be. It's normal that you can't cut it apart. If you encounter a level 7 mine demon, you will find it even harder to fight than this." Han Fei rolled his eyes and deprived the mine demon of its jumping behavior. Then, he said casually, "In that case, can a level 8 mine demon even go against a monarch? Even a monarch can't kill it?" The old turtle said, "That's unlikely. They have different levels of understanding of great Tao and control of strength. Mine demons are powerful because they are mineral creatures. It's just like your opponent is a godly weapon. It won't be easy for you to cut them apart, right? I just didn't expect that you would encounter a lizard demon. Hanfei said, what else do you think I'll encounter? There are flash lizards along the way. Not only that, but I also encountered this stone lump. Why is it so stupid as to keep fighting me? The old turtle said, yes, it's very stupid. Just look at its stupid look. It's better to let it go. Heh. Hanfei was lost for words. This was a level 6 mine demon, so he certainly wouldn't let it go. Could it be that this lizard demon was stupid and simple-minded enough to ignore his void-stealing technique? He wondered if the senior who created void fishing had ever considered this problem. The old turtle said, besides, to be precise, the lizard demon is not only a mine demon, but also a mine devil. It's a type of demonic creature. The conditions for their appearance are very special. If you encounter a lizard demon, there must be a mine devil nearby. Hanfei asked, what is a mine devil? The old turtle said, you can understand it as a negative spiritual power, a kind of negative creature born from the blood pool. The mine devils habitually devour minerals to grow up. This kind of mine devil can't escape the fate of being devoured. Therefore, the flash lizards swallowed the mine demons, or were affected by the mine demons, or obtained the remnants of some monarchs in the past, or negative spiritual power, or something. Therefore, they underwent a change in life form and became lizard demons. However, the mine devils are not good things. Why would such a thing appear near the mine demon stream? Hanfei said, you've been gone for millions of years. The world has changed. How can it be the same as before? Tell me about the weakness of this lizard demon first. Demonic patterns. The old turtle said bluntly, because the mineral is fused with the origin of demonic creatures, a demonic seed will form in their bodies. In combat, demonic patterns will appear, similar to Tao patterns. I don't need to tell you what their effects are, right? They just have exactly the same effects as Tao patterns. It's similar to the innate back armor of our turtle race. In fact, it's a little similar to Tao bones. Hanfei said, get to the point. If I don't restrain it anymore, believe it or not, it can kill you in an instant. The old turtle said, I don't believe it. I'm a young soul body now. A stupid creature like the lizard demon can't kill a young soul. Heh. Hanfei released the restrictions and retracted the void-stealing technique. In the next moment, with a flash of light, the old turtle was shocked as his soul was pierced by a spear beam. Although it didn't hurt his foundation, it caused some cracks in the old turtle's young soul. Hanfei glanced at the old turtle contemptuously. Keep bragging. Keep showing off. So what if you're a young soul body? With its current strength, its combat power will definitely carry strong Tao runes, which are enough to hurt you. The old turtle screamed, quick, stop him. This lizard demon's demonic seed is not weak. Hanfei casually stole a spear and said, then why don't you get to the point? Where is the demonic seed? How can I destroy it? The old turtle said, the heart. The body of a mine demon is very hard, so such an important thing is either in the heart or the head. The demonic seed of the lizard demon is in its heart. Buzz. A dazzling spear beam burst out. Clang. 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 Hanfei didn't intend to keep the first lizard demon as a sparring partner. From what the old turtle said, there might be more mine devils nearby. Deprived of speed and the spear of trueness, the lizard demon found its combat power greatly reduced. Faced with Han Fei's indiscriminate bombardment, its heart was broken in less than 10 seconds. From it, Han Fei took out a black bead with blood stripes. Before Han Fei took a closer look, a bird's head suddenly extended out of his body, caught the demonic seed in its mouth, and swallowed it. Who else could the owner of this bird head be if not the Emperor Sparrow? The Emperor Sparrow took the initiative to appear, which was something Han Fei didn't expect. However, on second thought, the demonic seed of the lizard demon was clearly the Emperor Sparrow's favorite food. Because of the restrictions of the conditions, he can't feed the Emperor Sparrow with murderous aura and negative power, so the Emperor Sparrow's strength had stagnated. Without stopping the Emperor Sparrow, Han Fei let it rush out of his body. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Such a familiar smell doesn't seem to be common in my inherited memories. Where is this?" Han Fei asked. "The infinite mining area. Do you even have memories about this place?" The Emperor Sparrow flapped its wings and grabbed a piece of mineral that fell off the lizard demon's body, saying proudly, "A little bit." There was a war between divine beasts and primordial fierce beasts here. Then, Han Fei saw that the Emperor Sparrow's feathers trembled slightly and were shining more brightly. As he shivered, it seemed that some shackles had been broken and he had upgraded. Yes, for such a long time before, the Emperor Sparrow didn't advance, but it did after eating a demonic seed. It seemed that the northern mining area was really a suitable place for cultivation. However, the arch sparrow didn't stop. Instead, it suddenly spread its wings and trembled gently. A special frequency rippled out from here, and no one knew how far it spread. This behavior lasted for more than 300 seconds before the Emperor Sparrow retracted its wings. Then, its eyes turned cold as it said, "There are still primordial fierce beasts here now." Han Fei was surprised. "How do you know that?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "Because of my bloodline, I was once the king of fierce beasts. I can sense any place where there were primordial fierce beasts. However, the traces are extremely shallow. They must have once been here a long time ago." "That's fine. Now is not the time to go back to find them. Furthermore, where there are primordial fierce beasts, there are probably divine beasts. I shouldn't expose myself too early." Hearing this, Han Fei was relieved. He still had a lot of things to do. It would cause him a lot of trouble if the Emperor Sparrow returned to the primordial fierce beasts and started a war with the divine beasts. Han Fei said, "That's good. Then will your appearance attract their attention?" The Emperor Sparrow shook his head. The divine beasts and even the fierce beasts probably already know the news of my appearance, but it's still impossible for them to find me. My bloodline is not something they can deduce. This infinite mining area is not bad and is very suitable for me to cultivate. If I can have more demonic seeds, my strength will improve very quickly. Therefore, during this period of time I will stay in the outside world." Han Fei didn't have any objections. Anyway, the old turtle said that he would encounter some demonic creatures, which might be suitable for the Emperor Sparrow's appetite. After the lizard demon lost its demonic seed, it completely perished. Many minerals fell from its body. Among them, there was a yellow amber-like mineral. It was the best quality of the minerals and the only level 6 mineral. This level of mineral could be used to build godly weapons. In terms of quality, this level 6 mineral was even better than the token he had Ching said that one could establish their own faction by owning a level 6 mine. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. If it were an ordinary, perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, Han Fei felt that they might not be a match for this lizard demon at all. They might even be instantly killed by the lizard demon. If it weren't for his thick skin and tough body and the void-stealing technique, it would have been impossible for him to defeat the lizard demon. Therefore, the lizard demon seemed to be killed easily, but if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to deal with it. Perhaps because the lizard demon was too powerful, there were no other flash lizards in this area. After all, most mine demons grew through fighting and assimilating each other. After a while, Han Fei grabbed the vast ocean navigator and continued to walk towards the mine demon stream. There were no high-level mine demons in the following section of the road, but it was only half a day on such a safe road. Half a day later, just as Han Fei sensed the fluctuations of the tide, 6 lizard demons suddenly jumped out. Yes, at that moment, the 6 lizard demons launched 6 ultimate hopping stabs. Even though Han Fei had the void-stealing technique, he couldn't prevent all 6 of them from attacking at the same time. Bang! 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 In just an instant, Han Fei was hit continuously. He felt that he was stabbed dozens of times and blasted more than 100,000 miles away. The Emperor Sparrow wasn't any better. Because he was standing on Han Fei's body, the main target of the lizard demon was Han Fei. Occasionally, a spear would stab at the Emperor Sparrow, and the latter was pierced through and beaten into pieces. However, Han Fei saw that the beaten Emperor Sparrow's body turned into a cloud of black smoke and condensed again in the next moment. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow was shocked. He had a great time eating it, but he didn't expect this lizard demon to be so strong. If it were in the same realm as him, he wouldn't be afraid at all, but now he was still weak and there was even a big gap between him and Han Fei. Suddenly, facing the attack of the speed of light explosion, to be honest, as the number 1 primordial fierce beast, he was almost beaten stunned. The Emperor Sparrow, how strong is this creature? Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. While setting up a time barrier, he said, "In the perfected star transformation realm, only slightly weaker than a monarch." The Emperor Sparrow, "Then I'll go back first. Call me when you're done." With that, the Emperor Sparrow disappeared into Han Fei's body. Come on, this was not a matter of bloodline. There was an insurmountable gap in the realm. He was only in the early stages of the sky-opening realm, and this lizard demon was equivalent to a weak monarch. They had a big difference in the realm. Besides, it would be fine if there was only 1 lizard demon, but 6 of them appeared at once. What could the Emperor Sparrow do? Han Fei rolled his eyes. This guy was just like the old turtle. After entering the northern mining area, the old turtle would only come out in relatively safe places. After he came out just now, he arrogantly said that the lizard demon couldn't kill him, but in the next moment, he was penetrated. He was so scared that he wouldn't come out until they arrived at the mine demon stream. At this moment, Han Fei's head was filled with questions. 6 lizard demons? Did he fall into a lizard demon nest? Didn't the old turtle say that these things were rare in their era? Why were there so many of this kind of strange creature all of a sudden? Besides, the old turtle said that where there was a lizard demon, there should be mine devils. This meant that this battle was far from the last battle. In reality, the lizard demons didn't give Han Fei any room to think as they jumped at him one after another. Buzz! Han Fei descended from the void, and tens of thousands of figures set up the God-sealing spear array within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Fortunately, these lizard demons were relatively stupid and didn't know that Han Fei was setting up arrays. Otherwise, as perfected star transformation realm creatures, it was impossible for them not to dodge. The God-sealing spear array had sealed such a small area, immediately suppressing the strength of the 6 lizard demons. Han Fei had thought that their strength would be suppressed by at least 50%. However, in the blink of an eye, Han Fei's time barrier was shattered. Hiss! How is it possible? Han Fei was shocked. Their attack power didn't seem to be suppressed at all. No, their speed has slowed down by about 20%. Their strength seems to be weaker too, but overall, they're only 20% weaker. Han Fei immediately understood. It wasn't that the God-sealing spear array was useless, but that the lizard demons were essentially equivalent to body refiners. They were minerals in themselves, and relied on themselves instead of techniques or laws. Fine, at least their strength has been reduced by 20%. Buzz! Han Fei was poked a dozen times again, and there were small holes all over his body. He finally erupted, and his great Tao operated. Han Fei took out the mirror of infinity, and instantly took in a lizard demon. At the same time, he grabbed a spear beam with the void-stealing technique and stabbed it into the mirror of infinity, killing one of the lizard demons. Then, with a thought, Han Fei deprived 3 lizard demons of their speed and set up a gravity space with the great Tao of strength. A flesh and blood battle officially began. When the number of the lizard demons increased, the difficulty of killing them far exceeded Han Fei's imagination. The gravity space was broken in less than 3 seconds. This made Han Fei realize that he could only fight this thing head-on. Sure enough, the hardest thing to deal with in this world is this kind of abnormally strong physique. The point is that the soul power of the lizard demons is too weak, so in essence, they're equivalent to extreme Tao body refiners. In this battle, Han Fei withstood the powerful attacks of 2 lizard demons and forcibly killed 2 lizard demons whose speed had been stolen. In the end, Han Fei fought 3 lizard demons for half an hour before barely winning. Huff. After the battle, Han Fei sat cross-legged and began to recover his spirit. He didn't dare to go straight to the mine demon stream. What if another 7 or 8 lizard demons came? The Emperor Sparrow, on the other hand, was eating happily. The 6 demonic seeds of the 6 lizard demons were swallowed by him in one go. Han Fei was stunned. Are you really fine eating so much at once? These are demonic seeds in the perfected star transformation realm anyway. The Emperor Sparrow said proudly, it's okay. I had too much deficit before. This little bit is actually not enough to make up for it. Even if they can't be digested, I can save them first and slowly digest them. In your origin star, I should be able to advance again in a year. Therefore, you should get more of this demonic seed. Han Fei said leisurely, Emperor Sparrow, you're going backwards. Han Fei didn't listen to the Emperor Sparrow. In fact, he couldn't temper himself much by fighting the lizard demons. This was because his main method of fighting the lizard demons was to rely on the void-stealing technique. If he didn't have the void-stealing technique, it wasn't impossible for him to hunt a lizard demon, but the odds would be much smaller and it would be much more troublesome. Considering that there was no need to fight head-on in such a battle, Han Fei simply turned into his black mist body. Anyway, he shouldn't be far from the mind demon stream. The speed of his black mist body might be slow, but it was safe. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, in a certain call, Han Fei found 2 more lizard demons. Because there were only 2 of them, Han Fei took the opportunity to trap and kill one with the Mirror of Infinity. It was much easier to deal with the other. Han Fei had planned to hunt 2 more lizard demons. But when he saw a large number of ordinary mind demons running around, fighting, or disguising themselves, he knew that he had arrived at the mind demon stream. This was because these creatures were in line with what the old turtle said. The mind demons born in the mind demon stream were not strong. They were mainly used for training and trials. And these stone men, mineral crabs, big sword carp, strange stone starfish, and so on were too many. With a sweep of his perception, he found more than 100,000 of them. And this was just the number Han Fei casually scanned. This meant that there were more than 1 million mind demons here. From the outside to the inside, the level of the mind demons was constantly increasing. At first, among the mind demons that Han Fei sensed, there were even some explorer-level mind demons who had no intelligence at all. They just instinctively absorbed the essence of the minerals here and moved bit by bit in the direction of the mind demon stream. This is a great place for training soldiers. Mind demons are like body refiners. They are even harder to deal with than cultivators of the same level. Without immediately carrying out the training plan, Han Fei continued to move forward until the mind demons became stronger and stronger, reaching the sea establishment realm or even the peak level sea establishment realm. But then Han Fei saw a huge crack between east and west, where there were turbulent sea currents and corrosive water similar to the desolation water. Is this the mind demon stream? There are no mind demons in the sky. Opening realm? With a thought, Han Fei released the old turtle. The Emperor Sparrow hadn't digested all the demonic seeds yet, and even if he had, he might need some consolidation, so he didn't come out. When the old turtle appeared and saw the mind demon stream, he immediately exclaimed, Has the mind demon stream become so small now? The width of the former mind demon stream was at least 3 times larger than this one. Han Fei said, How can your era be the same as now? You just need to be sure that this is the mind demon stream. The old turtle said, I'm sure this is the mind demon stream. Look at the power rolling in the deep stream, it's the aura of minerals, hiding the law of the heavenly Tao. What the mind demons like most is this power. However, not all mind demons of any level can absorb this power. It's usually difficult for mind demons below level 3 to absorb it. Even level 3 mind demons sometimes can't withstand this power and explode to death. Han Fei was surprised. Level 3 mind demons? Many level 2 mind demons are already in the sky opening realm. Can't sky openers enter it? The old turtle said, This doesn't have much to do with the realm. The strength of mind demons lies in the refinement of their minerals. Generally speaking, when a level 3 mine appears, it will be in the sky opening realm. Those level 2 mind demons can only slowly absorb the power of the minerals to strengthen their own minerals quality. Before reaching level 3, they will most likely explode if they enter the mind demon stream. Han Fei nodded slightly, but then he said, What about the lizard demons? Did the lizard demons come from the mind demon stream? They're in the perfected star transformation realm and their combat power is comparable to that of Tao. Provers. They couldn't have been born from the mine demons outside the mine. Demon stream, right? After a moment of silence, the old turtle said, if I've guessed right, they came out of the mine demon stream. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Didn't you say that the mine demon stream is a place for training? How can there be perfected star transformation realm creatures? The old turtle thought for a moment and said, this has to be explained from a long time ago. The mine demon stream doesn't exist naturally. This place was artificially dug out. In our era, the infinite mining area was guarded by monarchs, and it's said that there were even gods in the early days. And this mine demon stream belongs to the puppet training ground of the puppet city, under the rule of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Puppet City? The old turtle said, no monarchs have entered this place now, so the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal is definitely not here. But Puppet City should be here. It's a special city, where after a person dies, their soul remains intact. They can use the body of a mine demon to transform themselves into a mine demon. After transforming into a mine demon, it's hard to say if they are still normal creatures or not. Anyway, gradually, these people who transform into mine demons become more and more like puppets. They only know how to fight and guard. Wait. Han Fei hurriedly interrupted the old turtle. So, under this mine demon stream is a city? The old turtle said, I don't know if it's under the mine demon stream, but the mine demon stream used to be outside Puppet City. Han Fei couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look at the old turtle. Why? Didn't you say before that there was also this Puppet City? The old turtle said, didn't I? Then I must have forgotten. Seeing that Han Fei was looking at him with shining eyes, the old turtle said awkwardly, actually, I want to rebuild my body. Ordinary bodies or spiritual treasure of heaven and earth might not be very useful. Even if I can use them, they'll probably be like my previous body. At most, I can establish a connection with my original body in the God-Fiend Sea once or twice. It's meaningless. Therefore, I want to find out. Perhaps there is the inheritance of the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal here. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. So you came to the northern mining area for the things of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Why? Were you hiding your true intention earlier because you were afraid that I wouldn't come? The old turtle said, I really didn't mean to hide it. This is indeed the best place to train soldiers and, by the way, build my body. Han Fei chuckled. I don't believe you. Tell me, what's the threat here? Otherwise, why did you tell me your true intentions until we arrived? The old turtle said without blushing, it's not a big deal. It's just that there might be monarch-level mine demons in Puppet City. Hiss. Not a big deal? How do you have the cheek to say that? Han Fei was dumbfounded. A monarch-level mine demon? He knew that the old turtle must have some ulterior motive. If there were really monarchs in Puppet City, how strong would they be? Would he still be able to train his soldiers here? The old turtle hurriedly added, don't worry. The puppet army of Puppet City won't come out. Besides, this place has clearly been abandoned for a long time. The Puppet City hasn't been replenished for such a long time. It might not be as strong as before. Han Fei asked, there were monarchs in Puppet City? How strong were they? The old turtle said leisurely, in the past, except for Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, there were also immortal-level monarchs. However, they were just guarding this place. Under normal circumstances, most monarchs would follow the great monarch mystic marshal. Therefore, it's hard to say if there are any monarch-level puppets here now. If this place is abandoned, I think there's a chance that there aren't any monarch-level puppets. Han Fei said, alright, so you just don't know anything. Let me ask you, are you sure the puppets in Puppet City won't go out of the city? The old turtle said, I'm sure. I'm from the same race as the great monarch mystic marshal. I used to fight side by side with the great monarch mystic marshal. When I was young, we were even good brothers, so I know Puppet City very well. Good brother? Keep bragging. A great monarch is your good brother? Old Yuan. When did you get the bad habit of bragging? The old turtle said, I'm not lying to you. It's just that mystic marshal got better after that. Seeing the disbelief on Han Fei's face, the old turtle grew anxious. Don't doubt me. I know the secrets of mystic marshal. She likes to lay eggs the most. She once said that if she didn't become a god, she would make one of her children become a god. So she laid many eggs, which is why I came here to rebuild my body. Hiss. Are you going to use her egg to rebuild your body? Or are you going to seal yourself and enter her egg? F***ck, won't you become the son of great monarch mystic marshal? If great monarch mystic marshal is still alive, do you think she will be willing to see this scene? The old turtle. After a long silence, the old turtle said, I just borrow the flesh and blood to reconstruct a unique body for myself. Han Fei said indifferently, alright, if you say so. Even if I admit that you are on good terms with great monarch mystic marshal, where do you think the lizard demons came from? And where is the mine devil you mentioned? The old turtle looked at the mine demon stream and said leisurely, the lizard demons definitely didn't come from Puppet City, so it can only be the mine demon stream. Perhaps something happened at the bottom of the mine demon stream. We still have to go down and take a look. Han Fei nodded. It was inevitable to go down the mine demon stream. Even if there were a large group of lizard demons under the mine demon stream, they would still have to go down. The mine demon stream was indeed suitable for training soldiers. Besides, there was enough spiritual energy and minerals here. If there were no monarch level puppets in the Puppet City, it might be able to become his cultivation ground and help him reach the perfected star transformation realm as soon as possible. Han Fei said, come down with me. The old turtle hesitated. That's not good. I don't even have a body. Han Fei sneered. You don't even have a body. The mine demons are equivalent to body refiners. What are you afraid of? Han Fei couldn't cultivate here without solving the threat of the lizard demons. Therefore, he had to confirm what mine demons were under the mine demon stream and kill them first. Only by eliminating the hidden dangers could the mine demon stream become his territory. The turbulent and directionless sea currents were raging in the demonic mine stream. Han Fei stepped into it and immediately felt many uncomfortable feelings. On one hand, the directionless chaotic water current was like an irregular gravity space, but he immediately confirmed that it was probably the manifestation of the great Tao of water. On the other, the water currents in the mine demon stream were similar to the desolation water, but stronger. This water current was extremely cold, had a strong impact, and was very corrosive. Below the sky-opening realm, or rather, when one's physique hadn't reached a certain level, he would be corroded by these water currents. Soon, Han Fei felt that there was a lot of special power here, which might be the so-called power contained in the minerals. This power was stronger than the ultra-quality spiritual stones used to explore the origin sea. After all, ultra-quality spiritual stones were completely incomparable to the minerals here. The mines that Han Fei harvested in the past were much worse than what he saw here. The mines in the past were just ordinary mines, not even level 1 minerals. Occasionally, there were level 2 or level 3 minerals mixed in, which had greatly improved the quality of those mines. However, from the looks of it, those resources of 100,000 kilometers might not even be comparable to the level 1 mineral resources of 10 or 20,000 kilometers here. The old turtle said, "Can you feel it? This is a perfect trial ground, a perfect place for training soldiers. If you don't have enough resources, the problem can be resolved here. How troublesome was it for you to get even 10,000 kilometers of resources before? But here, you just need to casually absorb the power of the minerals, which would be equivalent to getting the resources of 10,000 kilometers." Han Fei nodded. This was also the most important feature of the mine demon stream that could be used as a training ground. Other factions needed to mine on their own, and most of the mines they dug out were ultra-quality spiritual stones and a few refined minerals. But in the mine demon stream, there was no need to dig at all. A great monarch had already excavated this place in the past. All he needed to do was to absorb and cultivate. In fact, Han Fei couldn't understand the saying that mineral veins had become spirits. In his opinion, mineral veins were resources that could be used to replenish the origin stars. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that there was a huge difference in resources. Han Fei said indifferently, "Sea establishers can't enter. This is a training ground for sky openers. I only have about 100 sky opening realm subordinates. However, this place is indeed not bad. Once there are more sky opening realm powerhouses in the 7-kill army, it can help them quickly reach the star transformation realm." The old turtle said, "You have to walk step by step. I think you've walked fast enough. In such a short time, how many resources, weapons, and cultivation techniques have you given away? I didn't find you a generous person before, but in my opinion, you're a spendthrift now." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Those are my clansmen, my subordinates. I don't need those resources for cultivation now. If I don't give them to the 7-kill army, they will rot on my origin star. Also, you call that generous? There are still tens of millions of life metals on my origin star, as well as many resources I have earned over the years. I plan to spend all of these things as long as I can build an army of 100,000 peak-level sea establishers." The old turtle said, "You have no more than 100,000 people now." Han Fei said, "But those who survived are quickly becoming stronger. Now there are nearly 60,000 sea establishers. Besides, there must be hidden Huma powerhouses in the city of scavengers. Even if there aren't, there are hundreds of millions of human beings under the jurisdiction of the city of scavengers. The 7-kill army's goal is 100,000. It doesn't have to be 100,000 now." The old turtle didn't refute Han Fei, because Han Fei knew that it was obviously impossible to build an army of 100,000 people with his resources. It would be difficult for him to build 1,000 sky-opening realm soldiers, let alone 100,000. Therefore, Han Fei's short-term goal was to build an army of 100,000 peak Level C establishers. Suddenly, the Emperor Sparrow, who had been standing on Han Fei's shoulder, said, "There's an enemy." Han Fei and the old turtle's expressions immediately changed slightly. They hadn't sensed any danger. Although the Emperor Sparrow had upgraded by 3 levels in a row, he was only level 106 at this moment, which meant that he hadn't reached the late stage of the star transformation realm yet. Could he already sense dangers that they couldn't perceive? Less than 5 seconds after the reminder, a blood-colored glint suddenly flashed from the chaotic water current. Han Fei, who was already prepared, secretly activated his great Dao and personally blocked this blood-colored sting. When it fell on his palm, Han Fei had the illusion that he was resisting the instant mystic spear. Han Fei said, "It's the power of the perfected star transformation realm, but it should only be the kind of power that has just advanced to the perfected star transformation realm. We can only see the attack, not the person, and we didn't notice it before the Emperor Sparrow reminded us, so it should still be some distance away from us." Then what is this blood-colored sting? Han Fei was about to study the bloody sting, but the sting suddenly softened and turned into a red root. Then, the color gradually faded and disappeared from Han Fei's hand. Huh? Han Fei's expression changed slightly. This sting seems to be the root of a certain creature, and it can change color. It was hidden in the water before, drifting with the waves, so it wasn't discovered by us. Old Yuan, are there demon plants in this mine demon stream? The old turtle paused as if he was recalling something. Then he said with a little uncertainty, "I remember a demon plant that once appeared beside the great monarch mystic marshal. It's called the demon vanquishing tree. But I don't know him well. I've only seen it once. However, logically speaking, it shouldn't be him. The demon vanquishing tree can't create a lizard demon. Besides, if it's that demon vanquishing tree, the power of one root is much stronger than this." The Emperor Sparrow said, "There's a faint purifying power in this blood-colored root. It definitely has nothing to do with the demonic seeds on the lizard demons." Han Fei said, "We can't rule out the possibility that the demon vanquishing tree was partly demonized. Let's go. I sense dozens of such attacks hidden in the surrounding turbulence. These roots are drifting and don't have their own consciousness. Then their existence is definitely not aimed at us, but at the mine demons here." As the saying went, the skilled were bold. No one had been to a place like the mine demon stream for millions of years, but Han Fei, the bird, and the soul dared to rush in. When Han Fei and the others had only dived less than 200 kilometers, they had already seen mine demon creatures. A level 3 mine demon first appeared in their vision. These mine demons looked like fish with gold and silver lights intertwined on their bodies. They swam in the water like flashing lights. They were born from a soft golden jade mine and looked rich. The level 3 mineral was just the main material for refining low-quality, sea-quelling bizarre treasures. After Han Fei killed more than 300 ribbon fish, these ribbon fish refused to come over. Although they were mine demons and weren't very smart, they had grown step by absorbing the power of minerals. Seeing Han Fei kill one with a single slash, no one dared to run to Han Fei. However, before Han Fei and the others dove 500 kilometers, they encountered strange fish that were all colorful. Each of them had the power of the star transformation realm or even the late-stage star transformation realm. After Han Fei killed dozens of them, hundreds more came. Han Fei proposed to force his way down, but this was not a wise choice, which was opposed by the old turtle. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Forget it. Since they're just mind demons with low intelligence, leave them to me." "Leave them to you?" While Han Fei was puzzled, he saw the figure of the Emperor Sparrow quickly expand, and after a while, it turned into a ferocious bird that was tens of thousands of feet long and exuded a monstrous might. As soon as this power appeared, the colorful mind demons immediately disappeared. They all ran away. Well, Han Fei looked at the Emperor Sparrow in shock. So this bird had the function of opening the way? Ignoring Han Fei's gaze, the Emperor Sparrow said indifferently, "This suppression comes from the depths of the soul. In fact, if you can raise your bloodline and increase your pressure and killing intent, you might be able to scare them away too." The old turtle didn't speak on the side, but he was shocked in his heart. As expected of the leader of fierce beasts, the mind demons were the kind of creatures who were extremely insensitive to pressure. Even if it was the pressure of a monarch, they would probably ignore it. However, with the inherent bloodline suppression of the Emperor Sparrow, even these mind demons with low intelligence were awed. 3,000 kilometers deep in the demonic mind stream, Han Fei and the others had experienced mind demons of level 3, level 4, and level 5. When the mind demons reached level 5, they were at least in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. The total number was inestimable. Han Fei estimated that there should be more than 50,000. And this was nothing. It wasn't until Han Fei and the others came to the bottom of the mind demon stream that they realized that something had probably happened to Puppet City. This was because it was red everywhere, and dozens of blood-colored hands were floating in midair. Yes, there were only arms and palms. God knew why these mind demons looked like this. And on half of these blood-colored arms, there was a small flash lizard. The old turtle exclaimed, "Bloody Hand Mind Devil? Was the Great Monarch Bloody Hand and Great Monarch Mystic Martial at war?" Those blood-colored hands, each only dozens of feet long, floated at the bottom of the sea, absorbing the power of the mineral essence gathered from all directions. After Han Fei and the others arrived, the bloody hand closest to them trembled slightly, bent its fingers, and changed its direction. When the bloody hand twisted over, the flash lizard lying on it, or to be exact, the flash lizard that was undergoing mutation, suddenly opened its eyes. The Emperor Sparrow said, "I sense some ominous vibe from this bloody hand." The ominous? Han Fei and the old turtle were both a little stunned. Han Fei even lost his voice. The ominous had already reached the sea realm? Han Fei asked, "Who is the great monarch Bloody Hand? What's his relationship with these bloody hands? Why are these flash lizards lying on them?" The old turtle said, "Great Monarch Bloody Hand was also a great monarch in the infinite mining area. He walked a special path and tempered a pair of bloody hands. It's said that his hands once shook gods. But what do these flash lizards have to do with bloody hands? I really don't know. It seems that the flash lizards are mutating. This must be the origin of the lizard demons." The Emperor Sparrow, "It seems that the great monarch Bloody Hand has been killed. But why are there so many hands here?" At this moment, the bloody hand closest to him opened its palm and grabbed at Han Fei as if it had eyes. It couldn't be helped. One was a bird, standing on Han Fei's shoulder, and the other was a soul and was not eye-catching standing beside Han Fei. Only Han Fei was the most obvious target. Han Fei had already grabbed the old turtle and retreated when the bloody hand moved, but the speed of the bloody hand was extremely fast, which reminded him of something. Hiss. The speed of the flash lizards? No, it's faster than a normal flash lizard. It's close to the speed of light explosion. Han Fei suddenly felt that he understood something. Hands didn't have eyes. But the flash lizards did. When the two were combined, it was equivalent to hands having eyes. Buzz. Han Fei had some experience with the lizard demons. He immediately set up a time deceleration barrier and activated his great Dao. At the same time, he took out the blood-drinking knife, ready to fight at any time. At this moment, the 5 fingers of the bloody hand easily penetrated the time barrier set up by Han Fei. Han Fei pushed out with one hand and the infinity water god sealing spear met the attack head-on. At the same time, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name, Bloody Hand Mine Devil. Introduction, the essence blood of a great monarch contaminated with the ominous power blended with the minerals here, and as the bloodline consciousness was slightly restored, a bloody hand mine devil was born. Therefore, the essence blood contained a large amount of ominous power, so the hand turned into a devil. The bloody hand mine devils have a trace of the negative consciousness of the great monarch bloody hand and would kill ruthlessly. They try to combine the power of flash lizards with themselves, to break through the mind demon stream and reach the outside world. Level, greater than 109. Quality, level 7 Mind Devil. Realm, perfected star transformation realm. Battle technique, Bloody Claw, Fatal Fist, Universe Mastery. Collectible, level 7 mineral. Absorbable. Note: destroying the flash lizards on them can greatly reduce the combat power of the bloody hand mine devil. **T. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He had thought that the lizard demon was already very strong. As a level 6 mine demon, the physique of the lizard demon didn't feel much weaker than his. How long had it been since then? He had already met a level 7 mine devil. With a token made of level 6 mineral, one could establish his own faction in the infinite mining area. With a level 7 mineral token, one already had the strength of the top 100 in the infinite mining area. However, Han Fei didn't think about the level 7 token immediately. He was surprised to see that the god-sealing spear formed by the infinity water was meant to suppress the bloody hand. However, the other party clenched its fist at the last moment and unleashed the so-called killing fist. Rumble. The god-sealing spear and the fist mark collided. Like an earth-shaking explosion, it triggered a riot under the mine demon stream, and the power instantly swept across hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Not good. Let's go. Han Fei's face changed greatly. He lifted the old turtle with one hand and rushed up the mine demon stream. While walking, Han Fei said, although this bloody hand doesn't have much consciousness, he knows how to awaken other bloody hands. Damn it, one of them is already a level 7 mine devil. If dozens of them come, we might be torn apart. The Emperor Sparrow, they're already here. Be careful. Buzz. When the bloody hands jumped and flashed over, Han Fei felt terrible, because this was the ability of the flash lizards. Although these flash lizards hadn't turned into lizard demons yet, their abilities had been strengthened by the bloody hand mine devils, so they immediately jumped in front of him. At that moment, as many as 7 or 8 slaughtering fists, universe palms, bloody claws, and so on instantly attacked Han Fei. Son of AB *tch, do you think I'm easy to bully? Roar. Silencing fist. Rumble. Knock. Knock. Clang. Puff. In the chaotic battle, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. In the mind demon stream. Beside him, the old turtle was still in a state of shock. His demonic energy blocked the bloody claws of one of the bloody hands. But the Emperor Sparrow didn't panic. It had already activated the frenzying eye. At this moment, 3 bloody hands seemed to have fallen into madness. As for the Emperor Sparrow, it had already disappeared and appeared near the 3 bloody hands. It unfolded its wings and stood upright in the violent turbulence, opening its mouth as if swallowing some kind of power. Han Fei glanced at it and the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy actually ran over at this time to swallow the ominous power of the bloody hands? The old turtle exclaimed, this bloody hand seems to be contaminated with the aura of the great monarch bloody hand. It can shake my young soul. On Han Fei's side, he instantly deprived 3 flash lizards of their consciousness, and the 3 bloody hand mind devils immediately lost their direction. Seeing this, Han Fei looked at the depths of the mind demon stream and shouted, let's go. It's not time for dinner. Let's come back in a few days. The Emperor Sparrow was slightly regretful to hear that, but he also felt that some bloody hands jumped and flashed over. Immediately, it unwillingly turned into a ray of light and entered Han Fei's body. At this moment, when Han Fei stepped into the river of time, he saw 7 or 8 more bloody hands appear and follow him into the river of time. Fortunately, the mind demon stream was only 3,000 kilometers deep, so Han Fei escaped in the blink of an eye. But those bloody hands were not slow at all, almost 1 step away from Han Fei. Han Fei had thought that he had to keep running even if he escaped from the mind demon stream. But the moment he stepped out of the mind demon stream, a huge turtle shell phantom suddenly appeared between the heavens and earth. Han Fei, who hadn't run away yet, heard the old turtle shout next to him. It's the mystic martial monarch armor. Great monarch mystic martial has suppressed the mind demon stream. We don't have to run anymore. Huh? Han Fei was stunned, but when he looked back, he saw 7 or 8 bloody hands following him. Because the speed was too fast, they couldn't stop. With a jump, they flashed and jumped directly to the turtle shell seal. Crack. Crack. Dazzling mystic light burst out of the mystic martial monarch armor, which was somewhat similar to the divine brilliance of the heaven enlightenment divine technique. However, the light of the mystic martial monarch armor was green. As this light flashed continuously, the 7 or 8 bloody hands all cracked and shattered. Only the flash lizards, that hadn't completely evolved, rushed out of the mind demon stream. Huh. Han Fei was quite surprised to see this scene. They can't get out of the mind demon stream. This mystic martial monarch armor is specifically targeted at these bloody hands. However, the flash lizards are not suppressed, so they can come out. Immediately, Han Fei understood why there were lizard demons outside. It was because the bloody hand mind devils had been sealed or killed and couldn't come out, but the lizard demons could. The flash lizards were not very strong, so Han Fei killed them easily. Han Fei quickly grabbed his fishing rod. These 7 or 8 bloody hand mind devils were already dead, but the level 7 minerals on them couldn't be wasted. These minerals were priceless outside. These level 7 minerals might be able to be exchanged for dozens of refined stars in the 100 Alliance City. In the end, Han Fei caught 7 pieces of level 7 and 13 pieces of level 6. Minerals. The other minerals were nowhere to be found. Huff. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, he calmed down and summoned the Emperor Sparrow again. The Emperor Sparrow was a little puzzled. "You're not escaping so soon?" Han Fei pointed at the mystic martial monarch armor in the sky that hadn't disappeared yet and said, "The great monarch has sealed them in the Mind Demon stream. We don't have to worry about them appearing outside." The Emperor Sparrow looked over and suddenly asked, "Are the cracks on this turtle shell normal?" "Huh?" Han Fei and the old turtle looked at the mystic martial monarch armor again, only to see some incomprehensible cracks and lines on it. However, some of the cracks were especially obvious, which didn't seem to match the turtle shell. Tao patterns endowed by the heavenly Tao. The old turtle's expression changed. "Not good. Those cracks are not shell patterns. It must have been too long, so the great monarch's seal has loosened." Han Fei's heart, which had just calmed down, became anxious again. "It has loosened? Doesn't it mean that it can collapse at any time?" The old turtle studied it for a moment and said, "I don't think so. The main turtle patterns are fine, but its original power may have been reduced by about 50%. However, it will definitely be fine to suppress the bloody hands for another 100,000 years. Huff. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. "It's fine if it can last for another hundreds of thousands of years. Okay, it's too dangerous below the Mind Demon stream. God knows how many bloody hand mind devils there are down there. If we go down now, we'll only be looking for trouble. Fortunately, we didn't go deep this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape." The Emperor Sparrow, "I need their ominous power and demonic energy." Han Fei said, "Let's take it slow. Let's settle down here for the time being and search around to see if there are any lizard demons left. We'll consider the Mind Demon stream after we wipe out all the lizard demons outside." The Emperor Sparrow nodded slightly. This was not a bad idea. After all, Han Fei didn't deliberately look for the lizard demons when he came. The old turtle was a little anxious. Then what about the Mind Demon stream? If I can't break through the Mind Demon stream, I can't enter Puppet City. If I can't enter Puppet City, I definitely won't be able to find a way to restore my body. Han Fei said, "Don't be hasty. You have the young soul body, so what are you afraid of? Don't be hasty. We're outnumbered by them. Just because we can't break through the Mind Demon stream now doesn't mean we can't forever. Let me train my soldiers here while I try breaking it. It's better to take it slow." 3 years later. The 7-kill army had disappeared for 3 years, and no one could find out any news about them. Some people even thought that Han Fei had secretly left the infinite mining area. Outside the Mind Demon stream, there were about 20,000 battlefields. In the Mind Demon stream, there were nearly 200 battlefields for sky openers. At this moment, in a certain battlefield that had calmed down, several peak level C establishers were sitting cross-legged on the ground, panting. They were not cultivating, but chatting. This short rest was a rare break in their day, so they were especially enjoying it. One of them said, "It's been 3 years. How many times has Master Human Emperor explored the Mind Demon stream?" "Even Master Human Emperor has to explore it so many times. How dangerous is it there?" Someone sneered. Yes. Those below the sky-opening realm aren't even qualified to enter the mind demon stream. I heard from the sky-opening realm powerhouses that most of them can only move about 200 kilometers deep into the mind demon stream. It said that there are many sky-opening realm mind demons there. However, it seems that the mind demon stream is more than 3,000 kilometers deep. That's where the human emperor went. Someone sighed. No matter what the secret is, since Master Human Emperor went down there frequently, that place can't stop him. However, there are too many mind demons outside the mind demon stream to be killed. Should we just directly transcend the tribulation? Heh. Tribulation transcendence. Do you forget what Master Human Emperor said? Those whose physique and soul are not strong enough are not allowed to transcend tribulation at will. I heard that Lord Hongyu has set 3 standards for all those who are going to transcend tribulation. Firstly, those who haven't stayed at the peak of the sea establishment realm for 500 years are not allowed to transcend tribulation. Secondly, those who haven't mastered the purity mystic body are not allowed to transcend tribulation. Thirdly, those whose bloodline hasn't advanced to a heavenly bloodline are not allowed to transcend tribulation. So in the past 3 years, no more than 50 people have transcended tribulation in total. Everyone sighed. This is too difficult. Even if we keep suppressing our breakthroughs, there are still more than 65,000 sea establishment realm powerhouses. If we wait another 8 or 10 years, I really suspect that it won't be a problem for all of us to advance to the sea establishment realm. Someone replied with a smile, entering the sea establishment realm isn't the key. I heard that the first goal of Master Human Emperor is for all of us to advance to the peak of the sea establishment realm. Even Master Human Emperor doesn't expect all of us to transcend the tribulation now, so how can it be so simple? But we are already at the peak of the sea establishment realm now. When we meet the conditions in the future, it is said that our success rate of transcending the tribulation can be as high as 70% or even 80%. Someone laughed. Now that you mention it, I'm immediately motivated. Let's go and fight the mind demons for another 30,000 rounds. Let's go together. Together. Inside and outside the mind demon stream, the battles were in full swing. At the bottom of the mind demon stream, a black mist body was sneaking at the bottom of the water. The place he approached was a lone bloody hand mine devil. Suddenly, a mirror appeared, and the bloody hand mine devil and the flash lizard disappeared at the same time. In the mirror of infinity, Han Fei immediately used the heaven enlightenment divine technique. The divine brilliance was replicated and overlapped countless times through the mirror and fell on the bloody hand mine devil. In an instant, the demonic might on the bloody hand mine devil was cleansed by the divine brilliance. The bloody hand mine devil was about to show its might, but it was stunned when its demonic might was suddenly purified. The flash lizard tried to control the bloody hand mine devil, but in the next moment, it was chopped into pieces by countless saber beams, including the bloody hand mine devil. At the moment when the bloody hand mine devil perished, a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. The Emperor Sparrow said, "It's a pity to waste this ominous power and demonic energy." Han Fei said, "There are a lot of bloody hand mine devils here. We can't just look at the surface. What's a mere bloody hand mine devil worth?" In the past 3 years of exploration, we found no less than 10,000 bloody hand mine devils. In addition to the bloody hand mine devils, there should also be The demon vanquishing tree that the old turtle mentioned. It's easy to hide from the bloody hand mine devils, but difficult to hide from the demon vanquishing tree. This time, we're the closest to our target. We can't lose sight of the bigger picture because of the small gain. The Emperor Sparrow snorted and didn't deny it. Yes, in the past 3 years, Han Fei dove into the mine demon stream no less than 100 times. At first, he was really shocked by the number of bloody hand mine devils. But later, Han Fei discovered that what was even more difficult to deal with than the bloody hand mine devils was a water-shaped vine. It could turn into a water vein and flow with the waves. If he wasn't careful, even his black mist body would be discovered by this thing. It was only because Han Fei had thoroughly explored the bottom of the mine demon stream that he could dive down here. Otherwise, he would probably still be lingering near the entrance. On this trip, Han Fei had been lurking here for 7 days. After going millions of kilometers deep into the mine demon stream, he finally felt some water currents flowing similar to breathing. Why were there so many bloody hand mine devils at the bottom of the mine demon stream, as well as the demon vanquishing tree that was supposed to follow Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? It was still unknown. The old turtle once said that Han Fei must see the demon vanquishing tree because he knew it. Then the demon vanquishing tree would be on his side. Which was why Han Fei dared to walk forward at the risk of being discovered by the roots of the demon vanquishing tree. He had considered that something might have happened to the demon vanquishing tree, but at least for now, the vines of the demon vanquishing tree were the kind of scattered vines that were unconscious and only attacked outsiders instinctively. Therefore, he had to see the demon vanquishing tree first. Another day passed. After avoiding hundreds of bloody hand mine devils and demon vanquishing tree vines, Han Fei finally came to the place with undulating water veins. When Han Fei saw thousands of bloody hand mine devils surrounding a blood-colored spring, the spring was rising and falling as if it were breathing. The bloody hand mine devils that surrounded the spring were scattered around the spring as if they were absorbing the power of the spring. Even Han Fei was tempted when he saw the spring. Because the spring water seemed to be magical, he couldn't help but want to approach it. In the middle of the blood spring, there seemed to be a huge bloody hand. After seeing that thing, Han Fei suddenly sobered up. That's not right. Han Fei was shocked. There must be something wrong with this blood spring. Remembering that the great monarch bloody hand was contaminated by the ominous, he immediately guessed something. If his guess was correct, this blood spring should be the essence blood of the great monarch bloody hand, mixed with the ominous power, and sprinkled in the mine demon stream for some reason, producing so many bloody hand mine devils. At this moment, on the huge bloody hand in the middle of the spring, there was a lizard demon, not a flash lizard. Han Fei was secretly surprised. Is a great monarch so *king awesome? Just a pool of his essence blood can create so many level 7 mine demons? And it can even modify flash lizards? Han Fei had an urge to purify this blood spring, but this idea only appeared for a short while before it was dropped. Not to mention how much vitality was needed to purify the ominous power in this blood spring, with these thousands of bloody hand mine devils here. If he dared to attack, he might be chased by these bloody hand mine devils to death in the next moment. Therefore, Han Fei thought about it again and again. Even if he wanted to take action, now wasn't the time. He hadn't seen Puppet City or the demon vanquishing tree yet, so he couldn't distinguish friend from foe. His goal was not the blood pool, but Puppet City. It was one thing to help the old turtle find resources to rebuild his body, but he also wanted to see if there were any treasures left from the Age of the Gods. After all, it was a city that no one had been to for millions of years. It would be weird if there was nothing there. Without disturbing these bloody hand-mine devils, Han Fei quietly circumvented them. During this half-day, he suddenly discovered that there were more invisible water veins, which meant that there were more roots of the demon-vanquishing tree. With his previous experience, Han Fei himself was like flowing water, flowing with the waves, trying not to attract the attention of these roots. God knew how careful Han Fei was. According to the old turtle, the strength of the demon-vanquishing tree was not low. It should be a monarch. Finally, after half a day, Han Fei felt some strong energy fluctuations. Huh? Why can't I feel such strong energy waves when I'm outside? When Han Fei approached, he discovered that some bloody hand-mine devils were attacking a light green barrier. There were at least 800 of them in total, and they occasionally attacked the barrier for unknown reasons. However, this kind of attack was intermittent. Besides, Han Fei saw that when a bloody hand-mine devil hit the barrier, only less than 30% of its power escaped, and the other 70% sank into the barrier and disappeared without a trace. After the bloody hand-mine devil bombarded it, a green branch, visible to the naked eye, extended out of the spiritual barrier and pierced through the bloody hand-mine devil in an instant, stabbing it and the flash lizard that was attached to it to death. Then, Han Fei saw a purifying power burst out of the bloody hand-mine devil's body. Different from the purifying divine brilliance of the heaven enlightenment divine technique, it was a special purifying power with vitality. Spiritual barrier, demon-vanquishing tree. Is this Puppet City? Han Fei was very sure that this was definitely the demon-vanquishing tree. Han Fei knew very well how strong the defense power of the bloody hand-mine devils was. In terms of pure one-on-one combat, the bloody hand-mine devil could probably fight him for 300 rounds. However, the bloody hand-mine devil was easily penetrated and purified by the branch, which showed how strong the branch was. At this moment, the barrier blocked Han Fei's vision, so he couldn't see what was inside. He only knew that this battle line was quite long, and the area blocked by the barrier spanned thousands of kilometers. Just as Han Fei didn't know how to cross the barrier or communicate with the demon-vanquishing tree, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Who is it? Who is it? Senior demon-vanquishing tree, is that you? Han Fei was shocked. The only one that could discover him when he appeared with his black mist body must be the demon-vanquishing tree. After all, he had been discovered by the unconscious roots of the demon-vanquishing tree from the beginning. The voice was silent for a long time, as if recalling the name of the demon-vanquishing tree. After a long while, it replied, Who are you? How do you know the existence of the demon-vanquishing tree? Han Fei immediately said, Well, I'm a good friend of the Emperor Yuan. Do you know him? While chatting with it, Han Fei asked the old turtle and his origin star, Old Yuan, come on, tell me your real name. I met the demon-vanquishing tree. He asked me who I was. How should I answer him? Tell me your name. The old turtle said in shock, The demon-vanquishing tree is still here? Han Fei asked, Cut the crap. What's your real name? The old turtle said, Yuan Biao. Why don't you let me out? I'll talk to him. However, Han Fei gave him no response. Outside, Han Fei said, Senior demon-vanquishing tree, you had once met Emperor Yuan, Yuan Biao, right? Old Yuan once said that he was good friends with great monarch mystic Marshall. You know this, right? Han Fei thought to himself, the old turtle can't be lying about this, right? After all, before he came, he had already guessed that the demon vanquishing tree might still be here. Besides, old Yuan had said that he had once met the demon vanquishing tree. In any case, they are old acquaintances, so he wouldn't attack me. However, the demon vanquishing tree replied, no, I don't know him. Huh. Han Fei was dumbfounded. This damn old Yuan is bragging again. Why did he brag to me about such an important matter? However, in the next moment, the demon vanquishing tree said, although I'm the demon vanquishing tree, I'm no longer the one that followed great monarch mystic Marshall. To be precise, I'm the great-grandson of that demon vanquishing tree. Huh? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. He rolled his eyes and said, how can that be? Old Yuan said that senior demon vanquishing tree can survive until now. Besides, he used to be in charge of Puppet City. Why did he leave? And why are you guarding Puppet City? When Han Fei said Puppet City, the demon vanquishing tree, who was about to attack, immediately put away his killing intent. He didn't expect that in this era, there was still someone who could mention the name Puppet City. Since the visitor knew that this was Puppet City, knew that Puppet City was controlled by the demon vanquishing tree, and knew that the demon vanquishing tree used to follow great monarch mystic Marshall, this alone was enough for him to restrain his attacks. Of course, the demon vanquishing tree wasn't sure if Han Fei was an enemy or a friend. After all, he couldn't completely trust Han Fei with just this bit of information. Besides, he had never heard the name Yuan Biao before. Besides, that person didn't come at all. The demon vanquishing tree said, human, why did you come to Puppet City a million years later and mention an old friend? Tell me, what's your purpose? Han Fei asked, Senior, do you really not know Yuan Biao? He used to be a close friend of the great monarch mystic Marshall. Now, I'm here because something happened to old Yuan. But in the past, old Yuan left some trump cards in Puppet City. Now, he's here to save his own life. Senior, can you let me in to talk? Old Yuan is in my origin star. I can get him to come out to tell you in person. However, if I appear outside this barrier, I will definitely cause a battle. I hope Senior can understand. That person is here? The demon vanquishing tree was skeptical, but he quickly said, how can I believe you or that person? Han Fei immediately said, it's not difficult at all. Old Yuan is a good friend of great monarch mystic Marshall. Great monarch mystic Marshall's dream was to lay eggs and give birth to many little turtles. She believed that there would always be one of the turtles who could become a god. Is this matter secret enough? Think about it, if he wasn't very close to great monarch mystic Marshall, how could he know such a secret? Well, the demon vanquishing tree was a little doubtful, but great monarch mystic Marshall had indeed laid a lot of eggs. Some of them hadn't hatched yet. But the demon vanquishing tree still asked, what else? In Han Fei's origin star, the old turtle said, and the great monarch mystic Marshall is a woman. Very few people know about this. It just so happens that the former demon vanquishing tree knew about it. Han Fei, you can't tell others about this. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Old Yuan, You must be slow-witted after you become a young soul. You said that great monarch mystic Marshall likes to lay eggs. How can she lay eggs if she is male? The old turtle said, Puff. What are you thinking? Do you think the eggs are really laid? When one becomes a great monarch, he will only choose to leave behind seeds. Egg-laying is just an explanation. No one will think that eggs can only be laid by women. It's just that the turtles maintain their heritage by leaving behind turtle eggs. When it's the right time, little turtles will break out of their egg shells. Oh. You turtle race is really messy. Han Fei didn't think that this so-called secret could fool the demon vanquishing tree. Therefore, the corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he said to the demon vanquishing tree in embarrassment, Old Yuan said that great monarch mystic Marshall is a woman. Buzz. To Han Fei's surprise, the barrier suddenly trembled, and hundreds of green branches extended out from inside. Then, a message came to Han Fei's ears. Come in and talk. Well, Han Fei thought to himself, is this matter worth being so surprised about? The thinking of turtles is indeed different from that of humans. No matter which race it is, the one who can give birth to a baby is a female. Isn't this a matter of course? What's so shocking about this? But Han Fei was not stupid. Since he had successfully tricked this demon vanquishing tree and could enter Puppet City now, wouldn't he be a fool if he didn't enter? The abnormal movement of the demon vanquishing tree startled the nearby bloody hand mine devils. They thought that the tree was going to attack them, so they began to escape. However, this strange movement only lasted for less than 2 seconds before it ended. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. What these bloody hand mine devils didn't know was that the barrier that they hadn't been able to enter for millions of years had just been entered by an outsider. Buzz. Han Fei, who had entered the spiritual barrier, was also shocked. He had entered so easily? The moment Han Fei entered the barrier, he saw an ancient tree that reminded him of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in the Waterwood world. Although this ancient tree was not even as big as the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, it looked like a smaller version of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, about 1% the size of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Even so, the canopy stretched out, covering an area of about 5,000 kilometers. However, there was one thing. The area of the barrier below the mine demon stream was only about 1,000 kilometers, but the coverage of the demon vanquishing tree here was so large. The internal and external spaces were clearly inconsistent. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the leaves of the demon vanquishing branch extended into an unknown place from the void. Han Fei could feel power flowing out of those leaves. Apart from the demon vanquishing tree, Han Fei could see all kinds of buildings that covered a large area, all the way to the bottom of a city wall. At the gate of the city, 2 big words hung high. They were Puppet City. When Han Fei glanced at the 2 words, he felt his soul tremble as if it was expelled by an inexplicable power. The demon vanquishing tree said, "It's left by the great monarch. You can't peep at it." When the demon vanquishing tree spoke, Han Fei immediately cupped his hands. "I'm Han Fei, from the human race. Nice to meet you, senior demon vanquishing tree." The demon vanquishing tree asked leisurely, "Where is the person you mentioned? Who knew the former demon vanquishing tree and great monarch mystic Marshall?" With a thought from Han Fei, a phantom of mountains and rivers appeared, and the old turtle stepped out of Han Fei's origin star. When the old turtle appeared, he looked around and couldn't help but sigh. The buildings are empty. In the past, the outer city of Puppet City was one of the busiest places in the infinite mining area. This traffic is busy and strong masters are everywhere, and countless people stay here. Unfortunately, it's almost rotten now. However, the demon vanquishing tree is still here. I can't help but sigh. A treeman appeared not far in front of Han Fei and the others. It was in the shape of an ordinary treeman, with a branch stuck diagonally in the top of its head, and its body seemed to have the skin of dead wood. The treeman looked at the old turtle up and down. A turtle, with only young soul left. Senior, are you the person who served great monarch Mystic Marshall with my ancestor? The old turtle smiled and said, there's no need to test me. Great monarch Mystic Marshall never liked to be served, so no one has ever served her. The demon vanquishing tree in the past wasn't serving her, but to help her guard the turtle eggs. As for me, Yuan Biao, I went through danger with great monarch Mystic Marshall when we were young. We supported each other until we reached the sea establishment realm. Later, our views didn't agree, so we parted ways. Therefore, even the demon vanquishing tree in the past wasn't very familiar with me. We just met a few times. Han Fei was a little surprised. The old turtle sounded a little arrogant. Did he really cultivate with great monarch Mystic Marshall? Then why did he become like this while Mystic Marshall became a great monarch? Hiss. Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked. Wait, is the old turtle really weak? Not necessarily. If the old turtle was weak, could he be suppressed in the Godfiend Sea and chained there with countless chains? If he was weak, could he live 1,000,000 years as he said? If he was weak, could he cultivate with great monarch Mystic Marshall and reach the sea establishment realm together? Just now, the old turtle said that he and great monarch Mystic Marshall's views didn't agree. If great monarch Mystic Marshall cultivated to become a great monarch through normal means, then the old turtle must have embarked on the path of extreme balance, which was the so-called demonic path. If the old turtle's talent was similar to great monarch Mystic Marshall's, how far had he gone? At this moment, the old turtle said, little demon vanquishing, although I'm not as strong as you now, I know a lot about the past. Even if I don't know your ancestors well, I know some of the past. Come, let me tell you some stories. Perhaps the old turtle really had some special relationship with great monarch Mystic Marshall in the past, so when he recalled the past at this moment, he not only fooled the demon vanquishing tree, but also Han Fei. However, Han Fei was wondering what the old turtle's identity was. He had cultivated with great monarch Mystic Marshall back then. Didn't that mean their relationship was similar to his relationship with Zhang Xuanyu? And great monarch Mystic Marshall was already a monarch back then. Then would the old turtle's original body really be weak? When the old turtle tricked the demon vanquishing tree, saying that he knew a lot, from what Han Fei knew of the old turtle, he must have forgotten more. At this moment, the old turtle said, little demon vanquishing, what realm are you in now? Perhaps I can help you go further. The demon vanquishing tree, senior, I've already entered the carefree level. Unfortunately, my growth was built on the life essence passed down from my father and grandfather. In fact, on the day I proved Tao, my advancement was already very slow. After entering the carefree level, I can barely feel my strength growing. The old turtle said leisurely, that doesn't make sense. How many years have you cultivated? The demon vanquishing tree replied honestly, it's been 390,000 years. The old turtle took a deep look at him and said, logically speaking, if you enjoy Puppet City alone, plus the jade transformation technique of your ancestors, you should have reached the peak of the carefree level at least. After such a long time. You might even be about to enter the immortal level. Why did you stop at the carefree level? The demon vanquishing tree was a little puzzled. Jade transformation technique? What is that? The old turtle looked at the demon vanquishing tree in shock. Wait, you don't know the jade transformation technique? The demon vanquishing tree seemed to sigh. Should I know? The old turtle shook his head slightly. No wonder your realm has stagnated. You can step into the carefree level. It seems that it's entirely because you're guarding Puppet City, so you have almost endless resources. However, your demon vanquishing tree monarch level technique failed to be inherited by you. What happened in the past that you couldn't inherit such an important thing? The demon vanquishing tree, I don't know. My father just asked me to guard this city. He said that one day, great monarch Mystic Marshall would definitely return, so the city must be guarded. Hanfei was shocked to hear that. Did great monarch Mystic Marshall go out for 1,000,000 years? What did she do? The old turtle rolled his eyes. There's still a chance. The jade transformation technique of your ancestors was found by great monarch Mystic Marshall outside. It said that it came from the South Sea Divine Realm. Therefore, if you have seen great monarch Mystic Marshall's bedroom, you might be able to find this technique. At that time, I don't dare say that you'll grow rapidly, but you will definitely not stagnate again. When the demon vanquishing tree heard that the old turtle wanted to check the sleeping chamber of great monarch Mystic Marshall, he hurriedly said, that won't do. How can you enter great monarch Mystic Marshall's sleeping chamber? That's the only forbidden area in Puppet City now. Not to mention me, even my ancestors haven't entered great monarch Mystic Marshall's sleeping chamber. Hanfei was surprised. So the great monarch's palace was still there? The old turtle continued. Stupid, you don't even know where she went, but you refused others to enter her palace. What if there is something very important in this palace? What if Mystic Marshall is waiting for you to save her? But if you don't go to her palace to take a look, how do you know what information she left for you? The demon vanquishing tree said, my father said that great monarch Mystic Marshall left in a hurry. Because of great monarch Bloody Hand's sudden request for help, great monarch Mystic Marshall left with great monarch Bloody Hand. Before she could even give an explanation. Since then, we haven't heard from her. Upon hearing this, Hanfei hurriedly said, Senior Demon Vanquishing Tree, is the blood spring outside Puppet City left by the great monarch Bloody Hand? The Demon Vanquishing Tree, that's right. When great monarch Bloody Hand came, he lost an arm. Great monarch Mystic Marshall ordered my ancestor to suppress that arm outside Puppet City, saying that she would deal with it when she came back. However, great monarch Mystic Marshall never returned, and my ancestor didn't have a way to completely cleanse this bloody hand, so he could only suppress it here. Until now, I dare not leave at all. Otherwise, this spring water will nurture countless ferocious creatures that keep trying to break into Puppet City. This demon vanquishing tree wasn't the first generation demon vanquishing trees, so it knew too little about what happened back then. For example, why the great monarch bloody hand came to great monarch mystic Marshall for help, why great monarch mystic Marshall asked the demon vanquishing tree to suppress the broken arm, and what they did later. But in fact, these were not the most important things. The purpose of this trip was to reconstruct the old turtle's body and to hunt for treasures. Although the demon vanquishing tree seemed to be friendly, judging from his attitude towards great monarch mystic Marshall, he didn't even allow them to enter the great monarch mystic Marshall's palace. If they took the egg of great monarch mystic Marshall, would he allow it? Sure enough, although the old turtle was a little curious about what happened back then, he knew what he was here for. Therefore, Han Fei heard the old turtle say, "Little demon vanquishing. As you can see, I won't keep it a secret from you. I'm here to find Mystic Marshall's egg. I only have the young soul left now. I can't go on like this. Therefore, I need to borrow her egg to be reborn." That won't do. Before the old turtle finished speaking, the demon vanquishing tree had already refused. However, the demon vanquishing tree's words made Han Fei and the old turtle realize that there were indeed Mystic Marshall's eggs in Puppet City. The old turtle's face immediately darkened. "Little demon vanquishing, with my relationship with Mystic Marshall, I can easily get a turtle egg. I've told you so much today. Do you think I'm lying to you, or am I up to no good?" However, the demon vanquishing tree said, "Neither. I believe you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to know the deeds of great monarch Mystic Marshall and my ancestors so clearly. But that's a separate matter. You can have other requests, such as borrowing the power of minerals. Senior, you can use it however you want. However, great monarch Mystic Marshall's egg is her life inheritance. How can I give it away so easily?" The old turtle said loudly, "Great monarch Mystic Marshall and I were close friends in the past. She laid countless eggs in her life. If I ask her, how can she not give one to me?" The demon vanquishing tree's branches and leaves trembled. "That won't do either. No matter how close you are to great monarch Mystic Marshall, if you want to take her life inheritance, you have to get great monarch Mystic Marshall's permission first." The old turtle was so angry that his mouth was crooked. "She hasn't appeared for millions of years. Where can I find her?" "Little demon vanquishing, you have to be more flexible. Perhaps you can obtain the jade transformation technique and continue cultivating to reach the immortal level. Do you know that once you reach the immortal level, you will catch up with your ancestor? In addition to the unique resources of Puppet City, perhaps within 100,000 years, you will have a chance to become a great monarch." The demon vanquishing tree was silent for a few seconds, but in the end, it replied, "Sorry, Senior. I should stick to my original intentions. Even if I can't reach the immortal level, I can't pry into the great monarch's privacy." Han Fei finally realized that this was a stubborn ass. However, there was always room for maneuver. Han Fei said, "Senior demon vanquishing tree, may I have a word?" Hearing Han Fei's words, the old turtle gave Han Fei several looks because he knew how eloquent this guy was. Han Fei ignored the old turtle's gaze and looked out of the city. "Senior demon vanquishing, you should know that cracks have already appeared in the barrier of the mind demon stream, right? And there are more than one." The demon vanquishing tree, "Yes, it's been too long, so the seal is inevitably loosening. However, the seal of the mind demon stream was laid by my ancestor with the silkworm molting of the great monarch Mystic Marshall, so. Although it's a little rotten now, it won't be difficult to withstand another 100,000 years. Han Fei said, Senior Demon Vanquishing Tree, you should know how powerful these bloody hand mine devils are, right? Although they haven't proven Tao yet, they have the strength to fight the lowest level Tao prover. And there are tens of thousands of such bloody hand mine devils under the mine demon stream. If they charge at Puppet City or collectively charge at the barrier in the mine demon stream, how long do you think you can defend with this barrier? The demon vanquishing tree replied straightforwardly, if that's the case, I'm afraid the seal will be broken in less than 10,000 years. At that time, even I won't be able to kill tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils at once. Han Fei said, Senior, let's not talk about whether or not the bloody hand mine devils are going to attack the city. Even if you can hold on for 100,000 years, what about 100,000 years later? If you can't hold on, then you and Puppet City will be penetrated by the bloody hand mine devils and corroded by them. At that time, do you think these bloody hand mine devils will let go of Puppet City? Will they let go of the palace of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Seeing that the demon vanquishing tree seemed to be thinking, Han Fei said, Senior Demon Vanquishing Tree, in any case, this place can last at most another 100,000 years. How about this? If I can help you get rid of this blood spring, can you give me a turtle egg? The demon vanquishing tree still wanted to say something, but the old turtle said angrily, Little demon vanquishing, think about it carefully. Once Puppet City is conquered, all the turtle eggs will be destroyed, and the palace of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal will definitely be destroyed. In that case, why don't we help you solve this blood spring now, and relieve you of your worries? This choice is easy to make, right? Some things were useless to be said directly. From another perspective, the effect was different. The demon vanquishing tree was still a little hesitant when he heard this. He said, I'm at the carefree level. Those bloody hand mine devils are not my match. Han Fei said, Senior Demon Vanquishing, if we don't solve the blood spring outside Puppet City, something big will happen sooner or later. I believe you can see that the threat of the blood spring is not to create the bloody hand mine devils, but that there is an ominous power in the blood spring. Once the barrier protecting Puppet City is gone, even you, Senior Demon Vanquishing, might be contaminated by that ominous power. You should know the consequences, right? Sure enough, after hearing Han Fei's words, the demon vanquishing tree didn't refute again, which was a tacit agreement. He said, that's right. Those bloody hand mine devils are indeed not a threat. The real threat is the ominous power dispersing from the blood spring. However, that's a problem that even the great monarchs might not be able to solve. Human, you haven't even reached the perfected star transformation realm. How can you solve this blood spring? Or rather, do you have any way to suppress the great monarch's bloody hand under the blood spring? Han Fei asked, can you catch a bloody hand mine devil, Senior Demon Vanquishing? The demon vanquishing tree, yes, but I can't drag it into the barrier. Han Fei said, it's okay. You just need to grab one. That's simple. As a monarch-level powerhouse, it was easy for the demon vanquishing tree to catch a bloody hand mine devil. As soon as Han Fei said so, he saw a bloody hand mine devil being pulled into the air by invisible roots, struggling to escape. Han Fei took a slight breath. He crossed the sky and came to the barrier. He raised his hands, and a pillar of light seemed to envelop the sky. Heaven enlightenment divine technique. Buzz. A holy brilliance shrouded down, and black smoke billowed out of the bloody hand mine devil's body. After only 10 minutes, the ominous power in the bloody hand mine devil's body was completely purged. Huh. The demon vanquishing tree was a little shocked. Purifying the ominous power was not something that anyone could do easily. This was because Han Fei's great Tao was special. If it were anyone else, even a carefree level or even an immortal level powerhouse wouldn't dare to say that they could purify the ominous power so easily. Seeing this, the demon vanquishing tree seemed to be a little excited and hurriedly asked, "You consumed vitality, right? You used your own vitality to purify this ominous power? How many years of vitality did you consume?" Han Fei thought to himself, "You've seen through this?" Sure enough, a monarch is a monarch. Han Fei didn't hide anything. He said, it took about 50 years of vitality to deal with this bloody hand mine devil. Immediately, Han Fei felt that the enthusiasm of the demon vanquishing tree had receded a lot. The demon vanquishing tree said, "Human, I have to admit that your great Tao is indeed very strong. However, it takes 50 years of vitality to purify a bloody hand mine devil. Even if you sacrifice all your vitality, it's impossible to purify all the bloody hand mine devils under the mine demon stream. Besides, the bloody hand mine devil is only in the sky opening realm. After all. However, that bloody hand is said to once fight a god head-on. I'm afraid your vitality isn't enough." At this moment, Han Fei flipped his hand, and a drop of spring of life appeared in his palm. It was exactly what Senior Brother Azure Dragon had helped him get from the gate of heaven. The function of the spring of life was not just to replenish vitality. It could regather and regenerate the soul, repair the body, increase lifespan, and replenish vitality. In addition, the spring of life could nourish the soul and the body at the same time. If one cultivated both, it was equivalent to 1,000 years of cultivation for ordinary people. Han Fei took out the spring of life and said indifferently, "Senior Demon Vanquishing, in addition to the great Tao of purification that I just showed, I have some other special means, and such a rare treasure, with great vitality. Therefore, although I don't dare to say that I can purify this spring of blood at once, I can at least purify a portion of the ominous power. As for how much I can purify, it's really difficult to say. I can only find out after I try." Staring at the spring of life in Han Fei's hand, the demon vanquishing tree was a little stunned. After a long while, it said, "Is this the spring of life?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Didn't this person never leave Puppet City? How did he know this? Seeing that Han Fei was surprised, the demon vanquishing tree said, "Don't be surprised. It's said to be a strange treasure that can only be condensed by demonic plants with certain special attributes. My inherited memories mention this. Those who can give birth to the spring of life are at least great monarch-level demonic plants, but the speed at which a great monarch-level demonic plant condenses the spring of life is not fast. It may take hundreds of years to condense a drop." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Senior Demon Vanquishing, can only demonic plants give birth to the spring of life?" The demon vanquishing tree, of course. Generally speaking, this is exclusive to great monarch-level demonic plants. It's quite precious. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This meant that there was a great monarch-level demonic plant on the heavenly race's side. Was it the one who fought Senior Brother Azure Dragon that day? If not, didn't the heavenly race have two great monarch-level powerhouses? This strength was indeed shocking. However, to Han Fei's surprise, this demon-vanquishing tree was not tempted by the spring of life. It must be noted that he deliberately took out the spring of life. After all, it was the first time they met. It was impossible to say how much he trusted him. Once the demon-vanquishing tree was tempted, Han Fei believed that it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Seeing that the demon-vanquishing tree wasn't tempted, Han Fei didn't dwell on the spring of life anymore. Instead, he said, Senior Demon Vanquishing, we have to resolve the crisis of the blood spring in the end. I don't ask for anything else. If I relieve the crisis of the blood spring, I hope Senior Demon Vanquishing can give me a turtle egg. Just as Old Yuan said, there are probably many turtle eggs left behind by great monarch Mystic Marshall. And Senior Demon Vanquishing should know that even if most turtle eggs have been born, how many of them can reach the great monarch realm? If there is, Puppet City wouldn't be like this now. The old turtle also said, Little Demon Vanquishing, you should be able to tell if we have any ill intentions. If my body hadn't been damaged, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come to Puppet City. I don't think you've seen many outsiders in the millions of years, right? The demon-vanquishing tree. In the past, there were a few carefree level and immortal level monarchs who tried to explore the mind demon stream. Someone died in the blood spring, and someone broke into Puppet City and died by my hand. Immortal level? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The demon-vanquishing tree mentioned immortal level and confessed that the other party was killed. Was he killed by the demon-vanquishing tree? In the next moment, the demon-vanquishing tree said, in Puppet City, although I'm only in the carefree level, Puppet City is the residence of great monarch Mystic Marshall after all. How can there be no traps here? Therefore, if I really unleash my full strength, even immortal level cultivators won't be able to escape. Han Fei and the old turtle looked at each other. Fortunately, this person was not an enemy. Fortunately, the old turtle was an old acquaintance of great monarch Mystic Marshall. Otherwise, their trip would have been fruitless. The demon-vanquishing tree was not stubborn. If someone could solve the blood spring at the door, he would be willing to give them a turtle egg. He had witnessed the birth of some turtle eggs over the years, but unfortunately, they could only grow in the city. No matter how many resources they had, they couldn't grow strong enough without fighting. He had tried his best to send more than a dozen little turtles out of the mine demon stream, but soon, their life tablets were all broken and none of them survived. Therefore, as long as Han Fei could help solve the blood spring, he could eliminate the bloody hand puppets. Then, when little turtles were born again, they wouldn't have to be confined in Puppet City. The demon-vanquishing tree pretended to think for a moment and finally said, If you can purify the blood spring, I can give you a turtle egg. Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at him. Just now, he said that it was the life inheritance of great monarch Mystic Marshall and couldn't be touched. But now he could take it out. Isn't this change too fast? Is this demon vanquishing tree blushing? However, Han Fei pretended not to care. They just took what they needed, respectively. First of all, he could try to purify the blood spring. If he succeeded, the reshaping of the old turtle's body would be secondary. The key was that he would gain the trust of the demon-vanquishing tree. Then he might be able to establish himself in the mind demon stream for a long time and even get the protection of a monarch who was strong enough to resist immortal level enemies. In this place that even monarchs refuse to come to, protected by a monarch, the 7-kill army would be safe. Therefore, although the benefits didn't seem to be much, they were actually beyond imagination. The old turtle really wanted to ask Han Fei, "Come on, that's the hand of the great monarch, bloody hand. Where do you get the confidence to purify it?" But in front of the demon vanquishing tree, he couldn't ask. He thought to himself, "Let's see how Han Fei will act. If he can't continue acting, I'm afraid he will be stabbed to death by this demon vanquishing tree." Han Fei didn't have such concerns. He simply said, "Senior demon vanquishing, I want to purify the blood spring. But there are too many bloody hand mine devils outside. There are 700 or 800 of them around the barrier. And there are thousands near the blood spring. I'm afraid I can't do anything until these bloody hand mine devils are eliminated. The demon vanquishing tree, human, I can solve them, but I can't attack the bloody hand mine devils near the blood spring. You need to lure them out of that area. Han Fei." There was a reason why the demon vanquishing tree didn't attack the blood spring. If he wasn't careful, he would be contaminated. And once he was contaminated, it would be over. Once he fell, the entire puppet city would fall. Therefore, the demon vanquishing tree could kill the bloody hand mine devils. Because they contained little ominous power, so there was no pressure to purify them. However, the blood spring was filled with the ominous aura and the suppressing pressure of the great monarch bloody hand. Thousands of bloody hand mine devils were guarding there like devout believers for the ominous aura. At this moment, the demon vanquishing tree had agreed to part of Han Fei's request, so he began to attack the bloody hand mine devils that were trying to break through the barrier of Puppet City. Suddenly encountered overwhelming green jade vines. For a time, flash, killing fists, and bloody claw filled this space. At this moment, Han Fei saw a large number of green jade vines being cut apart. Of course, nearly 100 bloody hand mine devils were stabbed to death in the first moment. Seeing this scene, Han Fei thought to himself, "It seems that the strength of a carefree level powerhouse is not without reason." He remembered the power of Dao Domain Sunflower Head back then. Even if she was dying, she could still kill tens of thousands of perfected star transformation realm and peak level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses at once. It was true that the bloody hand mine devil was stronger, but the demon vanquishing tree only killed 100 at a time. Its green jade vines were shattered by the bloody hand mine devils, which meant that sky openers could indeed challenge a monarch-level powerhouse. The bloody hand mine devils were not very smart and had almost no soul power. They could only rely on their abnormally powerful level 7 body. That was why they could fight the demon vanquishing tree. If the bloody hand mine devils were extremely intelligent and had powerful soul power, fewer of them might die. Of course, the demon vanquishing tree definitely didn't attack fully. But in any case, Han Fei had a basic judgment of the strength of the demon vanquishing tree. Apart from the initial outburst, it took the demon vanquishing tree about an hour to kill these 832 bloody hand mine devils. It was strong indeed. However, this seemed to confirm the fact that the demon vanquishing tree had just entered the carefree level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him so long to deal with these bloody hand mine devils. The demon vanquishing tree dragged the level 6 and level 7 minerals back, and then collected them into Puppet City. There were more than 800 level 7 mines that could be used to build godly weapons. This meant that if they were refined into godly weapons, there would be more than 800 godly weapons. As for the mining demon stream, there were tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils here, and this was only the number he had encountered. Plus the bloody hand mine devils that were hidden somewhere, the number might reach 100,000 at most. Hanfei was quite calm. At this moment, he had no say in asking for a share of the resources from the demon vanquishing tree. Therefore, although Hanfei coveted those resources, he didn't show anything and let them be dragged away by the demon vanquishing tree. After the bloody hand mine devils outside the barrier were all killed by the demon vanquishing tree, Hanfei stepped out of the barrier and said, "Senior Demon Vanquishing, I'm saving Puppet City. I hope you can take this as a favor." The demon vanquishing tree, of course. "If you can purify this blood spring, you and your people can camp in the mine demon stream and use the resources here." Hanfei's heart did a flip. It seemed that the demon vanquishing tree had already known that the 7 Kills army was training outside the mine demon stream. How did he know? He must have taken a look outside in some way when he was talking to old Yuan. Otherwise, the demon vanquishing tree should have long known of his existence. Hanfei nodded and left the spiritual barrier with old Yuan. Old Yuan entered Hanfei's origin star. The moment he entered Hanfei's origin star, old Yuan said, "This demon vanquishing tree is not stupid. You suffered a huge loss in this deal. This blood spring is not something it can resolve. We can't even guarantee that this demon vanquishing tree will keep its promise." Hanfei said leisurely, "Old Yuan, Puppet City has declined, and the strongest combat power left is this demon vanquishing tree. But a monarch is not omnipotent. He can fool me, but the price is his death and the destruction of Puppet City. If he is a smart demon vanquishing tree, he should know that the location of the mine demon stream must not be revealed, so I believe he will know how to choose." The old turtle asked, "How can you be so sure?" Hanfei said, "I want to bet. If the mining demon stream can be used by me, this place may become the first base for the rise of our human race." The old turtle was used to Hanfei's occasional impulsiveness. Of course, this was also related to his trump card. In fact, when he was sleeping in Hanfei's body, he knew a lot of things, such as the background Hanfei had. Several hours later, when Hanfei approached the blood spring, he felt the gurgling power of minerals spreading out. Hanfei, who had double spiritual heritage, would instinctively absorb this power if he didn't deliberately block it. At this moment, there were 3,462 bloody hand mine devils surrounding the spring of blood. This time, because he was close enough, Hanfei saw that at the center of the spring of blood, the huge bloody hand mine devil was actually evolving into a monarch. This was because the size of the lizard demon was also huge, not something the lizard demons he had seen before could compare to. Yes, the growth of a mine demon might be different from that of a human. It had been absorbing the essence of the minerals here for an unknown period of time. If this thing proved its Tao and successfully evolved, wouldn't it advance to a level 8 mine demon? At that time, even the demon vanquishing tree wouldn't be able to penetrate this bloody hand mine devil. Upon seeing this, Hanfei frowned and didn't rashly use the heaven enlightenment divine technique on the bloody hand mine devil. Otherwise, if he angered the other party, with the bloody hand mine devil's speed of light. Explosion, he would probably be attacked by all the bloody hand mine devils before he could run to Puppet City. At that time, even if the demon-vanquishing tree wanted to save him, with his killing speed, it would be impossible for him to save him from more than 3,000 bloody hand mine devils unless the demon-vanquishing tree used the power of Puppet City and unleashed the immortal-level combat power. Half a day later, after Han Fei set up countless teleportation arrays from the blood spring to the spiritual barrier with tremendous resources, he returned to the blood spring. At this moment, the demon-vanquishing tree had roots waiting far away, waiting for Han Fei to lure these bloody hand mine devils over. He would not take the risk personally. Being close to the blood spring was a great danger for him. Of course, the demon-vanquishing tree was very curious. With Han Fei's current realm, how could he purify the blood spring? Buzz. All of a sudden, the demon-vanquishing tree sensed the power of minerals from the blood spring and paused. It seemed that something had happened. Huh? So soon? Is this human being so efficient? At that moment, Han Fei set up nearly 5,000 God-sealing spears with the void descending art. He knew that the God-sealing spear array couldn't trap these bloody hand mine devils. In fact, it had been proven before that the God-sealing spear array only had a 20% effect on the mine demons. However, the God-sealing spear array was also a rather powerful sealing barrier. On one hand, it could greatly suppress the enemy's strength, and on the other hand, it could stop the enemy for a while. The moment Han Fei used the void descending art, thousands of bloody hand mine devils were alarmed. The moment the God-sealing spear array was set up, several attacks immediately hit it. Ka ka ka. Han Fei was lost for words when he saw the 7 or 8 God-sealing spears that were shattered by the bloody hand mine devil. This was only caused by one bloody hand mine devil. What if thousands of them attacked at the same time? In the blink of an eye, Han Fei threw the 10,000 years of vitality he had prepared, mixed with the infinity water, into the God-sealing spear array. Explode. Rumble. Dazzling brilliance exploded in this space, with a radius of less than 30,000 kilometers. The explosion of a high-quality godly weapon and the divine brilliance produced by 10,000 years of vitality were so terrifyingly powerful that the more than 300 bloody hand mine devils closest to the center of the explosion were directly purified. Unfortunately, only the 300 bloody hand mine devils were purified. The other bloody hand mine devils were emitting thick black smoke at this moment, which was caused by the purifying effect of the heaven enlightenment divine technique. And this was not Han Fei's first blow. 3 seconds after the infinity water exploded, Han Fei threw out the extreme cold pearl. Buzz. The 30,000-kilometer void was completely frozen, and the bloody hand mine devils were instantly turned into ice sculptures. And the power of the heaven enlightenment divine technique was still ongoing, and more than a dozen bloody hand mine devils were purified one after another. Bang! Finally, when Han Fei launched a carefree level attack with the extreme cold pearl, the largest ice block exploded. The leading bloody hand mine devil instantly disappeared. In the next moment, it punched the God-sealing spear array near Han Fei. Ka ka ka. All of a sudden, more than 50 God-sealing spears exploded. Han Fei was horrified. Putting away the extreme cold pearl and the infinity water, he turned around and ran at 14 times the speed of light. Bang! 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 In the rear, intense explosions occurred on the sealed God Spear array, and Han Fei stepped into a teleportation array at this moment. This was not a long-distance teleportation array, but a kind of teleportation array that was extremely short but had a fast teleportation effect. Since it was to lure the bloody hand mine devils away, he naturally had to let the enemy discover his traces. Otherwise, if he ran away in the blink of an eye, the enemy wouldn't be able to catch up even if they wanted to. But Han Fei was obviously overthinking. He had only run for less than 300 seconds when he suddenly sensed something. He set up a time barrier and moved 1,000 kilometers horizontally. In the next moment, a terrifying fist light, like a star exploding, landed beside him. Han Fei didn't accelerate or enter the teleportation array. Instead, he activated his great Tao and unleashed his strongest combat power. Thousands of kilometers away, with a thought, the terrifying punch of the bloody hand mine devil had already been stolen by Han Fei and was blasted back. The bloody hand mine devil seemed to have high intelligence and reaction speed. It instantly turned its fist into a claw and tore apart this terrifying punch. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This bloody hand mine devil seemed to be conscious. On the other hand, Han Fei heard the demon vanquishing tree's voice. Transmission, continue to approach Puppet City. The closer you are to Puppet City, the stronger the power I can unleash. The demon vanquishing tree probably wanted to test Han Fei, but Han Fei wasn't easy to deal with either. If the demon vanquishing tree didn't help him at all, and just watched him being chased by thousands of bloody hand mine devils, without doing anything, he would definitely destroy this Puppet City. Regardless of the relationship between the old turtle and great monarch mystic Marshall. Therefore, Han Fei said to him via voice transmission, Senior Demon vanquishing, one of the bloody hand mine devils is abnormally powerful. I think you've already seen it. This is a bloody hand mine devil that is about to prove its Tao. Senior, can you directly help me solve it? Or can you help me delay the bloody hand mine devils behind? I'll solve it myself. I can help you intercept the bloody hand mine devils behind you, but the one chasing you seems to have high intelligence. To prevent it from escaping, you may have to deal with it yourself. F***CK. The demon vanquishing tree's answer was simple. Of course, he knew that what Han Fei did would only benefit him, but he still left the strongest bloody hand mine devil to Han Fei. This behavior might be a test. Obviously, if Han Fei couldn't even purify a bloody hand mine devil, then everything he said just now would be greatly suspicious. Han Fei didn't panic when he heard the demon vanquishing tree's answer. He wasn't afraid of this bloody hand mine devil, but of the group of bloody hand mine devils. Seeing that the demon vanquishing tree agreed, Han Fei paused and launched the silencing fist, clashing head-on with the bloody hand mine devil's slaughter. Fist. Rumble. The entire mine demon stream trembled. Outside the mine demon stream, the 7-kill army who were in the middle of trials were all stunned. Was there an earthquake? Perhaps this bloody hand mine devil's body was very strong, and its strength might have reached the sky-opening realm. However, just like him, it hadn't comprehended the Tao of the monarch, so no matter how strong it was, it couldn't kill him. In terms of strength, this bloody hand mine devil might not even be stronger than him. As it turned out, Han Fei's prediction was right. Under his punch, the bloody hand mine devil was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. However, he was not injured, and there were no cracks on his body. In the next moment, Han Fei charged forward instead of retreating. However, the bloody hand mind devil suddenly disappeared. Han Fei saw a blur in front of his eyes, and a door seemed to open. Then, as if he had been hit by a big star, he was sent flying. So fast. Han Fei's internal organs were tumbling. Although he had an astonishing physique, he was still shocked by the extraordinary speed of this bloody hand mind devil. Its speed exceeded the speed of light explosion. If he guessed right, it must have used the white hole space to reach a terrifying speed that exceeded 20 times the speed of light. Bang! 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 In midair, Han Fei was hammered more than 30 times in a row. During this period, the god's prayer bead on Han Fei's chest suddenly bloomed, and large swaths of black smoke were instantly purified. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This bloody hand mind devil was trying to invade his body with the ominous power. Han Fei immediately squeezed a mass of liquid divine brilliance. Instantly, the pure divine brilliance enveloped the bloody hand mind devil. Roar! Amidst the screams, Han Fei seized the fleeting moment. Steel. Buzz. A huge bloody hand suddenly braked, because its speed was too fast, causing its body to rush forward and suddenly hit the bottom of the sea, setting off undercurrents at the bottom of the sea that swept in all directions. After being hammered more than 30 times, Han Fei finally took a breather. The demon-vanquishing tree, on the other hand, was a little speechless. This human being's physique was so strong. How could he still be fine after such a heavy blow? If it weren't for the fact that Han Fei's qi and blood were very strong, he would have suspected if this human being was really a human being. Could he be a mind demon? A level 9 mind demon? The bloody hand mind devil, whose speed had been stolen, burst out with a terrifying speed close to the speed of light explosion in the blink of an eye. Hiss. Steel. Han Fei was shocked. This guy was indeed highly intelligent and had walked more than one great Tao. He was obviously trying to escape. Fortunately, although its speed this time was fast, it wasn't to the point where Han Fei couldn't react in time, so he immediately used the void stealing technique, causing this guy to fall to the bottom of the sea again. Han Fei didn't steal the consciousness of the bloody hand mind devil. He was afraid that this spiritual thing would be one of the channels for the transmission of ominous power. Therefore, Han Fei immediately set up thousands of God-sealing spears, and then activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Buzz. Roar roar. The bloody hand mind devil was roaring through the lizard demon, and large swaths of black smoke were spurting out and fading. Fortunately, Han Fei's strength had reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Therefore, after consuming only 300 years of vitality, the bloody hand mind devil fell apart. Han Fei picked up the scattered minerals. There were 3 level 7 minerals and 6 level 6 minerals. Among them, there was a piece of mineral the size of half a fist, which turned out to be a rare level 8 mineral. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath when he saw the level 8 mineral. The level of the mineral represented its value. There might not be many level 8 minerals in the entire 100 Alliance city. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Han Fei's great Tao happened to suppress this bloody hand mind devil, he would have been killed even if he were a perfected star transformation realm cultivator who had 2 great Tao. Locks. When Han Fei killed the bloody hand mind devil, the demon vanquishing tree said via voice transmission, "Come on, leave." The other bloody hand mine devils are catching up. Buzz. Han Fei pretended to leave, but he forgot that he had just stolen the speed of the bloody hand mine devil. Therefore, he jumped up and left, subconsciously unleashing the speed of light explosion. Huh. At that moment, some enlightenment seemed to appear in Han Fei's mind. This was because he discovered that the jumping ability of the lizard demon seemed to be a manifestation the great Tao of space. It turned out that it wasn't because they were fast, but because they had opened a spatial node with the power of space, a pure spatial node with no time in it. Law. Han Fei was shocked. This was the law of space, so it could completely block time? At that moment, Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany and froze for about 10 seconds in situ. The demon vanquishing tree asked, "Human, what are you doing? If you don't leave now, the bloody hand mine devil army will catch up with us." However, Han Fei didn't respond. At the last moment of the 10 seconds, a bloody hand mine devil jumped over. At that moment, Han Fei's figure disappeared, and a light explosion appeared. When the demon vanquishing tree looked again, Han Fei had already disappeared from the spot. Han Fei was a little excited. He had stolen the speed of the flash lizards and the lizard demons before, but he hadn't understood the speed of light explosion from it. However, the flash lizard on this bloody hand mine devil was different. Its spatial Tao seemed to have risen to the level of a law. Therefore, after he stole it, he had a different understanding. Han Fei had always thought that he couldn't have the speed of light explosion until he cultivated the Tao bones. Even Great Monarch East Marshal said so. However, at this moment, before he cultivated the Tao bones, he already had the speed of light explosion. At this moment, plus the void wings. Theoretically, his fastest speed could reach 28 times the speed of light. Of course, it was better not to use the void wings in front of the demon vanquishing tree. As for what would happen after he mastered the Tao bone, Han Fei was also looking forward to it. To reach the speed of light explosion, one didn't have to enter the white hole space. As long as one didn't enter the white hole space, there would be traces left. Especially since the strongest bloody hand mine devil had died, the bloody hand mine devils chasing him went a little crazy and chased Han Fei madly. And the bloody hand mine devils didn't have much intelligence to begin with. The consequence of their random chasing was that along the way, countless water-shaped vines and the roots of the demon vanquishing tree attacked them. In just half an hour, more than half of the over 3,000 bloody hand mine devils were killed by the demon vanquishing tree. When Han Fei rushed to Puppet City, he saw vines surging into the sea like a tide, sweeping out like a huge wave. Han Fei observed this power. In terms of energy outburst, this was much more than the energy bursting out of the extreme cold pearl. However, in terms of destructiveness, it didn't seem to be enough. If it were an ordinary sky-opening realm cultivator, he would have been killed instantly. But for the bloody hand mine devil, Han Fei didn't feel optimistic. Sure enough, although the demon vanquishing tree's vines surged like a huge tide, it only killed more than 120 bloody hand mine devils. However, the number of bloody hand mine devils killed by the demon vanquishing tree was nearly 10 times that of the extreme cold pearl killed, but the energy consumed was dozens or even hundreds of times that of the extreme cold pearl. It seemed that there was still a gap between the combat power of an early stage carefree realm cultivator and the combat power of an ultra-quality godly weapon. At the very least, they couldn't reach the precise control of energy like an ultra-quality godly weapon. Of course, this was just a measure of the strength of the demon vanquishing tree in Han Fei's heart. But in terms of the speed at which the demon vanquishing tree killed the bloody hand mine devil, it was actually not slow at all. After 2 hours, less than half of the bloody hand mine devils outside the spiritual barrier could come to the blood spring. Another 2 hours passed. Han Fei was slightly relieved when the last bloody hand mine devil was killed by the demon vanquishing tree. He couldn't help but admire the terrifying combat power of a monarch-level powerhouse. That was nearly 3,500 bloody hand mine devils, equivalent to 3,500 perfected star transformation realm body cultivators. Although the demon vanquishing tree must have consumed a lot of energy, he had killed all the bloody hand mine devils and still had some energy left. Han Fei believed that if it were him, without the continuous replenishment of the bloody hand mine devils, his limit number should be about 30. If they exceeded this number, he would only be beaten up. However, the result of this trip was not bad. The bloody hand mine devils near the blood spring should have been slaughtered. All that was left was the blood spring itself. As the saying went, strike while the iron was hot. As soon as the demon vanquishing tree finished dealing with the bloody hand mine devil, Han Fei set off again to the blood spring. When he reached the blood spring, the demon vanquishing tree wouldn't come and wouldn't even look here. All these years, he hadn't gotten rid of the bloody hand mine devils here because he didn't dare to pry into the blood spring. When Han Fei arrived, the scene was a mess. The 5,000 god sealing spears that he had set up earlier had all turned to dust. Although the materials needed to refine the god sealing spear didn't necessarily need to be good, there were a lot of them. After setting up the remaining more than 10,000 god sealing spears, Han Fei summoned the old turtle. The old turtle said, "I can't resist the ominous power. You'd better let me go." Back. Han Fei asked, "Wait a minute, old Yuan, do you have any way to deal with the demon vanquishing tree?" Although he is a monarch, I think he must have consumed a lot of energy to kill more than 3,000 bloody hand mine devils in a row. We have to hold back just in case. The old turtle looked at Han Fei speechlessly. After a moment of silence, he said, "I advise you not to think too much. The demon vanquishing tree may be a little exhausted, but he won't be as exhausted as you think. Besides, over the years, Puppet City has accumulated countless resources. It won't take long for him to replenish them." Han Fei was lost for words. Then why didn't he get rid of the bloody hand mine devils and let them grow to this level? There are so many bloody hand mine devils in this mine demon stream. Isn't he afraid that one day, the seal in the mine demon stream will be broken? The old turtle said, "This is simple. Firstly, it's because he's too far away. If I've guessed right, this demon vanquishing tree can't leave Puppet City. Therefore, the measures he can perform outside Puppet City are limited. The blood spring is not far from Puppet City, but it blocked his path. Therefore, unless it's a special case, his main consciousness won't take the risk to go out. He will only let his ordinary roots spread out to kill some mine demon creatures or something. Crossing the blood spring, he probably can't kill many bloody hand mine devils." Han Fei asked, "And secondly?" The old turtle said, "Secondly, he doesn't want to wipe out the bloody hand mine devils. After all, the bloody hand mine devils can continuously provide him with minerals." Han Fei frowned. "Do you think this demon vanquishing tree is really not contaminated?" The old turtle said, he doesn't seem to have been contaminated, at least not on the surface. But you can't underestimate it anyway. Although you have embarked on the Tao of extreme balance and are extremely strong, you are definitely no match for him. There's no doubt about that. Otherwise, what's the point of being a monarch? As for the means to deal with him, so far, none. If there were, the demon-vanquishing tree wouldn't have guarded Puppet City alone in the past. Han Fei's heart sank. It seemed that he could only trust the demon-vanquishing tree. However, the old turtle suddenly changed the topic. However, don't trust this demon-vanquishing tree. No matter what his race is, there's no absolute trust in the world of the strong. For example, he said that he can unleash immortal level combat power. I can tell you with certainty that he's lying. Huh? What do you mean? The old turtle said, based on my understanding of great monarch mystic Marshall, it's impossible for her to run away without leaving any trump cards. Think about it, so many of her descendants are buried under the city. How can she not leave any trump cards here? Therefore, Puppet City definitely has the power to resist a great monarch-level powerhouse. Therefore, if you can successfully resolve the blood spring, don't go back. If this demon-vanquishing tree burns the bridge after crossing the river, we'll all be doomed. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Do you mean that this demon-vanquishing tree may have the intention to kill us? The old turtle said, I'm not sure about that, but there's one thing that can prove that the demon-vanquishing tree is not so easy to get close to. In ancient times, Puppet City was the base camp of great monarch mystic Marshall. And there were countless powerful puppets in the city. Now, I'm not sure what the situation in the city is like, but I think the real power of Puppet City still exists. Anyway, as long as you don't enter Puppet City, it won't be a problem for you to fall out with him in the future. If you have the ability to conquer Puppet City, you will definitely gain a lot. Of course, this is a little difficult. It's best not to be rash. Han Fei made it clear. Aren't you on good terms with great monarch mystic Marshall? Why do you suggest I conquer Puppet City? The old turtle said, it's different. I have something to do with great monarch mystic Marshall, not the demon-vanquishing tree. Besides, mystic Marshall is already gone. Do you think I'll still guard her home? The best way is to take what belongs to her and use it for my own use. If I meet her again in the future, I'll return it to her. Han Fei thought to himself, it's true that the old turtle never changed his nature. He didn't even hesitate to rob his good friend. Although the devil's nature has been restrained, it has always been there. After asking the old turtle to return to his origin star, Han Fei summoned the Emperor Sparrow. This time, as soon as the Emperor Sparrow came out, he raised his head and stared at the blood spring in the distance. This is a relatively pure ominous power. And there's a lot of it. Han Fei asked, how much can you eat? Yes, Han Fei said that he had a way to purify this ominous power, but he wasn't going to use his own vitality to purify it. The Emperor Sparrow had the ability to swallow ominous things, and it did swallow a lot. In the past few years, he had complained to him a lot that he couldn't get the demon seeds of the lizard demons, so he was malnourished, hungry, unable to grow quickly, and so on. In the past, the Emperor Sparrow swallowed a lot of murderous aura in the young world, which was still fresh in his mind. The Emperor Sparrow tilted his head and looked at Han Fei. You can give it a try first. If it's just what has escaped so far, it can improve and stabilize my realm. It might not be enough. Not enough? Not good enough. Hanfei was overjoyed. He was afraid that the Emperor Sparrow couldn't eat enough. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Don't be happy too early. There's already so much ominous power dissipating. I suspect that there's something under the blood spring. Therefore, it's difficult to estimate how much ominous power is really contained here, so we can only give it a try first." Hanfei said, "Okay. Try as much as you want. I'm not in a hurry." The Emperor Sparrow didn't ask where this was. Since he opened the sky, he hadn't been full. Even if he had encountered the bloody hand mine devils, it could only supply energy to his level up a few times. However, it was far from enough if he wanted to stabilize his cultivation. The Emperor Sparrow unfolded his wings and ignored the overwhelming blood chi and black smoke rushing to the sky above the blood pool. Tweet. With a clear cry, the Emperor Sparrow opened his mouth, and the boundless blood mist began to rush into his body. As for Hanfei, he clicked his tongue in wonder. He knew that the Emperor Sparrow was an ominous nemesis. It seemed that purifying this ominous power was much simpler for the Emperor Sparrow than he had imagined. Hanfei even set up a hot pot. It was unlikely that the Emperor Sparrow could absorb all the ominous power in 1 or 2 days. He would have a big meal first and then start refining weapons. He had no choice. He was determined to build the 7-kill army into a terrifying all-sky-opener army. Therefore, if possible, it would be best if each of the soldiers had a seek-quelling bizarre treasure, even if it was a low-quality one. Half a year later. Tweet. The Emperor Sparrow flapped his wings and soared to the sky. He shouted, "Han Fei, fuse with me." Hanfei was forging a weapon with a sledgehammer. Hearing this, he was shocked, but without any hesitation, he immediately flew away. When he approached the sky above the blood spring, the god's prayer beat on. His chest glowed brightly. He saw the Emperor Sparrow turned into a black shadow and suddenly entered his body. Buzz. On Hanfei's back, the black wings spread out, and the Emperor Sparrow said to him via voice transmission, "The ominous power at the periphery has all been swallowed by me, and I'm about to make a breakthrough. I originally wanted to go deeper into the blood spring, but there is a terrifying existence below. With my strength, I am not strong enough to be its enemy, so I need you to fuse with me." Hanfei had only fused with the Emperor Sparrow once, and this was the second time. And this time, the realm of the Emperor Sparrow was the same as his. After the fusion, Hanfei felt that his strength had soared, and many great techniques appeared in his mind. At this moment, the blood spring here had dried up and was less than half the size of the beginning. A hole appeared in the center of the blood spring, which seemed to have been drilled out by the Emperor Sparrow. When Hanfei looked at the hole, he immediately felt a terrifying power shining at him. Without thinking, he activated the Heavenly Fiend Battle Body and the Fiend Eating Divine Technique. Holding the liquid divine light, Han Fei punched into the hole. Bang! Below, a terrifying vortex was formed in the hole, as if an invisible hand was trying to drag Hanfei down. But how could Hanfei be willing to go down? What was suppressed below was one of the arms of the great monarch Bloody Hand. After millions of years, this arm could create so many Bloody Hand mine devils. No one knew how much power it still had. However, the suction force was so terrifying that Han Fei had to summon the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. When his body was filled with divine light and he blasted it into the hole, the suction force was slightly relieved. *T. Han Fei suddenly screamed. In just 10 seconds, he had consumed 1,000 years of vitality. And the phantom of a blood-colored palm extended out of the blood spring, forcibly resisting the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, seeming to try to grab him down. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei took out the extreme cold pearl and threw it at the bloody hand phantom. Buzz. Ka ka ka. The blood was frozen, and the blood-colored hand phantom finally shattered. After the extreme cold pearl was used, Han Fei threw it into the cold road on the jade stone bridge, so it had long recovered. Han Fei took a long breath of relief after seeing that the carefree realm's blow could already shatter the bloody hand phantom. It seemed that he was not completely defeated. The other party was only a hand after all, and after millions of years of dissipation, although the bloody hand was still very strong, it was at least not as strong as a monarch level 1. Just as Han Fei had this thought, he suddenly felt his body sink. He looked down, only to see that a bloody hand was holding his ankle. Bang! In the next moment, above the spring of blood, Han Fei disappeared without a trace and was dragged down. Below the blood spring was infinite blood, mixed with some black mist. The consciousness of the Emperor Sparrow appeared in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei unfolded his wings, and a tremendous amount of ominous power surged over. Because of the ominous power, the god's prayer bead kept erupting, so golden divine light spewed out of the hole under the blood spring. The golden light was intertwined with blood-colored light and black weapons. This was probably when the god's prayer bead was shining most brightly. Han Fei saw a broken blood-colored hand grabbing at him. With a click, an unparalleled light burst out, and the bloody hand suddenly retracted. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The god's prayer bead cracked. *CK, how dare you destroy my ultra-quality godly weapon? You're asking to be killed. Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. The 10,000 years of vitality was consumed by the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, which illuminated this place with a sizzling sound. In the end, the bloody hand was forced back by the pure light. However, this situation didn't last long. The 10,000-year vitality only lasted for 2 hours before it was used up. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Don't waste your vitality anymore. Let this ominous power pour into your body. I want to use this to break through to the perfected star transformation realm." Han Fei was stunned. "I haven't reached the perfected star transformation realm yet, and you are going to reach it?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "The perfected star transformation realm, or even the perfected star transformation realm with great Tao locks, belongs to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Therefore, I'm not restricted by you at this moment. I'll be responsible for absorbing the ominous power. You'll be responsible for stopping that hand." Han Fei was shocked. "What? That's the hand of a great monarch." Unfortunately, the Emperor Sparrow didn't respond, but some black fog was surging into Han Fei's body at all times. Seeing that the corrosion of the ominous power was ineffective, the big hand actually attacked Han Fei. Outside, far away, the demon vanquishing tree looked at the blood spring and couldn't help but be surprised. The ominous power has become so weak. Can that human really purify this ominous power? The demon vanquishing tree didn't know that there was a fierce battle under the blood spring. However, the mind demon stream was not affected in this battle. Obviously, the blood spring was also a seal, which must have been set by the former great monarch mystic Marshall, to suppress this bloody hand. After 1,000,000 years, perhaps because this bloody hand consumed too much power, although Han Fei was mangled by this punch, it didn't kill him in one blow, which explained everything. It could be seen that even the hand of a great monarch couldn't withstand the corrosion of the long years. Han Fei even thought that if it weren't for the ominous power, this bloody hand might have been completely corroded in the long river of time. Time freeze. Han Fei tried to seal the time here with the great Tao of time. However, Han Fei's move was penetrated in less than 1,000th of a second. This time, the bloody hand was like a knife, stabbing into Han Fei's body and piercing through his body. However, an invisible shield suddenly appeared on Han Fei's body. Although the bloody hands attacked 7 or 8 times in an instant, it was several times stronger than the star fist technique each time. However, it couldn't shake Han Fei at all. After half an hour, Han Fei finally activated the great Tao of life replacement and entered the invincible state. Humph. You're just a hand. Do you think you're a great monarch? The Emperor Sparrow asked Han Fei to hold on, but the current Han Fei was not qualified to fight this hand at all. Be it the speed or strength, he was far inferior. The only thing he could rely on was the great Tao of life replacement. Of course, the duration of the invincible state was too short. The only thing Han Fei could do was to try to steal the power and great Tao of this bloody hand. However, when Han Fei first stole the power of this bloody hand, because the power was too terrifying, it directly backfired on Han Fei and caused him to use the great Tao of life replacement. The second time, Han Fei stole the great Tao of the bloody hand. Therefore, Han Fei felt some completely different great Taos. Perhaps for a great monarch-level powerhouse, the origin of the great Tao was a law. He directly stole the power of some laws. However, Han Fei couldn't understand these laws, so the moment he stole them, he suffered a backlash. Then, he had a moment to comprehend this law in his mind. Unfortunately, after trying 7 or 8 times, Han Fei still couldn't understand it. Stealing power and laws didn't work, so Han Fei took advantage of his invincible state to look at this bloody hand. Although it was rotten and the flesh on it had basically fallen off, Han Fei felt that there were Tao patterns engraved on this arm. Tao bones? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Can the pattern of the Tao bones be stolen? I steal. This time, Han Fei's arm turned purple all of a sudden, and infinite power seemed to be gathering here. Roar. Han Fei felt that his arm was about to explode at any time because those Tao patterns were trying to imprint on the bones of his arm. Han Fei was even a little excited. This was a bloody hand that could shake a god. These bone patterns couldn't be bad. However, at the moment when Han Fei stole the bone patterns, the green jade stone bridge suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the green jade stone bridge took the initiative to appear for the first time in midair. And then Han Fei found himself standing on the bridge. At that moment, on the green jade stone bridge, the power of heat and cold bloomed at the same time. The bloody hand was enveloped by the sudden scorching heat, producing a large amount of black smoke. It turned out that Han Fei's original great Tao also had the power to cleanse the ominous. The patterns that tried to imprint on his bones were replaced by a brand new Tao pattern. Even the Tao patterns that were imprinted when he got the chance of the Ultimate Hammer were erased at this moment and disappeared without a trace. Yes, the green jade stone bridge didn't allow the Tao patterns of the great monarch bloody hand to be imprinted on Han Fei's body, so he took the initiative to pop up. Instantly, a large number of complicated patterns flew out of the bridge and drilled into Han Fei's body. This scene stunned Han Fei. Could it be that his Tao patterns could only be born from his original great Tao? The green jade stone bridge seemed to reject external Tao patterns imprinted on his bones. This one-sided battle became a stalemate the moment the green jade stone bridge appeared. The bloody hand floated in the distance and stopped moving, and the green jade stone bridge kept appearing. The Emperor Sparrow was still swallowing the ominous power without stopping. At this moment, his aura was unstable and he seemed to be about to advance at any moment. Han Fei looked inside and saw some complicated and strange patterns on the bones of his arm. Although he didn't take the initiative to cultivate them, he felt that these patterns seemed to contain the essence of many great Taos, including power, time, space, yin-yang, heavenly enlightenment, invincibility, and so on. Because the arm had been given these remnants of the great Taos, Han Fei felt that this arm seemed to be different. The power he could use far exceeded before. Huh? Han Fei's first reaction was to think of the Tao fusion. However, Tao fusion was something that only great monarchs would do. How could it happen to him? Han Fei's mind was racing. He looked at the green jade stone bridge and had a strange feeling. Why could the green jade stone bridge provide him with so many great Taos? Why could he create the great Tao of making something out of nothing? Could it be that the green jade stone bridge was prepared for the Tao fusion from the beginning? It was just that the green jade stone bridge prevented him from using other Tao patterns and passively gave his arm a mysterious Tao pattern. But how could he refine Tao bones next? Returning to reality, Han Fei was surprised to see that the green jade stone bridge still appeared in the outside world. Han Fei looked at the bloody hand again and suddenly said, "Steal." This time, the patterns on the bloody hands were no longer stolen, but Han Fei seemed to see a fist mark, a blood-colored fist that illuminated the sea of stars like a blood shadow, spanning billions of kilometers. Puff. In the next moment, Han Fei's 7 orifices were bleeding and his soul was shaking. That punch was so terrifying that Han Fei felt that his soul was penetrated just by looking at it. Correspondingly, Han Fei felt that his arm was hot. He subconsciously wanted to use the star fist technique, but he didn't know how to continue because of that strange feeling. Han Fei frowned and thought for a long time, but still failed to punch out. Unwilling to give up, Han Fei tried to steal the patterns of the bloody hand again, but nothing appeared next. He couldn't help but sigh. He seemed to have missed an opportunity to comprehend the third level of the star fist technique. However, this kind of epiphany couldn't be forced. Perhaps if he could recall it at a certain moment, he would be able to launch the silencing fist. However, this method of letting the green jade stone bridge passively give him Tao bones clearly couldn't help him completely condense and refine his Tao bones. If the complete corpse of the great monarch bloody hand was here, the green jade stone bridge might be able to passively give him Tao bones if he forcibly stole great monarch bloody hand's Tao patterns. But the current situation clearly didn't allow it. However, the existence of the green jade stone bridge actually suppressed the bloody hand. This was something Han Fei had never expected. He felt that he should pay more attention to the green jade stone bridge. What was this thing? Why had it become his great Tao? Why had it helped him with the Tao fusion? Why could it suppress the remains of a great monarch? Han Fei felt that he might have some unknown secrets. Old Han might not have told him the truth back then. However, since the great monarch bloody hand was suppressed, this was a rare opportunity. Han Fei said, Emperor Sparrow, eat it quickly. Finish the ominous power contained in this bloody hand. However, the Emperor Sparrow said, I can't finish it. This entire hand is polluted. If it were me in my previous life, it might be easy for me. But now, I'm still in the sky-opening realm. How can I swallow the power of a great monarch? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Even you can't finish eating it? The Emperor Sparrow. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow really wanted to use the Eye of Disaster on Han Fei. Is this human language? What do you mean by even I can't finish eating it? After I became your spiritual beast, have I ever eaten anything good except today? This bloody hand seemed to be very afraid of the green jade stone bridge. It wanted to attack Han Fei but didn't dare to move. It could only let the Emperor Sparrow devour the ominous power here crazily. Later, Han Fei simply cancelled the fusion with the Emperor Sparrow and started refining weapons again. And the bloody hand seemed to find that Han Fei couldn't do anything to it except swallow the ominous power here, so it left this place. Another year had passed, a clang was heard, and Han Fei had heard this voice for the third time. He stopped the hammer in his hand and looked into the distance, only to see a black chain appear on the Emperor Sparrow again. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Look at him. He had casually reached the perfected star transformation realm and put on another great Tao lock. It was so easy for him to make a breakthrough. Even Little Black and Little White were the same. In just a few decades, they had completed the entire sky-opening realm. On the other hand, his path of cultivation was full of obstacles. Why can't I reach the perfected star transformation realm all at once? The green jade stone bridge can help me refine Tao bones. Otherwise, why would it reject other Tao patterns imprinted on my bones? Do I have to steal other people's Tao patterns to trigger the green jade stone bridge? Han Fei cursed, can't you take the initiative? It's only a matter of time before I reach the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei heaved a sigh. **T, he could only watch other people make breakthroughs. But the fact was that he had walked all the roads on the green jade stone bridge, but he really couldn't reach the two doors. Clang! 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 Han Fei lowered his head and continued to refine weapons. Suddenly, Han Fei raised his head and looked at the green jade stone bridge. No, there's another road that I've never walked before. Han Fei's heart was beating wildly. Yes, it was not that only a road could be called a road. The green jade stone bridge was above the river, but from the outside, there was no river at all. Where was the river? Thinking of this, Han Fei put away the refining equipment and stepped onto the green jade stone bridge, coming to the center of the bridge. He leaned over the railing and looked down. Good Lord, perhaps he had neglected something from the beginning. This was a bridge. The bridge was something that existed as a connection. What was blocking the connection? Han Fei looked at the clear water and saw his reflection in the water, and then he suddenly jumped down. Just like last time, Han Fei never thought that the green jade stone bridge could be taken reversely. He had never thought that the water under the green jade stone bridge could be used for bathing. When Han Fei jumped into the river, he felt his entire body tense up. Countless indescribable great Tao rules appeared in his mind. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he could simulate any great Tao he had seen. Yes, it was a pure simulation. As long as you dared to show it, I could simulate it. This terrifying realization scared Han Fei himself. Was the green Jadestone Bridge so awesome, or was he? As for the Tao bones that he had been thinking about how to forge, he didn't need to forge them now. As long as he took a shower in the river, he would have everything. The energy of this river was beyond Han Fei's imagination. Not only was it condensing Tao bones for Han Fei, but it was also nourishing Han Fei's flesh and strengthening his soul. Han Fei, who had never felt the feeling of winning without doing anything, finally felt it this time. It turned out that from the beginning, he could obtain a tremendous amount of returns from the green jade stone bridge, but he just walked it by brute force. When he crossed the green jade stone bridge and encountered the mirror barrier, he almost exploded himself before barely clearing the path. However, if he were smart enough to jump into the river and take a shower, his body and soul would have taken a qualitative leap. Then it would have been as easy as a pie for him to break the mirror barrier. At this moment, Han Fei knew that in addition to the demon purification pot, his green jade stone bridge was probably also an extraordinary treasure, but he had never paid too much attention to it. There was no sun or moon under the bridge, so although Han Fei thought that a long time had passed and his golden jade bone was covered with dense and complicated patterns, when Han Fei was sure that he had condensed Tao bones, only a blink of an eye had passed in the outside world. The river had no side effects and had always been comfortable, but Han Fei could feel that the power that spread to his body was weakening. Buzz. With a thought from Han Fei, he appeared in the outside world. The Emperor Sparrow was still absorbing the ominous power here, and the bloody hand was still far away, minding its own business. Han Fei took a look at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 109, Sky Opening, Extreme Tao Balance. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 120, 012 ND. Immortal Chi, 1,480,000. Soul, 48.86 Origins, 48,866,549 points. Perception Range, 50 million kilometers. Strength, 48.86 Star Powers, 48,866,549 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Sky Swallowing Fish, Level 109. Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 109. Main Art, Godfiend Formless Technique. Hiss. When Han Fei saw this data, to be honest, he was stunned. His soul power and strength had soared by more than 40%. Previously, his soul power was nearly 35 origins, but now it was nearly 49 origins. This was just because he had condensed Tao bones. Originally, Han Fei's main goal for this exploration was to find a body for the old turtle and a place for the 7-kill army to settle down. However, Han Fei never expected that he would be the one who benefited the most. He had already achieved the speed of light explosion. He had somehow refined his Tao bones. Wait. Suddenly, Han Fei saw that his bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean had changed. The bloodline that should have taken another 3 Or 4,000 years to complete the evolution was suddenly completed. Was it because of the river? Or, on the green jade stone bridge, there was no concept of time, so a long time had passed? Han Fei doubted that. It could be either. Maybe it was because he had spent enough time and the evolution was naturally completed. Or maybe the river water helped him accelerate the evolution. Anyway, his bloodline had reached the 120,000th among all the races in the infinite ocean. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. This ranking should be very high, right? Han Fei subconsciously glanced at the conditions for bloodline evolution. Sure enough, the divine beast bloodlines like the divine tide whale and the sky strike jade shell had all disappeared. The information showed number of races in the infinite ocean, 29,621,356. Owner, the 120,012 ND. Bloodlines nearby, twin Enyang spirit swallowing fish, the emperor sparrow, and the heaven sea conch. Recommended bloodline, heaven sea conch. Yes, the only essence blood he could use now was that of the heaven sea conch. Without hesitation, Han Fei took out the drop of heaven sea conch's blood essence and swallowed it. Perhaps, after digesting this drop of essence blood, he would be ranked among the top 100,000. In fact, Han Fei didn't feel much about the strength of his bloodline, because as his bloodline became stronger, his comprehensive strength was also becoming stronger. His soul and body were growing very quickly. As for the bloodline level, on one hand, it determined the speed of his growth, and on the other hand, it determined the limit of his growth. In any case, the higher the bloodline ranking, the better. In this way, there would be no pressure or shackles when he grew up. Have I reached the perfected star transformation realm? Han Fei murmured, but then he realized something. That's not right. My origin star's quality isn't following up, nor is the mass of the star core. Han Fei realized that he was cultivating both the supreme divine technique of the human race and the god-fiend formless technique. In terms of the supreme divine technique, he needed to compress his star core 1,000 times more in order to truly reach the perfected star transformation realm, even if his current combat power had definitely exceeded the normal perfected star transformation realm. However, others were others, and he was he. There was still a huge gap before he reached the peak of the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei condensed his Dao bones in an extremely short period of time. The Emperor Sparrow clearly sensed Han Fei's breakthrough in strength and couldn't help but ask via voice transmission, "Why did you suddenly make a breakthrough? Have you reached the perfected star transformation realm?" Han Fei said, "Not yet." Almost. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Well, I think we can give up purifying this place for the time being. I've already tried my best and can only barely devour the ominous power other than that in the hand of the great monarch. However, I made breakthroughs too quickly and improved too much. It might take me 1,000 years to digest it. Even in your origin star, it will take several years." Han Fei was stunned. "Even you can't suppress this bloody hand?" The Emperor Sparrow said, "After all, it's the hand of a great monarch. With my current strength, it's not enough. However, after a long time of corrosion, the ominous power of this bloody hand has dissipated a lot. In addition, it's declining, so its strength is less than 1% of its peak state. There's no need to worry that it will counterattack. However, this bloody hand seems to have developed extremely high intelligence. If we deal with it by force, the consequences might not be what we want. Han Fei said, then come back first. When the Emperor Sparrow returned to Han Fei's origin star, he was not in a hurry to leave. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the green jade stone bridge disappeared. At the moment when the green jade stone bridge disappeared, as Han Fei expected, a blood shadow instantly broke through the air. If it wasn't the great monarch's bloody hand, what could it be? But this time, Han Fei didn't just let the bloody hands attack him. At the moment when the bloody hand moved, Han Fei moved too. A light spot erupted, and a pair of void wings appeared behind Han Fei. At that moment, a terrifying speed as high as 28 times the speed of light erupted. At the same time, Han Fei operated the Great Tao with all his strength. Although he had condensed Tao bones, his basic combat power had also become stronger. With the enhancement of 6 times his strength, he didn't know if his current body could withstand it. However, this was one of the few opportunities for him to fight a monarch. Although it was dangerous, he had to try. Because in the future, he would inevitably face a real monarch, not just a hand. When his combat power was increased by 6 times, Han Fei felt that his body was filled with power and even a little stiff. However, his body had completely withstood it. This released a signal that the improvement of his bloodline and the refinement of his Tao bones had greatly increased the tolerance of his body. However, before Han Fei could feel the power, the bloody hand slapped him from the side. So fast. Although Han Fei had already expected that his speed might not be comparable to a great monarch, or even a monarch in the Tao-proving realm, it was still better than 14 times the speed of light. At least his speed had doubled. At this moment, Han Fei made a fist mark and tried to resist, but as soon as the fist mark touched the bloody hand, Han Fei felt a terrifying power much stronger than his own. Bang! Han Fei was blown back, and his arm had turned into an octopus tentacle, deflecting half of the force. It's been a million years, but the hand is still so strong? Is the carefree realm so terrifying? Han Fei thought that since his strength had skyrocketed this time, even if he couldn't beat it, he could at least contend with it. However, the result was no different. Be it speed or strength, he was much weaker than the bloody hand. At this moment, a blood-colored light flashed again, and Han Fei moved in the air, narrowly dodging the blow. In the next moment, his Tao bones glowed, and Han Fei activated the power of his Tao bones, raising his speed to more than 30 times the speed of light. Han Fei was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was beneficial to reach 18 times the speed of light without using the Tao bones. That was, the Tao bones themselves had been integrated with the great Tao of speed, so when they erupted to their limit, they could increase his speed further. However, this increase was not much. Han Fei estimated that the additional speed provided by the Tao bones was only between 4 and 6 times. This speed increase was still meaningless against the bloody hand. Sure enough, in the next moment, Han Fei was sent flying by a punch. However, this upgrade was not completely useless. At least, after being punched by the bloody hand, his injuries were not as serious as before. If he could resist 3 punches from the bloody hand before, he felt that he could take at least 10 punches now, or even more. Hey! Are you still the great monarch bloody hand? Seeing that he couldn't beat the bloody hand, Han Fei didn't intend to fight it but asked tentatively. However, the moment he asked, the bloody hand suddenly burst out with intense blood light. It seemed to have gone crazy and turned into a bloody hand that was tens of thousands of meters long. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. F***ck. Brother, I'm just saying hello to you. Do you have to do this? Han Fei broke into a run and stopped fighting. Bang! At the bottom of the Mind Demon stream, at the entrance of the dried blood spring, a shocking bloody light suddenly rushed out. Along with the bloody light appeared a figure with a swollen face. Rumble! Han Fei's head was smashed into the rock wall hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He was dizzy and drenched in golden blood. F***ck. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. When the healing divine light descended, Han Fei finally took a long breath. He waited for an hour before he completely recovered. After Han Fei's injuries healed, he said casually, "Senior Demon Vanquishing. Look at how badly injured I am. You should know how much I've done for you." Then, Han Fei picked up the god's prayer bead on his neck and said, "Senior, take a look. This is an ultra-quality godly weapon. It's very valuable. Now, it's almost ruined. Senior, I've sacrificed so much to suppress the bloody hand. It's not a small sacrifice. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Right? How did you know I was here?" Vines of the demon vanquishing tree appeared along the rock wall. Han Fei said, "Senior, since I dare to go to the blood spring to suppress the severed hand of the great monarch bloody hand, you should know I'm quite talented. Otherwise, why do you think old Yuan is with me? Therefore, it's not difficult to find you." The demon vanquishing tree tacitly agreed with Han Fei. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago, but Han Fei came out of the blood spring alive. For him, this was already a miracle. But the demon vanquishing tree said, "Human being, you said that you would purify the blood spring and all the ominous. Now it seems that you only suppressed the severed hand, but the source of the ominous is still there. It seems that you haven't fulfilled your promise, right?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Senior, the blood spring has already dried up and won't dissipate for 100,000 years. This is already a very good result. I'm still weak and can't completely eliminate the bloody hand. But in the near future, it will be easy for me to purify this bloody hand. Senior Demon Vanquishing, what do you think?" Han Fei's heart turned cold. The demon vanquishing tree was too greedy. If the demon vanquishing tree didn't give him the turtle egg, he wouldn't take it either. He would just turn around and leave, as long as the demon vanquishing tree felt that he could bear the price. Of course, what Han Fei said about suppressing the bloody hand for 100,000 years was nonsense. According to the Emperor Sparrow, this blood spring would dissipate again in at most 1,000 years. But he didn't care. Would the demon vanquishing tree dare to enter the blood spring to investigate? He didn't dare, so he could only trust Han Fei. If this demon vanquishing tree kept its promise and could protect the 7-kill army, in 1,000 years, it would be enough for him to destroy this bloody hand. If the demon vanquishing tree dared to offend him, he was only a carefree level monarch anyway. Even if he used the power of Puppet City, his strength would at most be at the immortal level. But were there really few immortal level powerhouses in the Sea Realm? Han Fei couldn't beat him, but he could kill him with a borrowed knife. Sure enough, the demon vanquishing tree seemed to be thinking for a moment and said, "All right, human, you've indeed done enough. In that case, come to Puppet City. The turtle egg can only be used in Puppet City." Han Fei smiled faintly. With a thought, a peak-level late-stage star. Transformation realm clone descended from the void, and then the old turtle left his origin star. Han Fei said, Senior, let my original body leave the mind demon stream first. My people should be waiting for me to go back. I'll come to disturb you next time. The demon vanquishing tree understood. Han Fei was certain that he couldn't take him down, so he was a little relaxed now. Once his original body left the mind demon stream, he would be a great threat to him. It was impossible for him to cross the mind demon stream to kill Han Fei. This person could survive the bloody hand. As he said, he was indeed talented. Even if he took action, he might not be able to take this guy down. Therefore, the demon vanquishing tree didn't force Han Fei to stay. Once he did so, they would immediately fall out. Once they fell out, the consequences would be uncontrollable. The old turtle exchanged a glance with Han Fei and said leisurely, Don't worry. I know Puppet City well. Hey, little demon vanquishing, there are many puppet arrays in Puppet City. I think these things can be used. You've seen Han Fei's potential. I know the heritage of Puppet City. If you two can form an alliance and become friends, even if Great Monarch Mystic Marshal hasn't returned, Puppet City might be able to return to its former glory. The demon vanquishing tree knew that he couldn't stop Han Fei at this moment. He didn't dare to attack. If Han Fei ran away, the consequences would be disastrous. The demon vanquishing tree even guessed that Han Fei was actually luring him to attack him just now by pretending to be seriously injured. Otherwise, why would he heal himself before mentioning that he knew he was here? At this moment, the demon vanquishing tree was a little tired. Is this what a human being is like? A race that has risen and declined countless times in history but has never been terminated? What a deep-minded race. After careful consideration, the demon vanquishing tree didn't completely refuse. Instead, he replied, Puppet City will be open to you for 1,000 years as repayment for suppressing the bloody hand this time. Han Fei's eyes lit up. It seemed that his threat was indeed useful. Unfortunately, he probably wouldn't go to Puppet City this time. The only pity of this trip was that he hadn't really entered Puppet City. Besides, before he had the strength to fight the demon vanquishing tree head on, he wouldn't go to Puppet City again. Unfortunately, he probably couldn't get the resources in Puppet City. However, since his people were going to Puppet City to train, the demon vanquishing tree shouldn't be too stingy and not give them any resources. Also, not going to Puppet City didn't mean that he couldn't get resources. Han Fei glanced at the old turtle and said, Old Yuan, return early after reconstructing your body. Our journey has not been completed. Old Yuan said, Don't worry. When I return with a new body, I'll take you to the place where I used to sleep. Several hours passed. Puppet City. This time, Han Fei's clone moved forward with the old turtle, entering the inner city from the outer city. Above the city gate of the inner city, the words Puppet City hung high. Although it was just his clone, Han Fei almost collapsed when he looked at it. The old turtle was about to speak, when Han Fei said, I know, it's the calligraphy of the great monarch. It's just that the calligraphy of great Monarch Mystic Marshal is a bit awesome. I once saw the calligraphy of a former god in the gate of heaven, and I felt that the two were similar. The old turtle said, It's different. The calligraphy of that god you see might be casually written. However, Puppet City has been guarded by a great monarch for countless years and is soaked in the strong aura of a great monarch. Besides, you're just a clone. Of course, you can't withstand it. As for the demon-vanquishing tree, he was shocked. He didn't remind Han Fei just now because he felt that it was impossible for him to pass through. Who would have expected that this human had really entered Puppet City with his clone? Sure enough, I underestimated this human. The demon-vanquishing tree was slightly relieved. Fortunately, he didn't attack them before. Otherwise, he would probably be in trouble. The demon-vanquishing tree said, "The turtle egg." The old turtle said, "I know where the eggs are. Puppet City, specially built a God-gazing cave. Little demon vanquishing, you might not believe it, but I gave this name to it." Han Fei immediately turned his head and took a deep look at the old turtle. "It's you again? Are you a follower of Great Monarch Mystic Marshall, or is Great Monarch Mystic Marshall your follower?" The little treeman transformed from the demon-vanquishing tree also looked at the old turtle blankly, thinking, is this person really so close to Great Monarch Mystic Marshall? Then why is there no information about him in my inherited memories? The interior of Puppet City was very different from what Han Fei had imagined. Han Fei saw many mineral puppets erected in every corner of Puppet City like statues. Han Fei didn't think that these puppets were decorations. According to their molding materials, there were obvious levels. Han Fei even saw many level 5 and level 6 mineral puppets. Yes, level 6 minerals had been made into puppets here. On the way from the city gate to the God-gazing cave, Han Fei had seen no less than 3,000 puppets. And this was only the number of puppets he had seen along the way. God knew how many such puppets there were in this Puppet City. Han Fei couldn't release his perception, or it would seem too presumptuous. However, if he could get so many puppets. After arriving at the God-gazing cave, Han Fei was about to follow them in, but was stopped by the demon-vanquishing tree. 3 months later. From the God-gazing cave, a dark green rock more than 10 meters long and wrapped by scale armor was sent out by a cluster of branches. What the hell? Is this an egg? At this moment, the treeman avatar of the demon-vanquishing tree appeared and said, "I now believe that this person does know Great Monarch Mystic Marshall. Because he knows the eggs of Mystic Marshall too well. He can perfectly carry a turtle body." Han Fei? It had been almost 2 years since Han Fei entered the Mine Demon Stream. Outside the Mine Demon Stream. When Han Fei saw the 7-kill army again, to be honest, even he was very surprised. He saw that tens of thousands of people were recovering every second under the protection of a group of sky openers. And the battlefield outside the mine Demon Stream was in full swing. Although most of the battles happened in the void, in reality, the mountains were still broken and it was a mess. Of course, the result was beyond Han Fei's expectations. He discovered that more than 90% of the people had already advanced. Yes, Han Fei didn't see it wrong. Except for some children, most of them had advanced. Han Fei had thought that it would take at least decades for all of them to establish the sea. But now it seemed that even those who hadn't advanced had basically reached the peak of the venerable realm. Obviously, with Han Fei's long-term resource supply, the importation of cultivation techniques, and the time acceleration supply, these people had grown rapidly in actual combat. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Someone shouted, "Master Human Emperor is back." Someone was delighted. Master Human Emperor has returned from his exploration. The Mine Demon Stream must have been cleared. Before seeing Han Fei, everyone was fighting the mine demons. When they were tired, they would take a rest under the protection of sky openers, and would return to battle when they recovered. This battle lasted for 2 years. Those who were really afraid of death and were negligent in fighting had basically died in battle. The rest could be said to be warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles. Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, Wang Su, Chen Tong, and the others all gathered around. Han Fei glanced at everyone and said, "The effect is not bad. In 2 years, there were more than 10,000 sea establishers added. These 2 years have not been in vain." Hong Yu said, "Master Human Emperor, it's a pity that there is still a threshold for the sea establishment realm. Although the number of sea establishers has increased, some people have also died under some extreme pressure." Han Fei said indifferently, "The best resources have been given to them. It's up to them whether they can grasp them or not. By the way, I guess you felt the pressure after you entered the star transformation realm, right?" Instantly, Hong Yu and Zhou Jingjing looked at each other. Not only did they feel pressure, but they also felt that the star transformation road was too difficult to walk. It required countless resources, and resources alone were not enough. It also required a long time to digest and absorb. At this moment, they were only molding the ground veins. Although they had already molded a lot, the ground veins still needed to be modified. If it weren't for Han Fei's origin star, it would take them at least 200 or 300 years to mold the ground veins. Hong Yu said, "Master Human Emperor, we didn't know until we entered the star transformation realm that it's too difficult to reach the peak level late stage star transformation realm. No wonder it took countless people hundreds of thousands of years to reach the late stage star transformation realm. Cultivators. Now we have a deep understanding of it." Han Fei grinned. "That's for others. The path of the strong is cultivated through hard work, not blindly." "Zhou Jingjing, gather everyone." Zhou Jingjing's heart trembled. "Yes, Master Han Fei." After a while, in a cleared open space, everyone held their heads high. They hoped that Han Fei could see their growth. There were 223 people in the sky opening realm and 83,402 below the sky opening realm. Yes, there were much fewer people than when they first saw Han Fei, but their comprehensive strength had improved more than one time. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, I have 2 things to tell you. Firstly, there is an ancient city under the mine demon stream. There is a monarch in the city. Now, this monarch has reached a temporary alliance agreement with me. The 7-kill army can enter the city to carry out some special prehistoric cultivation tests." Hiss. The news was quite shocking. Cooperate with a monarch in a prehistoric ancient city? They could even enter the city for special training? If they hadn't met Han Fei, they might never have had such an opportunity in their lives. Hong Yu, Zhou Jingjing, and the others were also stunned. Han Fei could cooperate with a monarch now? Did his strength go further, or had he proven Dao in secret? Otherwise, why would a monarch agree to such a thing? Han Fei continued, "The second thing is that in the future, the mine demon stream may become the habitat of our 7-kill army, or even our human race. Therefore, I need you to become stronger. I need you to be good fighters, and could become true powerhouses, participate in the battles of the strong, and survive in the future. I can't promise you now that each of you can open the sky. I can only guarantee that as long as you don't die, everyone will reach the peak of the sea establishment realm and have a chance to open the sky. For most people, being able to open the sky was actually enough. Han Fei's guarantee was already good enough. How many forces in the world could guarantee that all their subordinates could reach the peak of the sea establishment realm? Even the divine capital dynasty, or the capital of horror, didn't dare to make such a guarantee. Someone shouted, "Master Human Emperor, you have done too much for us." Someone was moved. "Master Human Emperor, I'm willing to follow you to the death." Someone was excited. "Master Human Emperor, what you're pointing at is where our weapons are headed." Amid countless promises, exclamation, and vows, Han Fei said indifferently, "I don't need any guarantees from you now. What I need is your growth. You are the first batch of members of the 7-kill army. You are the guardians of the billions of lives of the human race and are their guides. In the 7-kill army, most people are not human beings. What I give you needs your return. And what I want in return is your dedication to the future of the human race." After that, Han Fei looked at everyone and said, "Before going to the ancient city, I'll let you enter my origin star to cultivate for a period of time so that you can digest your cultivation during this period of time. When this cultivation is over, all of you will enter the ancient city of the Mind Demon stream for special training." Half a year later, Han Fei returned from cultivation. The old turtle had been gone for so long. Was it so difficult to rebuild his body? With the old turtle's means and a ready-made turtle egg, shouldn't it only take him a few days to have a new body? Also, even if the old turtle was really reconstructing his body and was in some special situation, his clone should at least send the news back. However, Han Fei waited for half a year but got no message. Han Fei thought of going directly into the Mind Demon stream, but on second thought, the danger of the blood spring had been temporarily eliminated by him. If he went in rashly, in case the demon vanquishing tree had already set up an inescapable net, he wouldn't be a match for a monarch. Therefore, Han Fei thought hard for a few days and left a sea establishment realm clone here to wait for the old turtle. Then he jumped away and went to the 100 Alliance City. If he wanted to open the way into Puppet City, there were still hundreds of thousands of bloody hand mind devils to kill. If he didn't kill these bloody hand mind devils, it was impossible for the 7-kill army to enter Puppet City. If he wanted the Mind Demon stream to become one of the habitats of the human race in the future, he had to open this way. Also, what was going on with the demon vanquishing tree? Was he acting before? The old turtle hadn't come out for so long. It was hard to tell if he had been detained. Therefore, under such circumstances, Han Fei must not enter the Mind Demon stream alone. In addition, there were so many bloody hand mind devils in the Mind Demon stream. He couldn't clear this road alone. Not to mention that he wasn't a monarch yet. Even if he had proven his Tao, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill 100,000 bloody hand mind devils. Before, Han Fei didn't know the difference between the sky-opening realm and the monarch realm. But now, Han Fei could objectively see the difference between the two. In terms of physique and strength, the other party might not be stronger than him or even weaker. However, if a Tao-proving realm cultivator's great Tao was stronger than his soul strength should also be stronger than his. This was not something that physique alone could compare to. For example, in the battle with the bloody hand, to be precise, he was beaten up and had no power to fight back. He couldn't even beat a hand, let alone a real Tao-proving level cultivator. At least, not now. 1 month later, in the 100 Alliance City, Han Fei had a level 7 mineral sign hanging on his waist. With the help of the demon purification pot, he could make it. It could be said that once this sign appeared, it was a symbol of strength and identity. Behind Han Fei, Qin Chung followed closely, with a level 6 mineral sign hanging on his waist. At this moment, Qin Chung felt as if his head was being hit. He said in a low voice, "My lord, can we really walk in the 100 Alliance City so openly?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Why not? They know you, Qin Chung, but they don't know me. I'm here this time to see how charming you are and how many people you can attract." Qin Chung. After walking for a while, Qin Chung saw Han Fei going to the intelligence center of the capital of terror. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, are we here to buy information?" "No. We're here to sell information." Qin Cheng's heart stirred. During this period of time, he had been suppressed by Han Fei on his origin star, so he didn't know what Han Fei had done in the past few years. Now Han Fei was here to sell information. He didn't know what information he was going to sell. In the intelligence center of the capital of horror, when the shop assistant saw the level 7 token hanging on Han Fei's waist, he couldn't help but be shocked. A level 7 token could only be worn by a big shot. A level 6 token was enough to establish a sect in the infinite mining area, and someone with a level 7 token was a powerful existence that could enter the top 100 forces. However, no one recognized Han Fei's face. This person's appearance was extraordinary. His face was filled with arrogance, and he walked with the vibe of the strong, but he was still so young. This meant that Han Fei was definitely from a rich family and had a powerful background. Look, Qin Chung, who was wanted by the soul-controlling sect at a high price, was now following this person. More importantly, Qin Chung also got a level 6 mineral token. Was this something that Qin Chung, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, could wear? Not to mention that Qin Chung was only a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Even if he had reached the perfected star transformation realm, he wasn't qualified to wear a level 6 mineral token. Now, Qin Chung had openly appeared in the 100 Alliance City, which clearly meant that the person who ambushed the soul-controlling sect must have something to do with this young man. At this moment, one of the leaders of the intelligence center of the capital of terror, a coquettish woman, took the initiative to approach Han Fei. She giggled. "Fellow Taoist, you don't look familiar. May I know which family you are from?" Although she asked who Han Fei was, the woman seemed to have seen through Han Fei. With the intelligence she had already guessed Han Fei's identity, and the accuracy was extremely high. Qin Chung had ruined the soul-controlling sect's business. The soul-controlling sect was slaughtered by the human race's 7-kill army. Therefore, if he guessed right, this person was the human butcher who had disappeared for several years. He was also the leader of the 7-kill army that was on a killing spree outside the infinite mining area. However, he didn't know who this human butcher was or where he came from. As soon as this person entered the infinite mining area, he attacked the soul-controlling sect. There was no telling if he was from the Central Sea Divine realm. Holding his head high, Han Fei glanced at the woman casually. "You don't have to care which family I'm from. Anyway, I came to your intelligence center Today. You can call me Young Master Dian or Young Master Chen Huangdian. I'm here for a big business. Let the manager talk to me. Your level is not high enough. The woman. Chen Huangdian? The woman was lost for words. This human butcher was truly arrogant. However, he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. How long had he been in the infinite mining area? He had already obtained a level 7 mineral token. It could be seen that in the past few years, he must have gone to explore the unknown areas of the infinite mining area. Of course, there were also many people who could hunt high-level mine demons in the infinite mining area. This person's strength had reached the perfected star transformation realm, but it was impossible to tell if he had a great Tao lock or not. Perhaps he also had his own power in the infinite mining area. Perhaps he was a heavenly talent from a big power in the Central Sea Divine realm. However, judging from this person's talent, it was already precious that he could cultivate to the perfected star transformation realm at this age. Even if he was just an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he was still a top existence in the infinite mining area. Under normal circumstances, the people in the infinite mining area wouldn't attack a perfected star transformation realm cultivator because they didn't know if this person had great Tao locks or not, nor did they know how strong this person was. If they encountered a tough opponent, they might be in serious trouble. Therefore, the woman bowed slightly and spoke to the manager telepathically. The person in charge came quickly. It was a woman. As soon as this person appeared, Han Fei felt a sense of déjà vu. She looked a little like the queen of horror. This woman was wearing a black gauze dress, but didn't look mature. Instead, her light pink lips, shallow dimples, and simple pearl earrings made her look like a young girl. As soon as the woman appeared, she waved her hand slightly to beckon the female servant to leave. After she left, the woman bowed slightly and said, I'm Xiang. Nice to meet you, Master Dian. The first time he saw this woman, Han Fei felt a little confused. In his eyes, this woman looked a little like Xia Xiaochan. Oh no. They were very similar. Han Fei immediately felt that something was wrong. For some reason, he was a little dizzy. At this moment, the god's prayer bead on Han Fei's chest suddenly glowed. In an instant, Han Fei woke up. Xiang's pupils were constricted slightly as she looked at Han Fei's chest. This power, this quality, is this an ultra-quality godly weapon? Huh? Xiang? Before Han Fei had time to react, Qin Cheng's pupils were constricted as if he had heard a terrifying name. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that Qin Cheng was holding his breath. Yes. This guy closed all the pores on his body and held his breath. If it weren't for the environment, Han Fei felt that he would have raised an energy shield to protect himself. Han Fei raised his eyebrows, wondering why old Qin was so stupid. Who couldn't tell that there were two perfected star transformation realm cultivators here? Why was he holding his breath? Xiang laughed and said, Qin Cheng, my Tao of fragrance is against the enemy. Do you think I would attack you in my own territory? Is your reward money worth it? Hearing that, Han Fei realized that this woman's great Tao was related to smell. Could there also be a great Tao? Then could he make a great Tao of fragrant hot pot after stealing it? Han Fei patted Qin Cheng's shoulder, and a gentle power surged in. In the next moment, divine light escaped from Qin Cheng's body. Upon seeing this, Xiang frowned slightly. she had left a trace of tracking information in Qin Cheng's body, but it was instantly cleared by this person. It could be seen that this person was quite strong. He was not a playboy but a real strong master. This was interesting. However, Han Fei said, Miss Xiangxiang, for this gift, the price of my intelligence must be increased by 1 level. Xiangxiang? Xiangxiang had seen all kinds of big scenes. How much would a piece of information be worth? Therefore, Xiangxiang smiled carelessly. Since young Master Dian has said so, I certainly have to agree. How dare I say no? Come on in, young Master Dian. I have nether mist flower tea that's produced in the capital of terror. I dare not say that it's unparalleled in the world, but it's definitely ranked in the top 3 in the East Sea Divine Realm. Han Fei raised his head and nodded slightly. Not bad. It seems that the capital of horrors knows how to treat guests. After a while, at a quaint tea table, Han Fei held a level 7 mineral teacup and took a sip of the tea that ranked among the top 3 in the East Sea Divine Realm. Qin Cheng stood behind Han Fei and didn't dare to move, because the effect of the nether mist flower tea was too strong. This was not just tea. It was a medicine, but the kind of medicine whose effect was too strong and turned into poison. For those who could withstand it, it was a precious medicine, but for someone like Qin Cheng, who wasn't strong enough, he was already showing signs of being poisoned. However, Han Fei couldn't say that Xiangxiang used poison, because it was indeed a great tonic for him. 1 cup of it could increase his soul power by 1,000 points. If it weren't for the fact that he had to maintain Chen Huangdian's hatefully arrogant personality, Han Fei would have drunk all the tea here. However, Han Fei still did something. He just snapped his fingers casually, and a beam of divine light fell on Qin Cheng, dispelling the poison in him. Han Fei said, let's get down to business. Xiangxiang smiled. Young Master Dian, as you want. May I ask what kind of information you have brought this time? It seems to be very valuable. Han Fei asked, Qin Cheng, how much is he worth? Qin Cheng? Qin Cheng almost peed himself. Why the F***ck is this about me? I'm your lackey. Now. Xiangxiang said with a smile, young Master Dian, are you kidding me? Qin Cheng has already appeared in the 100 Alliance City. He's no longer valuable. Han Fei smiled and said, oh? Is that so? That's a pity. Then let's talk about real business. I found the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand in the northern mining area. Well, Miss Xiangxiang, give me an estimate first. Xiangxiang's body slightly trembled. Great monarch Bloody Hand? Why have I never heard of such a great monarch in the infinite mining area? Han Fei grinned and said, really? The capital of horror, the top power of the infinite mining area, doesn't even know about the great monarch Bloody Hand? Millions of years ago, his pair of bloody hands could even shake gods. Are you sure you don't know about it? If you don't, I might have to consider negotiating with another intelligence center. Qin Cheng was secretly shocked. Who? The inheritance of a great monarch? Did his chief master have the inheritance of a great monarch? More importantly, why don't you keep the inheritance of the great monarch for yourself but sell it? Are you out of your mind? Xiangxiang's reaction was actually the same as Qin Cheng's, but being provoked by Han Fei, she pretended to think for a moment and immediately smiled. Ah. So it's that person. When young Master Dian said that his bloody hands could shake the gods, I recalled him. Legend has it that in the age of gods, there was indeed such a great monarch. However, in the infinite mining area, very few people know of the existence of this great monarch. If young Master Dian discovered this person's inheritance, why would you want to come to the intelligence center of the capital of horror to sell it? Han Fei said coldly, only if I'm alive can I have a chance to obtain the great monarch's inheritance. There are tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils in the late stage or peak level late stage of the sky opening realm. There. Do you think I can take them alone? Girl, give me a price. After that, let's talk about it. Xiang sneered in her heart. This person looked cold and arrogant, but he was actually cunning. If this information was true and he was willing to sell it, the price must be very high, at least 360,000 kilometer refined stars. Xiang's pupils were constricted slightly, but then she returned to normal. Master Dian, the information you provided is too little. Tens of thousands? Can you give me the exact number? Are the bloody hand mine devils mostly in the late-stage star transformation realm, peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, or the perfected star transformation realm? Han Fei said, just give me a rough price. I want to see if the intelligence center of the City of Terror is really willing to negotiate. If you don't even give a price, there's no need to negotiate. Xiang's smile disappeared. Based on the information provided by young Master Dian, if this information is confirmed to be true and the location information can be sold, I can give you 360,000 kilometer refined stars, or something of equivalent value. Han Fei sneered. Is the inheritance of a great monarch worth so little? If you get this information, you can sell it for 10 times the price. Why? Is this all your capital of horror has got? Qing broke into a cold sweat. Boss, you're really bold. In the infinite mining area, you provoked the dignity of the capital of terror. Are you tired of living? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to walk out of the 100 Alliance City? In the eyes of the top powerhouses of such a top faction, the bullish *T rules were targeted at ordinary people and didn't have much binding power on these superpowers. Xiang said, young Master Dian, why don't you tell me more useful information? Han Fei tapped his fingers on the teacup, and Xiang was lost for words. She poured him a cup of tea and Han Fei said leisurely, there are at least 30,000 bloody hand mine devils in total, mostly in the perfected star transformation realm. They may not be so much, but not much less. 30,000? Xiang almost screamed. She thought to herself, are you crazy? 30,000 in the perfected star transformation realm? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Xiang said, Master Dian, at least 30,000? Are you serious? Han Fei said, sure. I can't completely assess the exact number, so I can only give you a rough estimation. Of course, although there are a lot of them, they are very scattered. It won't be difficult to solve them if many strong masters attack them together. The corners of Xiang's mouth twitched. It's not difficult? Are you King setting off the 9th Northern Expedition? Xiang took a slight breath and suppressed her irritable emotions. What else? Han Fei said leisurely, also, the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand is located in a place called the Mine Demon Stream. In the Age of Gods. This mine demon stream was also a very famous place. Do you know it, miss? Xiangxiang? Xiangxiang glared at him. Mine demon stream? Are you sure it's the mine demon stream, Master Dian? Han Fei nodded. Yes, you heard it right. Xiangxiang suddenly stood up. Master Dian, sometimes you can't say things you don't know. The mine demon stream is the territory of great monarch mystic Marshall during the Age of Gods. The inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand is in great monarch mystic Marshall's base camp? Are you sure your information is true? Han Fei grinned and said, what's there to be uncertain about? Since I dare to come, I dare to guarantee the authenticity of this information. I have my ways to prove it. So now, Miss Xiangxiang, what's your price? In order to prove the location of the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, he had to take someone to see it in person or give strong evidence. But Han Fei was only pretending to be a big shot at this moment. Was he really going to take the people from the capital of terror to check it? Therefore, how to confirm this information became a problem. Xiangxiang thought for a moment. Although the number of 30,000 mine demons in the perfected star transformation realm was a little shocking, mine demons at this level were also a resource. Judging from the tokens on Han Fei and Qin Cheng's bodies, they could probably obtain a large number of level 6 or even level 7 minerals from the Bloody Hand mine devils. If this information was true, it was indeed valuable. Even without the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, it was still quite valuable. Xiangxiang said, if you have a way to prove the authenticity of this matter, the price will be negotiable. I can give you 360,000 kilometer refined stars. Master Dian, we're the only one in the infinite mining area who can offer this price. Of course, the premise is that you can't cheat me, or I will be very sad. If I'm sad, there might be no place for you in the infinite mining area anymore, even if you are from a big family in the Central Sea divine realm. Han Fei sneered. Oh? How dare you say that? Do you know who I am? Xiangxiang blinked and looked at Han Fei. If young Master Dian is willing to tell me, I'm all ears. Han Fei slightly raised his head and snorted. Xiangxiang said 360,000 kilometer refined stars. This price had already shocked Qin Cheng. Han Fei also knew that this was a scam after all. It wasn't that he didn't want to scam more, but this was just intelligence. Although theoretically, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this intelligence was worth more than 360,000 kilometer refined stars. However, he had his own purpose after all. His real purpose was not to sell information here, so the price for this information was actually just by the way. Han Fei had already cheated the demon vanquishing tree by revealing the information about the mine demon stream. But the old turtle hadn't come out yet, and he couldn't completely trust the demon vanquishing tree. Maybe he didn't show enough threat. Furthermore, the demon vanquishing tree had said that he could unleash the immortal level strength. Then, it was impossible for anyone who hadn't reached the immortal level to enter Puppet City. However, although monarchs didn't come to the infinite mining areas often, they might help when important matters were involved. Therefore, Han Fei changed the topic and said proudly, Miss Xiangxiang, what I'm talking to you about now is only the value of the information itself. But you know there is a premise to sell this information. Xiangxiang complained in her heart, why does this matter sound so troublesome? Xiang smiled sweetly. What's the premise for buying this information? Han Fei said, the premise is that I need the capital of terror to send an old friend of mine over. Well, let Wushuang come. First of all, she can prove the authenticity of my information. In addition, I believe there are other things we can cooperate with the capital of terror about. Xiangxiang's pupils were constricted slightly. Did this person know Wushuang? She had even only met Wushuang a few times. Besides, she was in the intelligence business. Wushuang had obtained an origin ground from the divine capital dynasty. How could she have the time to care about this? She was preparing to prove Dao. Xiangxiang slightly retracted her smile and said indifferently, young master Dian, Miss Wushuang may not have time now. Besides, young master Dian is thinking about other girls in front of me. This really makes me unhappy. Han Fei smiled casually. The Queen of Horror owes me a favor, so I'm sure she won't refuse my request. Also, it takes more than a day or two to prove Dao. I think Wushuang has time. What do you think? Xiangxiang froze for a moment and quickly came back to herself. Her voice was cold. Master Dian, or to be exact, Master Human Butcher. There are some things that you can't say carelessly. It's not a joke to say that the Queen owes you a favor. Behind Han Fei, Qin Cheng's forehead was covered in sweat. What the hell? The Queen of Horror, the Queen of the capital of horror, was so famous. Who didn't know her in the East Sea Divine Realm? She was one of the leaders of the capital of horror. When Qin Cheng looked at Han Fei again, he felt that his new boss was extremely mysterious. Did he ride on a super big shot's coattails? Han Fei said proudly, I think if the capital of terror wants to maintain such high control in the infinite mining area, there should be a way to directly send a message back. You can convey my words back. Just tell her that I can help her ask about the way. The way? Even though Xiangxiang had been in charge of the intelligence center of the capital of horror in the infinite mining area for many years, she was still a little stunned at this moment. This was the first time she had seen such a thing. If this person really knew the Queen of Horror and Wushuang, then his background couldn't be weak. This person first came to provide information, asked for an offer, and now asked the Queen of Horror to return the favor. This meant that this person was definitely not just selling information. He was just using information to attract her, the real master of the intelligence center, to come out. Xiangxiang withdrew her smile and calmed down completely. She took out a piece of black jade right in front of Han Fei and twisted it with her fingers, which glowed brilliantly. It seemed to be a kind of long-distance communication treasure. After more than 100 seconds, Xiangxiang remained calm. When she raised her head, she smiled sweetly. Young Master Dian, I was wrong to suspect you. The Queen has agreed. She said that Wushuang will reach the infinite mining area in 3 months and personally contact you. In addition, although this business hasn't started, I absolutely believe you. Servants. The woman who left just now opened the seal and stood aside respectfully. Xiangxiang said, take 360,000 kilometer refined stars and give them to young Master Dian. Huh? The woman was dumbfounded. How many? 600? She knew that this deal might not be simple, but it shouldn't cost so many refined stars. And they were all 360,000-kilometer refined stars. That would empty our pockets. 600 refined stars equaled the death of more than 600 star transformation cultivators. Besides, none of them were modified stars, so it was no wonder that the waitress lost her cool. Not to mention this woman, Qin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. On the one hand, the number of the refined stars stunned him, and on the other hand, the Queen of Horror really owed this lord a favor? Then, what was the identity of this lord? Was his new boss really so powerful? Not just Qin, even Xiangxiang herself was a little stunned. This was because the queen ordered her to give this man a price as high as possible and pay him immediately to nail this matter first in case the other party went back on his word. For this reason, she tried to calm down for more than 10 seconds. Was the queen afraid that he would go back on his word? Who was this person? Han Fei was a little puzzled. How did it become 600? Xiangxiang said with a smile, "Young Master Dian, you forgot that you said that you wanted an additional 10% just now. I thought about it. Since you've asked, I'll round up an integer for you. You can take the 600 refined stars now. Besides, before Miss Wushuang comes, you can leave or stay as you want." Han Fei thought that the Queen of Horror must have said something to her, but it didn't matter. He hadn't planned to stay long in the infinite mining area. Now that the old turtle would get his new body, he had to consider how to solve the city of scavengers and the city of origin. After these two parties were resolved, he could leave. When the time came, he would leave the 7-kill army in the mine demon stream. Anyway, there were plenty of resources there. The 600 refined stars were soon placed in front of Han Fei. Han Fei certainly wouldn't refuse the things he got for free. Besides, he didn't think the capital of horror would suffer a loss this time. Han Fei smiled casually. In that case, I'm leaving. I'll come when Wushuang comes. However, there's something that you need to cooperate with me. Xiangxiang said, I dare not disobey young Master Dian's orders. Han Fei nodded slightly. Since I entered the city, many people have been staring at me. I can't let them keep staring at me, right? In fact, it wasn't Qin who was targeted the most, but Han Fei himself. Xiangxiang's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean, young Master Dian? Han Fei snorted coldly. I'm new here, and many people don't take me seriously. I'm very angry about this. Therefore, I have to get some to establish my authority. Hearing this, Xiangxiang couldn't help but frown slightly. This person is so arrogant. The soul-controlling sect must have already received the news of Qin Cheng's appearance. It was only a matter of time before they arrived. Besides, you slaughtered so many pirate groups outside the infinite mining area. Of course, there were many people targeting you. However, at this moment, instead of thinking about how to ease the tension, you were thinking about how to kill and establish your authority. Was it normal? Xiangxiang said, Young Master Dian, the people from the soul-controlling sect will probably do something big this time. Young Master Dian, will you wait for Miss Wushuang to arrive, or? There were many grudges in the infinite mining area. Qin had betrayed the soul-controlling sect and caused half of the sect to be destroyed. There was no way they would let him off. However, from what Han Fei said, he seemed to want to protect Qin and even kill the people who targeted them. Han Fei said leisurely, when someone rises, there must be someone destroyed. the new will replace the old. That's how things are, isn't it? After Han Fei left the intelligence center of the capital of horror, the waitress exclaimed, "Sister Xiangxiang, where is this person from?" 360,000 kilometer refined stars. That's half of our inventory. Xiangxiang said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Anyway, this person has an extraordinary background. By the way, don't tell anyone what happened today. We haven't reached any substantive deal with this human butcher yet." Yes, Sister Xiangxiang. After leaving the intelligence center, Qin Chung followed Han Fei carefully. He couldn't understand Han Fei at all now. Han Fei was obviously using him as bait to wander openly in the 100 Alliance city. And he was also a very good bait. If he weren't in the 100 Alliance city, he might have been killed. Furthermore, Qin Chung was certain that in less than 2 days, the people from the soul-controlling sect would definitely arrive. And since the people from the soul-controlling sect had learned his information, they should also know of Han Fei's existence. And when Han Fei attacked the soul-controlling sect, he specially left a note. God knew what Han Fei was thinking. They knew that he was the human butcher and that he was strong, so they would definitely find helpers. Qin Chung felt that Han Fei was a little careless, because he knew that the strength of Han Fei's so-called 7-kill army was actually mediocre. Most of Han Fei's sky-opening realm subordinates had just opened the sky, and their strength was mediocre. Except for the guy who only had a young soul left, the others combined were not as strong as him. Therefore, he felt that Han Fei was too conceited and shouldn't spread rumors like this. Once he went out and people really came to kill him, how could he resist them alone? However, when he remembered that Han Fei once used an ultra-quality godly weapon to kill hundreds of 6-winged mineral worms in one go, he had mixed feelings. He said, Master Dian, are we going to stay in the 100 Alliance city forever? In fact, not only me, but there are also many people who target you, Master Dian. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Shall we leave first? Han Fei smiled. Do you think there won't be many people chasing us if we leave now? Let's wait a little longer. The more the merrier. Qin Chung. 1 day later. Holding a braised shrimp in his hand, Han Fei walked to the city gate while eating. Qin Chung, following behind him, felt that his blood was freezing. Should they just go out like this? Gulp. Han Fei took a bite of the garlic prawn and stuffed a string of food into Qin Chang's mouth. You're going to enter my origin star anyway. Why are you so nervous? After this trip, I can give you a few of the refined stars. You're going to reach the perfected star transformation realm anyway. How many refined stars do you need? 8. Master Dian, 8 should be enough. Han Fei grinned and said, okay, although you don't have to do anything, at least your presence helps me this time. I'll give you 10 later. Hearing this, Qin Chung was overjoyed. He had thought that his plan to break through to the perfected star transformation realm would be delayed for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be about to succeed. Although he was a little panicked, Han Fei didn't panic. Not only did Han Fei not panic, but he had also established a relationship with the capital of horror and used their resources to clean up the mess. Why? It must be because Han Fei wanted to attack these people. If Han Fei wasn't afraid, why should he be? It's moving. The human butcher is moving. Since Han Fei and Qin Qing entered the 100 Alliance city, Han Fei's identity had already been guessed. The soul-controlling sect didn't deliberately hide it, so information about Han Fei and the 7-kill army had long been everywhere. It was just that they had disappeared in the past few years. At first, everyone thought that Han Fei and the others had left the 100 Alliance city. But now, they had blatantly appeared. Wasn't this a provocation? Once Han Fei appeared, it wouldn't just be the soul-controlling sect who would deal with him. Outside the infinite mining area, Han Fei had killed too many pirates and plundered too many resources, which had touched the cake of many forces in the infinite mining area. Therefore, Han Fei knew what he would face at this moment. Therefore, seeing Han Fei was leaving, many people began to take action. Someone immediately said, "Human Butcher is running. Shall we chase him and kill him?" Someone said, "Human Butcher is definitely not weak. Let's not act rashly and let others attack first. Or we can attack when the time is right." Itinerant cultivators who had accepted the mission were discussing with each other. "Well, are we going to fight him or not? There are too many people targeting this human butcher. I'm afraid we itinerant cultivators are not strong enough to fight him." Another person said, "What's there to be afraid of? It's said that this human butcher has a 7-kill army, and there must be many strong masters in it. There may not be any perfected star transformation realm cultivators, but there must be some in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. When the battle starts, we can take advantage of the chaos." Someone echoed, "That's right. If we really can't get anything, let's just go back." Someone said, "In my opinion, this human butcher is quite bold. He entered the 100 Alliance city openly and even took Qin Qing with him. Isn't he courting death? However, why would a powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm court death? I suspect this is a trap." Everyone nodded. Someone said, "That's possible, so we definitely don't have to be the vanguard. Aren't the people from the soul-controlling sect coming? Wait for them to come. These guys can control the mind demons. They're definitely good at leading the charge." In the 100 Alliance city, several forces were hesitating. One of them was the camp of the City of Scavengers. One of them said, "My lord, that human butcher is leaving. Should we take him down? After all, he's a human being and we were born enemies. Don't be hasty. Let's follow them and take a look." I heard that the 7-kill army is very messy in composition and has all kinds of races. As for that human butcher, we don't even know his name. It's hard to say if he's a human. But no matter what, we have to keep an eye on him and pay attention to the reaction of the City of Wanderers at all times. If he's really a human, they probably won't sit idle. At the same time, in the City of Wanderers, 2 strong masters came together. And one of them secretly said, "Master Long Wu is the mere human butcher. Really worth your coming to the 100 Alliance city personally?" Long Wu said, "If he's a human being, such a powerful human being shouldn't have come from the chaotic wasteland. Do you know what this means? It means that there is a super force of the human race in the East Sea Divine Realm or somewhere in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Once we can join forces with them, or they become the ally of our City of Wanderers, this matter won't be a big deal to others, but it means a lot to us." 100 Alliance City. Buzz. Suddenly, everyone saw Qin Qing disappear, and Han Fei swooshed into the air. His fastest speed was 15 times the speed of light. F*ck. So fast. F*ck, they just ran like this? So they just ran under our noses? Many people were dumbfounded. What they thought most was that the forces behind Han Fei would come to help Han Fei. At the very least, you had to reach the speed of light explosion if you wanted to run, right? However, Han Fei ran at 15 times the speed of light. It couldn't be said that this speed was slow, because no one below the perfected star transformation realm could catch up with him. Even the cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm might not be able to catch up with him. Of course, this was the infinite mining area. The perfected star transformation realm cultivators here were different from the ordinary ones. The perfected star transformation realm cultivators here were mostly here to seek a breakthrough or even prove Tao. Therefore, there were still many people who could reach the speed of light explosion. However, few such people would target Han Fei. Therefore, after Han Fei ran out, there were only 4 people chasing him. Of course, before one's speed reached the speed of light explosion, no matter how he ran, he would leave traces. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei ran, hundreds of people flew away. Go after him. Don't let him get away. Someone shouted, but only reached 9 times the speed of light, which was still far away from Han Fei's speed. Someone was lost for words. Hasn't the soul-controlling sect arrived yet? The human butcher has already escaped. Someone sneered. Even if the soul-controlling sect has come, so what? Someone said, it's good that the soul-controlling sect didn't make it in time. It said that the human butcher slaughtered many pirates and obtained countless resources, godly weapons, and refined stars. If we kill him, someone said, itinerant cultivators can go now. You don't even have the ability to find refined stars. What are you doing? Who's talking nonsense? Are you looking down on us itinerant cultivators? Believe it or not, I'll kill you first. 6 hours later. Finally, someone realized that something was wrong. Someone was surprised. Why do I feel that something is wrong with his running direction? Why is he running north? As for the perfected star transformation realm cultivators who were following Han Fei, some of them had already noticed that something was wrong. Most of these people were not from the same power. From the 4 people at the beginning, there were now 8 of them, and the number of strong masters chasing Han Fei was increasing. However, these people didn't attack Han Fei directly, and no one was willing to stand out first. However, Han Fei went all the way north, and the mining area in the north was a restricted area. The 100 Alliance City had tried to conquer the north 8 times, but all failed. They couldn't resist the mine demons in the northern mining area at all. Now that Han Fei was running north, they couldn't help but be afraid. For a moment, someone finally couldn't help but say, everyone, we can't go on like this. The people from the soul-controlling sect are too slow, but if we continue to chase him at this speed, we'll enter the northern mining area soon. Shall we really chase him in? Why don't we join forces and stop them first? Anyway, this human butcher has done many evil deeds. Someone responded, okay. I agree. If we really enter the northern mining area, the trouble we'll encounter won't just be this human butcher. They exchanged opinions and decided to take action. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, after 8 consecutive light explosions, these people all erupted. After only dozens of seconds, Han Fei was surrounded. One of them said, "Human butcher, we don't want to make things difficult for you. Leave all your resources, especially the godly weapons and the refined stars, and we'll leave you alone." Han Fei glanced at these people. One of them was from the heavenly cicada family. His wings were still exposed. As for the other person, Han Fei was familiar with him. He was from the 10,000 scale race. He understood why the 10,000 scale race had come. But why were the people from the city of origin here? Also, these two parties had come. Had the people from the city of wanderers come? This was interesting. The people from the soul-controlling sect hadn't come, but the forces in the chaotic wasteland had popped up. Although this was within Han Fei's expectations, it was indeed beyond his expectations that they would take the bait so easily. At this moment, Han Fei knew 2 of the 8 people. As for the others, he couldn't tell if they were friends or enemies. In addition to these 8 people, Han Fei also vaguely felt a strange peep. If he guessed right, there should be a 9th person hiding here. The person from the city of origin spoke first. "Chen Tianya, since you're here, don't hide it. I didn't expect that a wanderer camp ranked about 100 would dare to get involved in this matter. This human butcher is one of your people, right?" This interrogation forced a figure to step out of the void. But although the person came out, he didn't approach. Because no matter what, he must come today to help Han Fei. After all, he was a human. Even if he didn't take action, he would at least give others some psychological restraint. At first, this person from the city of origin pointed out this guess, causing everyone to look at Chen Tianya. Even Han Fei couldn't help but look at that side, thinking, "Are you stupid? Do you have to be so obvious? You can either attack together with others, or not. Be discovered, or at least bring more people with you. How dare you come alone? In such a big scene? Do you think you are me?" Chen Tianya said, "Do we City of Wanderers have to report to you for what we want to do? I didn't expect you to really treat this person as a member of our City of Wanderers." Chen Tianya immediately disassociated the City of Wanderers from Han Fei. He was sure that this person was not from the City of Wanderers, because he could feel that he didn't have the faith of the Wanderers. Although they denied any connection to this person, he was very likely to be a strong master from another orthodox human race, so they still had to help him. Han Fei glanced at Chen Tianya. Something didn't seem right. How could this person give him the feeling of being peeped? He didn't say anything but glanced around. "Are you all here to stop me? Is the soul-controlling sect so powerful? How rare." Someone said, "What's the big deal of the soul-controlling sect? Human butcher, when you wantonly slaughtered the pirates outside the infinite mining area, you should have thought of the consequences." "Ha ha ha." Han Fei laughed and said, "So that's why you're here. Just a few pirates. Are they worth your time?" Someone said gloomily, "Just a few pirates? Although those pirates are not strong, they involve many things. Human butcher, have you ever heard of anyone who dares to slaughter these pirates wantonly in the infinite mining area?" Someone chuckled. "We can't be bothered to attack you, but you have to pay a certain price. If you can't satisfy us, how can you escape? When Yang Kuan from the soul-controlling sect comes, you really won't be able to escape." However, Han Fei suddenly grinned and said, "Why do you think I want to run?" Everyone's expression changed. What did he mean? Did he want to fight them? Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei's momentum soared, and the power of the great Tao between the heavens and earth was gone. Han Fei revealed overwhelming blood qi and continued to walk north. However, this time, Han Fei was walking step by step. These people all surrounded him. How could they let Han Fei go now? You are in the perfected star transformation realm and may have hidden your strength, but we are also in the perfected star transformation realm and also have hidden our strength. Furthermore, some of them had as many as 3 great Tao locks. How could they be afraid of Han Fei? Therefore, someone attacked Han Fei immediately. The person who attacked was from the 10,000 scale race. Although this person didn't speak the entire time, he knew that the 10,000 scale race and the human race had always been enemies. Once this person learned from Chen Tianya that the human race was being suppressed by the city of scavengers, it was possible that this matter would cause terrifying consequences of the human race outside slaughtering their way into the chaotic wasteland. At the moment this person attacked, Han Fei suddenly activated the speed of light explosion and charged at this person. Han Fei wanted to see who would attack first. After all, he had to make an example out of this person. He wanted to tell these people not to mess with him. Song Yu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that other people would sit by and do nothing after he attacked first. Song Yu was instantly infuriated. Wasn't this ridiculous? They had agreed to attack the human butcher together, but now he was the only one standing out. And Han Fei came too fast. That punch was like a blazing sun. Only when he came into contact with it could he feel the terrifying power of the fist mark. Song Yu's strength was not weak. He had cultivated Tao bones, and the 10,000 scale race's physique was strong to begin with. Coupled with the 2 great Tao locks, it was impossible for him to fail to withstand this blow. He shielded his body with his hands, but blood spurted out of his mouth. However, the blood arrow that was full of runes was annihilated by the unparalleled force the moment it met the fist mark. How is that possible? Bang! Like the birth of a starburst, in an instant, the other people around retreated hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As for Song Yu, his flesh and blood had long been crushed, leaving only a few broken bones. They were shining, trying to be reborn. Han Fei, on the other hand, cracked a smile and reached out. The space was condensed, and the exploded souls and flesh immediately gathered over. As long as a single bit of Song Yu's soul, flesh, and broken bones ran out, he could be reborn. However, Han Fei didn't give him the chance. In an instant, Han Fei compressed space and drew countless spatial blades from the void, slashing crazily. Song Yu was killed on the spot, before he had a chance to beg for mercy. Rumble. Under the great Tao crack, Han Fei said casually, "If you want to attack me, you'd better unlock your great Tao locks from the beginning. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to fight back." Hiss. Instantly, everyone who was about to attack Han Fei gasped. He was so strong. Yes, this strength wasn't the strength that a normal perfected star transformation realm cultivator should have. As for the power he had just displayed, although it was still in the sky-opening realm, its strength had already reached the Tao-proving realm. At their strength, they had a judgment of their own strength and that of the Tao-proving realm. They knew that they were very strong, but they also knew their weaknesses. At this moment, they made a judgment in their hearts at the same time. From the power Han Fei had just shown, they had to break at least 2 great devour locks to barely be a match for him. And to kill him, they had to break at least 3 great devour locks. In the infinite mining area, there were quite a few perfected star transformation realm powerhouses, but there were very few who had had 3 great devour locks. Most powers ranking below the top 100 only had one such person who could already establish a sect in the infinite mining area. For example, the soul-controlling sect only had one person of this kind. It didn't mean that the soul-controlling sect from the Central Sea Divine realm was weak. However, the people who already had 5 great devour locks wouldn't come to the infinite mining area. What they had to consider was how to face the devour-proving tribulation. It didn't matter where they were. Now, the way these people looked at Han Fei changed. This was because they weren't sure if Han Fei had unlocked his great devour locks or not. If he was already so strong before unlocking his great devour locks, what if he had unlocked them? Of course, there was another possibility. It was that Han Fei had already broken his great devour locks, which was why he was so strong. After all, even if one broke all his great devour locks, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't come easily and would be safe for a period of time. This was also why many people dared to break their great devour locks. Of course, once a great devour lock was broken, it would be several times more difficult to reseal it. After a few times, it was impossible to reseal it unless they changed a great devour and had another great devour lock. This was also the reason why many people refused to break their great devour locks unless they had no choice. Now, Han Fei killed Song Yu with one punch and one slash. This scene really shocked these powerhouses. Han Fei laughed and said, "Come on. Don't you want to surround me? Now I'll give you the chance. Who dares to fight me?" Ha ha ha. Han Fei kept the hateful arrogance of Chen Huangdian, and even his laughter was full of coldness and contempt. However, Han Fei's madness had frightened these people. The city of scavengers had a high status in the infinite mining area, and Zhang Beihai was in charge of many strong masters. Han Fei had killed Song Yu in front of these people, which meant that he had become enemies with the city of scavengers. However, Han Fei didn't care. Everyone could tell that this person seemed a little crazy. At least, from the looks of it, he didn't care who he had offended at all. At this moment, when everyone thought of his title, human butcher, and his wanton slaughter of the pirates on the periphery, they couldn't help but understand that he didn't care at all. Han Fei smiled and said, "Why, no one is joining the battle. Then let me pick someone to fight with?" As he spoke, Han Fei moved and reached the speed of light explosion. His target was an old man nearby. He didn't know who the other party was, but since the other party had come to surround him, he must be an enemy. The old man didn't panic. But when Han Fei unleashed the speed of light explosion, he realized the danger and also unleashed the speed of light explosion. However, his speed of light explosion only appeared for a moment before it died out. His consciousness was stolen by Han Fei. In the next moment, Han Fei activated the Star Fist technique and punched through the old man. Then, the infinity water turned into infinite blades that slashed the old man to death. At this moment, Han Fei caught up with another person. Seeing this scene, the man's expression changed drastically. This was because the old man Han Fei just killed was ranked 317th in the 100 Alliance City. But in a single clash, this strong master of the fiery sun race was blown up by Han Fei before he even had the time to use a technique. At this moment, the person who was targeted by Han Fei had two great Dao locks appear on his body in a row, which made cracking sounds. The man shouted, "Everyone, let's attack him together. We can't beat him alone. Only by working together can we suppress him." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. This person's strength suddenly soared, and countless black vines covered the void. This person turned out to be a manipulator, just like Luo Xiaobai. As the manipulator in the perfected star transformation realm launched an attack, in the blink of an eye, the 9 skies and 10 lands seemed to be enveloped by spiritual plants. These spiritual plants would also burst out poisonous fog, demonic sounds, and corrosive liquids. Everyone watched as Han Fei detonated his fist mark and pierced through most of the demon plant blockade, but he didn't rush out. For a moment, they saw hope to stop him. Someone roared, "Seal him!" Someone took out a huge array map of 3,000 kilometers and enshrouded the sky. Someone was condensing a full-strength strike. They didn't want to break their great Dao locks, so if they wanted to deal with Han Fei, they could only use the strongest technique in a limited state. Originally, they had thought that with the 6 of them working together to suppress this guy, it wouldn't be impossible for them to suppress him. Someone had already severed 2 great Dao locks. With the other 5 of them, it would be easy for them to suppress a perfected star transformation realm cultivator who had broken 3 great Dao locks for a short period of time. But at this moment, an unimaginable terrifying force that exceeded the power of the perfected star transformation realm bloomed from the forest of demonic plants. All the demonic plants in the sky and on the earth were reduced to ashes. As for the array map of 3,000 kilometers, it distorted for some reason and then exploded, setting off multiple blue ripples. He. You wanted to kill me, but you couldn't even bear to unlock your great Dao locks. If you don't die, who will? The first to die was the manipulator. This person was careless and tried to block Han Fei with his demonic plants, but Han Fei slashed out and instantly reached the speed of a light explosion. No matter how fast this person's reaction was, half of his body was destroyed. However, in the next moment, this person completely exploded and disappeared without a trace. The most terrifying method of a manipulator was to transform into a demonic plant, which was very difficult to find. However, Han Fei didn't care. He grabbed the extreme cold pearl, and the terrifying power of the carefree realm instantly sealed the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Not only the manipulator, but everyone else was affected. They had never thought that Han Fei could unleash such terrifying power. However, it was too late for regrets. Han Fei blew up a flower bud with a punch, and with a rumbling sound, another perfected star transformation realm powerhouse died. But this was just the beginning. The guy who was closest to Han Fei was also frozen by the extreme cold pearl before he could run away. With a dazzling spear, Han Fei broke his soul sea and shattered his star bead. Rumble. The great Dao cracks exploded one after another, and the others were shocked. How did the situation turn out to be like this? 2 powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm had died just like that? Yes, these 2 people were not weak. They were killed by Han Fei before they had the time to unleash their real strength. At this moment, they realized what Han Fei said. If they were still reluctant to break their great Dao locks, wouldn't they be courting death? The combat power that Han Fei had shown so far could only be achieved by unlocking at least 3 great Dao locks. 3 of the 8 powerhouses who had surrounded Han Fei were gone, and the remaining 5 unlocked their great Dao locks almost at the same time. Bang! 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 The great Dao locks appeared in the sky. They had no choice but to fight, because the extreme cold pearl had temporarily sealed their retreat. If anyone was slow to break their great Dao locks, they might be killed by Han Fei. In fact, Han Fei did. One of them hesitated whether to escape or to break his great Dao locks. However, in the next moment, his soul-suppressing godly weapon suddenly left his body and blocked Han Fei's void-stealing technique with difficulty. However, Han Fei's all-great Daos in one sword wasn't slow either. At the moment this person hesitated, it passed through his body. As the void lines pressed down, this person had already become Han Fei's puppet. The other 4 hadn't noticed it yet. One of them saw that this person had been penetrated by Han Fei and fled to him. He wanted to receive him, but as soon as Lian Zhen approached, Han Fei controlled this person to transform his life into a sword and cut off the other party's lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, making him look old in an instant. And Tai, a powerhouse from the city of origin, immediately shouted, "Don't fight. Leave now." He ran very fast, because he was from the heavenly cicada family. As for fighting Han Fei, he didn't think about it, because they knew too little about this human butcher. This guy had endless means, and God knew what strange combat methods he would use in the next moment. Besides, this person was even stronger than they had guessed. More importantly, they didn't intend to attack immediately, and he didn't come here to snatch Han Fei's resources. He was purely carrying out a mission to kill this guy who claimed to be a human. But now, the main character of the soul-controlling sect hadn't appeared yet. Those who had been prepared to watch the show and hadn't planned to attack had almost been killed. Wasn't this an undeserved disaster? Therefore, after Tai retreated, the other 2 also ran crazily. Come on. The 8 people couldn't stop Han Fei just now. Now there were only the 2 of them left. How could they fight? But at the moment when the 2 were about to escape, Han Fei slightly opened his mouth and said lightly, "Steal." Rumble. And Tai ran very fast, not daring to stop at all. But as he fled, he saw several consecutive great Dao cracks appear in the sky. Gulp. And Tai was horrified. They're all dead? Judging from the number of great Dao cracks, all the people who came today except him were dead. If it weren't for his fast speed and the fact that the ice on the chaotic wasteland was also extremely cold, so he had a way to temporarily cope with it, he probably wouldn't have been able to break free from the icy power in time and escape. For me, human butcher. With this in mind, Tai felt lucky. God didn't want him to die. At this moment, he even sympathized with Yang Kuan. If Han Fei was so strong, so what if Yang Kuan brought the peak combat power of the soul-controlling sect? Unless Yang Kuan took out tens of thousands of 6-winged mineral worms at once and exhausted that human butcher to death, he really didn't know how the soul-controlling sect could cope with the human butcher. On the battlefield where Han Fei was, he unhurriedly regathered the bodies of these people and then stored them in his origin star. Then, Han Fei said, "Fellow Daoist, it's time to come out, right? You've seen what you should see. You haven't left yet. It seems that you are different from them." After saying this, Han Fei looked in a certain direction. After 10 seconds, a middle-aged man walked out of the void. This person hid himself so well that Han Fei almost didn't notice the spatial fluctuations there. Upon seeing this person, Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This person's aura was extremely strong, and his soul seemed to be abnormally powerful. This should be the reason why he couldn't easily discover him just now. Based on the person's ability of soul concealment, Han Fei thought that he had at least 3 great Dao locks. Why was he so sure that the other party had great Dao locks? Han Fei naturally had his own confidence. Without great Dao locks, he was invincible in his realm. No matter who this person was, whether he was the first on the god roll, Feng Yu, or any disciple of some divine bloodline family. Without such confidence, how could Han Fei manage the path of invincibility? Therefore, after seeing this person, Han Fei purposely put on air. He raised his head slightly and put his hands behind his back. Who is it? The middle-aged man smiled. Fellow Taoist, I didn't expect the orthodox human race to have a powerhouse like you. You're strong in physique, soul, strength, and divine techniques. It's really rare. I'm Long Wu, from the city of Wanderers, the chaotic wasteland. Our monarch is also from the orthodox human race, the current human emperor. Bulsh *T. Han Fei interrupted him and snorted. Gu Tingnan tried for 100,000 years, but failed to save the human race. With me around, how can he be worthy of the position of human emperor? That's simply the greatest joke in the world. Buzz. Long Wu suddenly perked up and looked at Han Fei in shock. You know my master? Humph, Master of Silence created the city of Wanderers. Over the past 100,000 years, he built the city of Wanderers into a level that can compete with the city of Scavengers and the city of Origin. How can others compare to him? Long Wu was here to make friends with Han Fei since they were both from the human race. It would be best if he could find out the power behind Han Fei. If there was a chance, they could cooperate with Han Fei and use his power to help the city of Wanderers get out of the current situation of tripartite confrontation. But who would have thought that not only did this person mention the name Gu Tingnan, but he also seemed to know them very well. More importantly, this guy was actually competing with his master for the position of human emperor. Wasn't this antagonistic relationship? Long Wu didn't know what to say for a moment, but Han Fei said coldly, I know the situation in the chaotic wasteland. Don't ask who I am. If you have a chance, go find out from Gu Tingnan. Think of me as another branch of the human race. If you're willing, you can cooperate with me to wipe out the power of the city of Origin and the city of Scavengers in the infinite mining area. In the future. Of course, you'd better ask Gu Tingnan for instructions. Because if you cooperate with me, to a certain extent, you have to completely obey me. Long Wu. Long Wu was dumbfounded. This person was quite bold. He wanted to wipe out the city of Origin and the city of Scavengers. Was this a joke? One was ranked 10th, and the other was ranked 32nd. There were many strong masters there. Who did he think he was? However, he had witnessed Han Fei's terrifying combat power to kill 7 Dao lock-level powerhouses in one battle. Just this alone was enough for this human butcher to join the 100 alliances and become a new big shot. But no matter what Han Fei said, he wouldn't believe that he could wipe out the power of the city of Origin and the city of Scavengers alone. Therefore, Han Fei asked him to consult Gu Tingnan, and he certainly would. In the infinite mining area, such a terrifying orthodox human powerhouse suddenly appeared. How could he not ask? Long Wu thought quickly. Although this person was not a monarch, he was quite arrogant. Besides, he seemed to have some unknown relationship with the master of silence. Perhaps he could agree to this person's proposal. If Han Fei could really take down the city of origin and the city of wanderers, he would be willing to even serve as a cleaner. Long Wu asked, "What are you going to do next?" "The soul-controlling sect will arrive soon. There are still many strong masters behind. Although the weather change here is terrifying, it's relatively far away from them. The people behind won't be able to see it. Therefore, when the time comes, you won't be facing one or two people with the personality of the soul-controlling sect. There will be at least 10,000 mind demons in the sky-opening realm attacking you." Han Fei grinned. "That's good. It's about time for our human race to appear. Let's destroy the soul-controlling sect and make a name for ourselves." The gap between Han Fei and the ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, or even the perfected star transformation realm cultivators, was huge. The appearance of the Great Tao crack would inevitably attract the attention of these powerhouses. And once they entered the path Han Fei was on and found that the weather changes here were so terrifying, they would definitely be afraid. The timid ones might directly go home and stop chasing him. Therefore, Han Fei turned back and flew back the way he came. In the end, Han Fei left a message for Long Wu. "You're not going to make the human race rise this way. Just watch. Let me teach you what an orthodox human being is, and what the true human emperor is like." This time, Long Wu didn't follow him. He looked in the direction where Han Fei left with a complicated expression. Although he didn't think Han Fei's merits could compare to Master of Silences, he didn't doubt that once Han Fei proved his Tao, with his personality, his madness would probably be no less than Master of Silences. Buzz. Qin Tianya stuck his head out of the void and looked at Long Wu, sighing. "Are you done talking?" Long Wu shook his head slightly, but didn't explain anything. Qin Tianya said, "Boss, this human butcher is too ruthless and unbelievably strong. He killed 7 people alone. You have to know that these people all had at least one great Tao lock. Is he really a human?" Long Wu said, "I don't know if he's a human, but I know that some people are going to be doomed. If I've guessed right, he deliberately took this path. This path is a graveyard he set up for Song Yu and the others in advance." Chen Tianya's eyelids twitched. "What do you mean?" Long Wu said, "Let's wait and see. I believe the infinite mining area will no longer be peaceful." Seeing that Long Wu was about to leave, Chen Tianya said in confusion, "Hey, boss, why don't we follow him and see what will happen?" Long Wu shook his head. "No need. We'll know sooner or later. Just wait for the news." After separating from Long Wu, Han Fei directly entered the white cave space. With the help of the great Tao of time, he ran at 32 times the speed of light. An hour later, following Han Fei's trajectory, nearly 600 sky-opening realm powerhouses advanced and retreated together. To put it bluntly, most of these people were here to see if they could take advantage of the situation to gain profits. They were probably unwilling to chase Han Fei desperately. However, the benefit of acting together was to make a profit in chaos. There would always be someone taking the lead in fighting. And this time, the person taking the lead was Yang Kuan, who had finally arrived after traveling for 2 days. Yang Kuan wasn't too bothered when he saw so many people chasing Han Fei at turtle speed. Even if they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they had to be strong enough. In his eyes, it was impossible for these people to snatch food from him even if they attacked him together. At this moment, Yang Kuan happened to pass by these people and his figure flashed. However, not long after Yang Kuan ran out, he saw a lone boat floating in the sea, and a young man was fishing with a fishing rod. Before Yang Kuan could speak, Han Fei said leisurely, "I thought you weren't coming. Are you the human butcher?" Yang Kuan was not a reckless man. On the contrary, he was thin and his eyes were sharp. There was no telling if it was because his soul power was too powerful, but behind him, 6 soul swords were spinning in the air. When he stood in the air, if he was sprinkled with golden light, he would look like an almighty monarch. At this moment, no matter how bold Yang Kuan was, he didn't dare to act rashly. This strange scene seemed to be a trap. Knowing that he was being hunted, he still sat here fishing. He was either fearless or crazy. After more than 10 seconds, Yang Kuan couldn't sit still anymore. He was going to try attacking Han Fei because his soul had covered this place as much as possible, but he still didn't find anything unusual. Just when Yang Kuan was about to take action, a large group of strong masters who came to pick up the spoils appeared behind him. When these people saw this scene, their first reaction was to break quickly. At this moment, the scene was a little strange, as if the 2 strong masters were fighting. It was not a wise move for them to rush up now. Someone sighed. "Yes, this is the human butcher. Why did he stop?" Someone was puzzled. If this is the human butcher, then whose great Tao crack was it? It appeared 7 times in a row, which means that at least 7 people died at the hands of this human butcher. Someone sneered. "What's so strange about that? We know how many pirates the human butcher killed outside. How many strong masters are there in a single pirate group? There are too many to count, okay?" Someone said, "Don't get close. Yang Kuan is fighting the human butcher. If you get too close, you may be affected." Some people were disdainful. They were so far away. Besides, the 2 big shots were confronting each other. Why would they lower themselves to fight them, eh? Ragtag army? For a moment, the crowd was divided into 2 groups. The first group stayed far away, ready to watch the show first and take action according to the situation. And some people felt that if they were close, they would have a chance to pick up spoils, so they tried to be as close as possible. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. This time, there were many people. He looked at Yang Kuan proudly and chuckled. "Well, although I don't know how others talked about me, I hope you can remember my title. I am the Human Emperor, the Emperor of the human race." Yang Kuan sneered. "Bah, human butcher. You slaughtered our soul-controlling sect and robbed our treasure house for no reason. I will never let you off. Get your 7-kill army out. Either you or I have to die today." "Heh." Han Fei chuckled and said leisurely, "I don't need the 7-kill army to deal with you. I alone am enough." Hiss. When Han Fei spoke, he didn't hide anything. When the armies who came to pick up the spoils heard this, they were shocked. "Is this guy F** King crazy? Alone? Do you know who Yang Kuan is?" Although the soul-controlling sect wasn't in the 100 alliances, it was because it was squeezed out by the ghost. Straight Otherwise, with the soul-controlling sect's ability to control mind demons, they could completely enter the 100 Alliances. Everyone knew what the major factions were like in the 100 Alliance city. Yang Kuan had definitely brought an army with him this time. Even if it was a huge crowd strategy, few people were willing to fight head-on with the soul-controlling sect. This human butcher actually wanted to confront Yang Kuan alone. How ambitious was he? Yang Kuan snorted coldly. Humph, since you're so arrogant, let the soul-controlling sect teach you a lesson, you so-called emperor of the human race. Buzz. With a wave of Yang Kuan's hand, the army of 10,000 mind demons formed a military formation and floated behind him. Seeing this formation, many people exclaimed, 3,005 poison mine demons and 7,000 six-winged mineral worms. Is Yang Kuan really going all out? Someone shook his head. Not necessarily, but theoretically, so many mine demons are enough. The so-called 5 poison mine demons were produced from the rare poisonous mines in the infinite mining areas. Among the mine demons born in the poisonous mines, there were black mountain centipedes, green crystal scorpions, white salt snakes, golden toads, and green wandering geckos, which were 5 types of ultimate poisonous mine demons. This was the unique advantage of the soul-controlling sect. Although many factions could actually take down the soul-controlling sect, the 6-winged mine worms and the 5 poison mine demons were too famous. As a result, under normal circumstances, no one was willing to easily offend the soul-controlling sect except for the Ghost Strait. At this moment, although the 10,000-strong mine demon army was only puppets, 10,000 was too many. Just as Yang Kuan summoned an army of 10,000 mine demons, Han Fei suddenly disappeared, and a fist mark that was being brewed and was transforming at an extreme speed appeared between the heavens and earth. Boom! This punch came so fast and suddenly that Yang Kuan didn't even have the time to react. This was because he thought that Han Fei would release the 7-kill army, but he didn't expect that Han Fei had been preparing to punch him through. Although he didn't respond fast enough, behind Yang Kuan, he instantly used a huge amount of soul power. In an instant, as if Yang Kuan had mastered the soul of a monarch, he set up a pillar of soul and faced the attack. Rumble. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Yang Kuan and Han Fei had shattered the void before unsealing their great Dao locks. The aftershock of the blow caused cracks between the endless void and reality, and large holes appeared. Han Fei's heart did a flip. So could soul power be used this way? Yang Kuan roared, kill! The 7,000 six-winged flying insects, like a man-eating mouth, swarmed towards Han Fei. Seeing this, Yang Kuan controlled more than 2,005 poison mine demons, ready to charge. Why were there only 2,000? Because there were still 1,000 puppets mixed in with the ordinary, 6-winged mine worms. The black mass blocked everyone's vision. In the eyes of others, the army of the sky-opening realm that was like a locust swarm was not something ordinary. Late-stage sky-opening realm powerhouses could deal with. Even powerhouses who had perfected the star transformation realm or even had multiple great Dao locks might not be able to suppress it. Seeing that Han Fei was about to be surrounded by the Mind Demon army, a voice immediately sounded in everyone's ears, freeze. The void within hundreds of thousands of kilometers was frozen in an instant. As soon as the extreme cold pearl was activated, more than 1,206 winged flying insects were frozen. When the power of the monarch descended, Yang Kuan had reacted very quickly and had already used a lot of soul power to resist it. However, when he took the blow, he still spewed out a mouthful of essence. Blood. An ultra-quality godly weapon? Everyone except Yang Kuan took a deep breath. Is this human butcher so rich? The game has just started, but he had already used just a killer move. Then, what would he use next? The power of an ultra-quality godly weapon was almost invincible in the sky. Opening realm without the suppression of weapons of the same level. Especially in a group battle, an army of 10,000 mind demons was killed by 1/10 in the blink of an eye. Such combat power was shocking. The onlookers exclaimed, but Yang Kuan was not afraid at all. He roared, the power of an ultra-quality godly weapon can only be unleashed once or twice at most. Let's see how many more times you can launch such an attack. After using the extreme cold pearl, Han Fei immediately recalled it and threw it to the ice road on the green jade stone bridge. Its recovery ability was very fast. He only needed to wait for at most 300 seconds before the extreme cold pearl was filled with the power of extreme cold again. In the 300 seconds, Han Fei could only fight head-on. With so many people watching, he couldn't use many of his trump cards, but so what? Even if he just activated his origin Great Dao and unleashed 5 times the combat power, these 6-winged mineral worms wouldn't be able to resist him. If these mind demons were all at the peak level late-stage star transformation realm or the perfected star transformation realm, Han Fei wouldn't be able to kill many of them. However, the strongest among these mind demons was only in the late-stage star transformation realm, which meant that Yang Kuan and the others couldn't control a mind demon in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or the perfected star transformation realm. How could Han Fei be afraid of the mind demons at such a level? Maybe he didn't even need to activate his Great Dao. Buzz. Han Fei's chi and blood soared to the sky as he formed a fist mark and swept in all directions. Bang! 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 Knock, knock, knock. The mind demons were like fireworks. The 6-winged mineral worms exploded one after another, and minerals scattered all over the sky. Seeing this scene, the onlookers kept exclaiming. For people of Han Fei's level, the level 3 or level 4 minerals were not very valuable, but for most people, they were important resources. Someone was shocked. Is this guy really a member of the human race that has long declined? He killed a mind demon with 2 punches on average, broke through the Great Dao with 1 punch, and pierced the soul with another. It doesn't make sense. Someone was shocked. This human butcher has such a strong physique. Look, he was bombarded by the 6-winged mineral worm head-on, but didn't even have a wound. Even if he is a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, his physique is too abnormal. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, look, the 5 poison mind demons have surrounded him. The crazy encirclement of the 6-winged mineral worms was to buy a chance for the 5 poison mineral demons. At this moment, Han Fei was surrounded by densely packed 6-winged mineral worms. Although his combat power was unparalleled and he had killed more than 300 6-winged mineral worms in a moment, the 5 poison mineral demons had also found an opportunity. Dark green, crimson, black, purple, and red Dao runes appeared in the air. The 5 poison mind demons were born in poisonous mines and carried the strange poisons of the world. Ordinary people couldn't withstand this. 1 or 2 of them were fine, but there were thousands on Han Fei's side. Bang! 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 However, Han Fei's punches didn't stop. Even though his body was red and green all over, his combat power didn't decrease at all. His body was crazily absorbing these great poisons. Yang Kuan felt a chill down his spine as he watched from the field. Not only was this person's physique strong, but his resistance to poison was also so terrifying. 100 seconds had passed, and Han Fei had killed more than 500. 5 poison mine demons, but his combat power hadn't declined. Suddenly, Yang Kuan's eyes lit up, because he saw Han Fei's body tremble slightly, and he had an extremely slight cough. At that moment, it took him 4 punches to kill a mine demon centipede. This scene refreshed Yang Kuan. Sure enough, no one could be so invincible. Han Fei was strong, but not strong enough to resist countless great poisons. Even some onlookers saw this scene. Someone said, "Look, the human butcher's combat power has declined. Although he is indeed very strong, he's not strong enough to resist the soul-controlling sect alone." Someone said, "That's right. Although he tried his best to maintain it, his combat power still declined a little." This is true. Someone frowned. Even so, the human butcher's combat power is still terrifying. Don't you see that Yang Kuan doesn't even need to fight? I'm afraid he doesn't dare to fight now. After all, the human butcher is a terrifying existence who has slaughtered half of the soul-controlling sect. What if he has some trump card specially left for Yang Kuan? The onlookers discussed animatedly, but their eyes were always on the scattered minerals. In their opinion, it was impossible to fight people like Han Fei or Yang Kuan, but if they fought fiercely, they could get these minerals. Another 100 seconds passed. Han Fei had killed more than 1,005 poison mine demons and nearly 500 six-winged mine worms with one blow. However, his combat power had plummeted again. And this was exactly what Han Fei wanted to show them. In the eyes of outsiders, Han Fei's combat power suddenly dropped by a small margin. At this moment, Han Fei threw out the extreme cold pearl again. As soon as the pearl appeared, Yang Kuan's face suddenly changed. As he issued an order in his heart, the 6-winged mineral worms immediately swarmed up. And the 5 poison mineral demons retreated. Buzz! In an instant, 100,000 miles was frozen. Although Yang Kuan's speed was fast enough to make the 6-winged mineral worms fly like moths to the fire to offset the monarch's blow, he was still a little slow. On such a fierce battlefield, more than 1,000 6-winged mineral worms had their souls frozen in an instant, and 7 or 805 poison mineral demons were also frozen to death. Puff! Han Fei pretended to vomit blood and then retreated quickly. Han Fei shouted, "Yang Kuan, right? I can kill 5,000 of your mine demons at once. How many times can you resist me? Soul-controlling sect, just wait to be wiped out." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei retreated and directly opened the white cave space. This scene exceeded many people's expectations, but it was also what many people expected. The onlookers felt that Han Fei couldn't resist so many mine demons alone without the 7-kill army. In fact, they believed that if it weren't for the 2 attacks of the ultra-quality godly weapon, Han Fei would have already been defeated. Of course, even so, many people had witnessed Han Fei's strength. After all, he wasn't a monarch. It was already incomprehensible for him to kill so many mine demons with the power of the perfected star transformation realm. As Han Fei retreated quickly, the onlookers became excited. they wondered if Yang Kuan would chase after Han Fei. If Yang Kuan did, they would be able to loot the minerals left by the mine demons killed by Han Fei. However, Yang Kuan's army of mine demons quickly picked up the scattered minerals. This made people speechless. Aren't you King going to chase the human butcher? He has already run away. Hey, why are you still gathering these lousy minerals? In fact, Yang Kuan's speed was not slow. It only took him 3 seconds to gather the army of mine demons, recollect them into his origin star, and then chase after Han Fei unhurriedly. To the remaining people's disappointment, there was nothing left after the battle. They had come for nothing. Therefore, the group of people chased after them again. This time, Han Fei ran in the white cave space at 22 times the speed of light. For an hour when he suddenly felt that the white cave space was unstable. At this moment, Han Fei knew that Yang Kuan's real killer move had come. Just as others guessed, Yang Kuan was not stupid. Han Fei could sweep through half of the soul-controlling sect, which meant that Han Fei had the corresponding strength. If Yang Kuan still felt that he could easily crush Han Fei with the mine demons, he was not qualified to make a name for himself in the infinite mining area. The white cave was said to be untraceable, but that was only for those whose speed didn't reach the speed of light explosion. Once their speed reached the speed of light explosion, they could grasp the white cave and catch up with Han Fei. Therefore, when Han Fei saw 3 unfamiliar middle-aged powerhouses, his heart turned slightly cold. Was a mere soul-controlling sect so powerful? The feeling these 3 people gave him was that none of them were weak. This feeling meant that each of them had sealed at least 3 great Tao locks. Besides, these 3 people looked very strange. The array they arranged was integrated as if he was facing a single person. Han Fei held his head high and said indifferently, an ancient array of the 3 in 1? One of them said indifferently, not bad. The 3 of us are connected in soul and can even fight monarchs together. Human, although you are talented, you should know that there are always stronger people out there. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think you've proved your Tao? The 3 of them were in the same fighting posture as if they were one person. Although the other party's spear was darting at him, Han Fei sensed power far beyond the so-called 2 great Tao locks. At that moment, even Han Fei had to dodge, because the other party's true combat power seemed to have reached the Tao-proving realm. At the very least, Han Fei felt that the other party's soul power and strength had increased in an instant. It felt as if he had activated 5 times the power of the great Tao. Han Fei raised his hand and slashed out all great Taos in one sword. Clang! Han Fei's hand was shaking, but the 3 powerhouses looked shocked. Obviously, Han Fei's combat power had exceeded their expectations. In the next moment, the 3 middle-aged men burst out at the same time. However, Han Fei felt that something was wrong because he sensed strange emotions. Because he found that 3 attacks appeared respectively from the past, the present, and the future. Han Fei couldn't see the sword from the future, but he could feel the threat. Han Fei suddenly had an idea. He pretended to be violent and faced the enemy, holding a void rift. Bam! 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 Han Fei's slash shattered the sword from the present when it came, but the sword from the past and the sword from the future seemed to descend at the same time in a certain time and space, directly tearing the battle suit on Han Fei's body into pieces, and 2 blood marks were cut on his sturdy body. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be proud to have injured this Terrifying human butcher, to such an extent. However, the three powerhouses looked puzzled at the same time. How could this person's physique be so strong? Hanfei was also a little surprised. He had wanted to test the strength of these three people, but at the moment of the encounter just now, he had indeed suffered two unknown injuries. However, Hanfei didn't believe that these three people could attack the past, present, and future at the same time. This was because once they were attacked in the past, he should be able to sense it in advance. Also, there were too many variables in the future. He didn't believe that this was a power that sky openers could master. The problem is the soul. Hanfei's heart did a flip. The other party was known as a trinity, but there should only be one who attacked him in reality. The other two attacks should have made use of the great Tao of time. It was not difficult to verify all of this. The problem was whether he needed to expose his great Tao of time now. Because Hanfei knew that there were still people observing in the dark. It might be someone from the capital of horror, or it might not be. Once his great Tao of time erupted, the possibility of being seen through was high. After all, there were not many people who walked the great Tao of time. Therefore, even if he wanted to unleash the great Tao of time, he shouldn't be here. Fortunately, these three people weren't strong enough, or perhaps they hadn't unlocked their great Tao locks, so even if they attacked him, it was impossible for them to kill him. On the other hand, he could study their special great Tao of Trinity. Hanfei's fighting style suddenly changed. His speed soared, and he planned to kill one person first. In terms of speed, these three people might not be slow, but their speed limit couldn't be higher than his, and he didn't need to use his fastest speed. When Hanfei's speed soared to 25 times the speed of light, the three of them had no time to react. Because his speed was so fast, no one Hanfei aimed at could escape. Puff. All great Daos in one sword killed one of the middle-aged men in an instant. Hanfei thought that it was too easy, but the killed middle-aged man's figure condensed in another place in an instant as if he had just killed an afterimage. Huh. Hanfei's expression changed slightly. He was sure that the person he killed was a real person, a real powerhouse who had reached the perfected star transformation realm. Although the other party mainly cultivated the soul, and he couldn't directly penetrate the other party's star bead if his entire soul body was instantly minced, his star bead should be revealed, right? But he didn't. One of them said, "Don't waste your effort. You don't understand our Tao at all. However, your physique is indeed unparalleled. We will use your flesh and blood to complete our final path of the perfected star transformation realm." Another person said, "You can't escape now." Hanfei looked at the deep sky, only to see that Yang Kuan had already caught up. Hanfei glanced at the three of them and then at Yang Kuan, and his face suddenly became solemn. Facing the mysterious attacks of these three people, Hanfei rushed forward and vomited 3 mouthfuls of golden blood in a row. Hundreds of sword marks appeared on his body, some so deep that his bones could be seen, but Hanfei still rushed out. In the rear, Yang Kuan immediately shouted, "Stop him." However, this was actually already the northern mining area. It was theoretically just the periphery. Watching Hanfei rush into the northern mining area, Yang Kuan and the others looked at each other and decided to go in first. Although the northern mining area was very dangerous, it was just the periphery. If they didn't go deeper, how could there be danger? Less than half an hour after Han Fei and the others rushed into the northern mining area, a large group of onlookers came from behind. But most of them stopped outside the northern mining area. Someone stopped chasing and hesitated. Are we going in? This is an unexplored area. There is no information about this place. Someone shook his head. Forget it. It's not worth it to rush into the northern mining area just to pick up some leftovers. This place is extremely dangerous. The soul-controlling sect is bold because they're skilled. The human butcher is really strong. It's fine if they enter, but if we enter, we'll be courting death. Someone echoed, that's right. Although we can enter the northern mining area, it's not necessary. Brothers, we're all here for opportunities. In fact, no matter who wins this battle, it won't hurt us. It won't be too late for us to take action when both of them are injured or one of them wins. Someone was puzzled. Take action against whom? We only have 600 people, and some of them are not itinerant cultivators. A few people retreated slightly, and someone said, although we are not itinerant cultivators, we are also here for resources. As a vulnerable group, we should work together. No matter who comes out, their combat power will inevitably be greatly damaged. It's not impossible for us to join forces to take down one of them. Although the soul-controlling sect has many mind demon puppets, I don't know how many they can bring back. As long as there aren't more than 3,000 people, even if Yang Kuan comes personally, he will still have to die. Everybody came to a conclusion, which was to wait. The sandpiper and the clam were fighting each other, and the fisher would reap the benefits. However, there were too many fishermen. But even if they didn't get much, they wouldn't return empty-handed. To be honest, at least half of the people here were here not only for resources, but also for the opportunities. After another half an hour, Han Fei pretended to slow down, and Yang Kuan and the others behind seemed to see hope. Yang Kuan nodded. 2 chains appeared on each of the 3 middle-aged men, which were great Dao chains. Bang! 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 The great Dao locks on the 3 of them were broken. In the next moment, the 3 of them suddenly unleashed a terrifying speed 30 times the speed of light. After only a minute, Han Fei was besieged. However, at this moment, Han Fei's injuries had healed, and his desire to escape was not high. When he saw Yang Kuan and the others, Han Fei took the initiative to turn back and attack first. Apart from Yang Kuan, the 3 powerhouses attacked at the same time, but in the next moment, the space here was unstable, and weird void collapses appeared in all directions. One of the middle-aged men said, "Not good. The space here is unstable, and time is affected." Another person said, "It's okay. Let's take this person down first." Just when the 3 of them felt that they could easily take down Han Fei suddenly turned back and grinned. "Steal, steal." Han Fei performed the void stealing technique twice in a row, and the last middle-aged man among the 3 suddenly changed his face. Han Fei grinned and said via voice transmission, "I knew there was something wrong with your trinity. You are not 3, but 1. Because your soul power is too strong, you created 2 clones, each sharing the soul pressure and avoiding the monarch tribulation. In order to ensure that the 3 bodies can be 1, you have to be connected mentally. However, once the other 2 clones are restricted, you will only have individual combat power left. The middle-aged man was horrified and immediately shouted, "Yang Kuan, stop him. I'll go over and kill him." However, Han Fei sneered. "Go over? You can't go over until I tell you to. If I tell you to stay, you have to stay. Time freeze." At that moment, the scene here was frozen. In terms of the great Tao of time, Han Fei was only stronger than these people, no weaker than them. This person's so-called going over to kill him should be at an extremely short period of time. Only the time difference was almost negligible, so he didn't notice the problem immediately. The man was shocked. "Do you know the great Tao of time?" Yang Kuan was also shocked. As soon as he arrived, he saw that his family's senior, having 3 souls, who was almost certain to prove Tao, actually said this. In the blink of an eye, he saw that only 1 soul of this elder was still sober. He naturally knew that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. Han Fei clenched his fist and punched out 3 times in a row, covering the sky. Bang! 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 The 3 of them were instantly blasted to pieces by these terrifying punches, and their souls collapsed. Yang Kuan was horrified. He didn't know how Han Fei did it, but saving people was more important at this moment. However, when the 6-winged mineral worms and the 5 poison mind demons pounced at him, Han Fei clasped the air with 1 hand and a fishing line cut through the sky. Freeze! Yes, this was the 3rd time the extreme cold pearl appeared. At this moment, more than 1,000 mind demon puppets were destroyed by Han Fei. While throwing out the extreme cold pearl, Han Fei grabbed the 3 middle-aged men with the void lines. Then he looked at Yang Kuan and smiled. "You have mind demons, but do you think I don't?" Yang Kuan was shocked. He sensed that something was approaching at 15 times the speed of light. However, at the moment Yang Kuan sensed it, the thing had already entered the battlefield. A flash lizard suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and its target was a 6-winged mineral worm. As for the number of flash lizards, almost in a second, more than 300 of them suddenly appeared. Yang Kuan might never understand why there were so many flash lizards. With the enhancement of speed, it was simply too easy for the flash lizards to kill ordinary 6-winged mineral worms. After all, the flash lizards were level 5 mineral creatures. Therefore, their strength was not comparable to the 6-winged mineral worms at all. Han Fei had already reserved this path to lead Yang Kuan into the flash lizard's camp. Here, no matter how many 6-winged mineral worms there were, they were nothing. In the infinite mining area, low-level mineral creatures, as long as they hadn't grown up, were the food of high-level mining demons. Yang Kuan had brought tens of thousands of low-level mine demons with him, intending to kill Han Fei with the huge crowd strategy. But now, countless flash lizards had been attracted. Every second, nearly 100 flash lizards flew close. Yang Kuan was about to recall the puppets, but Han Fei said with a smile, "Look, sometimes numbers are not the key. The food chain is."